Welcome to another great space hosted by none other than the Afro Elite. Um, we're gonna have a very good, productive conversation this evening. And sisters, welcome to another great space hosted by none other than the Afro Elite. Um, we're gonna have a very good, productive conversation this evening. While we're waiting for people to get in here, let me share the tweet that inspired me to make this space in the Jumbotron, because this is what the main focus will be tonight. And so we know, let me preference this by saying that this isn't going to be one of those spaces where it's going to be pretty much one side. But hold on, let me see. Uh, Okay. Sorry, I got a weird text. My phone. This isn't going to be one side. I want to get multiple different people's opinions on this, because my opinion on this question is not as solid. I mean, it's a yes and a no. It's a yes and a no. It's more yes. It is more yes than it is no. But it is. Hold on. Why can't I share this to the jumbotron? Hold on. I'm trying to share this to the jumbotron. It's not letting me share. Hold on. What the hell's going on? What in the hell is going on? Okay. Let me retweet it and then see if I can share it to the jumbotron. Don't know why I can't share it. What is going on? I don't know why it's not letting me share the tweet that I wanted to share to the jumbotron for whatever reason. I'm not sharing. I can't share anything to the jumbotron. I guess they might have took that feature out or something. I don't know. Maybe it's my thing tripping. I'm gonna try again later. But if you go to my thing, I just retweeted it. I made a tweet saying a problem that we have in Black society is people are. Let me get exactly. A problem we have in Black society is too many people refuse to get out of their feelings. You can't have constructive conversations because it hits a nerve, or it'll hit a nerve. Then they start being illogical and dishonest. Okay. And now I sum all of that up to Black people being too emotional. Now, before we go, and I want to hear everybody's opinion. Now, I'm not going to monologue too long before I let the speakers come up. But before we go, let me give you my opinion. My opinion is Black people are too emotional, but they're we're not emotional in the way that people might make us out to be. When I say, or when a Black person says Black people are too emotional, that really means we can't have constructive conversations because some people refuse to get out of their feelings. I'm going to be honest. This is going to be a blatantly honest space here. We have this a lot when it comes to other factions of Black society. We have this within all of Black society, where we cannot take constructive criticism because we feel like that hurts our feelings too much. I will give a perfect example, and I'm glad Nino was in the space actually. Me and our brother Nino, we were in the space with another brother. I hosted it with another brother named Eric, who is among the LGBT. He's a Black man in the LGBT. Um, the conversation was moving along very well. Now, this is on YouTube. It was moving along very well until certain other people got into the space and they started coming out with emotions, because the topic of the gay agenda hurt their feelings and they were unable to listen to the logic of the conversation. That's one example. We can't move the needle because when your feelings get hurt, then you're lying. Then you're pretending that you don't see things that you really see. Then you're gaslighting. Oh, well, the only reason you're saying this, you just must be triggered. We have this too often when it comes to feminism, too. When we start talking about how we need to bring strong black male figures in the home, and we need to get rid of the household where a single mother is raising all these children, especially boys, then it's, oh, well, you just don't like your mom. Well, you just don't like black women, because that hits your nerve and you act illogical and you act emotional. And it puts a veil over your face where you can't see clearly. You can't logically see the fallacy in your point of view. That's the issue that we have. Too often when we're having constructive criticism with when it comes to other black people, next thing you know, they start yelling, they start cursing, they start going all over the place, and you lose the ability to have any sort of constructive criticism because people do not detach themselves from the situation. One of the reasons why I have such respect for our brother Kick Gravity and our brother Rich here is because they're non-FBA, which is fine. That's fine that they're non-FBA. But the issue is, to non-FBA people about them being off code, too many of them get their feelings hurt, and they feel like when you talk about Africa or when you talk about the Caribbean, you're low-key talking about me, so I'm going to deny, I'm going to be illogical, and I'm going to start lying, just like that other space that me and Rich was in. Oh, well, I don't understand what happened. If it was, in my opinion, it's really only the black Americans that was picking on me, and I wasn't doing anything. They just called me an African booty scratcher for no reason. That lying because you don't want to admit the truth, okay? Because it hits a nerve, it hurts your feelings. All of this stuff, I'm gonna deny the truth because I want to coddle my feelings. That's part of being too emotional. Now, on the other side too, black people often get labeled emotional when it's not emotion, it's passion, and it's a good thing to have passion. We get this a lot from white society, where white people, when they're doing their microaggressions and condescending racism to black people, and black people call it out, then we're quote unquote using the race card. We're being quote unquote emotional when we call out microaggressions, and when we call out open white supremacy and racism, then we're being emotional, then we're being illogical. So calling somebody emotional, and this happens too when that person is not being emotional, that person might just be passionate about the subject, is a form of gaslighting, because you're saying they're emotional to delegitimize their talking points. If I was to, for instance, if I was to say, I'm having a debate with a woman for whatever reason, whatever subject, I don't know, it doesn't matter. We're talking about, politics or finance or something, and she's giving me points, and then I say, oh, well, you know what? You just seem like you're on your period. You're just probably being emotional. And I use that as a tactic to gaslight. I use that as a tactic to say, well, you're emotional, so that nullifies everything you said as being logical and justifiable. So it's kind of on both sides. So that's why I asked a question. I didn't make a statement, are black people too emotional? I asked a question, are black people being too emotional? Because I kind of want to hear the community's point of view. Now, I have my point of view on it. I feel like it's not 100%, but it's more on the side of black people are too emotional. But I'm open to hear everybody's point of view. Now we have some people who requested to speak, but before we go, let's allow our co-host and everybody. Shout out to everybody in the room. I see Torian, Jeff, Ace, Rich. Let me see, Vic, Be Sweet, We Rock, Brown. Everybody in here. Uh, Chief, everybody, Black Pragmatist. Thank you to the speakers as well. Can everybody do me a favor real quick, because I really want a good turnout to hear everybody's opinion. So can everybody retweet the space if you haven't done so already? But as we're doing that, let's let our co-hosts go ahead and get their opinion.
Salute, salute, salute. Um, all right, so the topic is, are black people too emotional? I don't think that we're no more emotional than any other group of people. Contrary to belief, I think the issue is we base our movements on emotion. That's where the issue lies. Um, having emotions is just part of being human. But when we start plotting out our agenda based on emotion or making decisions based on emotion, that's when we start to mess up a little bit. Like, for instance, let's say all this pointless symbolism, this all this symbolism when it comes down to politics, Ketanji Jackson being elected to the Supreme Court. I seen black people out here doing the damn Cupid shuffle and shit in the streets, and it's like, well, what are y'all celebrating? Yeah, she's black, but everything about her resume screams white supremacy. She doesn't have a resume that shows that she does anything to benefit black people. But just because there's a black face in the Supreme Court, y'all are getting happy about that and thus supporting your enemy, essentially, because white supremacy and their bootlicks are our enemy. That's an example of us letting making decisions based on emotion. Same thing with voting. We going out here voting, getting nothing in return, and the emotions that's largely guiding people to do that is fear. Just fear, really, fear of well, what if the Republicans get into office? That's another example of us letting emotions dictate our actions. So I don't think that we are, again, too emotional, but I think we definitely allow emotions to dictate our actions. And I'll drop it there.
Well, to piggyback off of what you said, and I will say I agree. Too often, uh, our emotion, because you're absolutely right. Emotion is just a human element. That's all people are emotional. And our emotion is mistaken, or our passion is mistaken for emotional. I'm sure, I know most people in here are very passionate about Black society and overcoming and Black empowerment. And when we talk about it, we might come off emotional. It's just very passionate. So I do want to clarify. I do think that there is a difference between being passionate about something and being emotional. And given our state and what we've lived as a people, you can't really blame us for being emotional. If any group of people in the world have a justification for being emotional, it would be our group. Now, that does not justify us acting on emotion over logic, us being illogical. That does not justify that, but it would say if anybody has a reason for being very passionate or very emotional, it would be us. So I would agree with you on that. Let's go to Kid Gravity.
Evening all. How is everybody doing? I finally recovered from last night. That space was wild, but to answer the question, black people too emotional. I will say we're not that emotional. I think it's just that we're fed up. We have a finite amount of time on this earth and all we want is just to be able to live life. That's about it. Be successful in what we do, raise families, create legacies, and hopefully when we transition we have a smile on our face. But it seems like everybody knows how to trigger us for some whatever subject. Like even today on Twitter, somebody put up a post saying something about why black men can't love black women that look like this, and I saw the responses and people just went off. And I think that was people being emotional, but I think it was more about people being fed up. All we're asking is just let us live our lives and leave us alone. And, people can't do that. So when we say, you know what, we're going to circle our wagons, we don't care no more, y'all can hold your own nuts, people, like Afro said, they think that we're being overly zealous and we're being emotional and we're in our feelings and things like that. I'm like, no, we're just fed up. Just leave us alone. That's all we ask. Just leave us alone.
Mm.
If you do
Okay.
that, guess what? The whole world moves. Everybody's happy. When you start pissing us off, stuff is going to stop, and then you're going to get upset, and then you're going to show your emotion, and then we just going to sit there and laugh at you. But basically, my conclusion is we're not emotional like that. We're just fed up, and I'll end it there.
All right. All right. That's a good point. I mean, like I said, if anybody has a justification, because the world is against us as a people, as a race, the world is against us. So if anybody has a justification, we're the ones who are always gaslit. We're the ones who are always micromanaged and um oppressed. We're the world's most oppressed group, if the only oppressed group, really, because the whole world is in on it. So can you get upset that we're fed up? Can you say that we're emotional for being fed up? That's a good point you made. Let's get to Empowered FBA. You can unmute your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. And to answer the question, are Black people too emotional? I think at times we can be. And this is just my personal opinion. You all made great points. I didn't know what to say behind it. You guys have some good points, but I just think at times we can be. And that comes from, just thinking back when I was a little girl going to church. We're really emotional in church, and we've been through so much racism and everything. And so that trickles down to our feelings. We're, emotional about everything. And then sometimes dealing with each other, I think we don't give each other a chance to speak, and we get in our feelings about other people's opinions. And I think it's good to be emotional. We need our emotions, right? But I think sometimes it could be misplaced a little bit. Like, say, um, soon as somebody says, "Oh, I'm just gonna use a white person for example," they might say something. "Oh, you guys did this a great job," and we add them, we bring them to the cookout. "Oh, you can come to the cookout." It's like an emotional trigger, and it's like, no, they don't need to come to the cookout just because they said we did something well or gave you kudos for something. That's one example. And then um, I see a lot of Black men. This is just, I'm not down in Black men because I love my Black brothers. Crying on TV, things like that. Emotional, I've seen so many Black men cry on TV this year. It was kind of like, cry at home with your wife, with your kids, with your family, people who actually care about you. But don't display that in public. Don't display weakness in public, because that shows a sign that you're weak and they triggered you. And we have to learn how to master that, I think, more so. Just put the emotions where they belong. They don't belong in a conversation. They don't belong in front of millions of people on TV, you breaking down, because that's what white society wants. They want to see Black men breaking down on TV crying. Like, I think it was, what was that? That was, it was Killer
You
Mike, I
talking
think
about
it
Van
was.
Jones?
Killer Mike. Do you guys
Oh,
remember that, when he broke down and was crying on TV? I think it was kind of embarrassing, because it's like, you don't have to cry in front of these people. Go home and cry. Be strong in the face of the enemy. But sometimes I think we can be too emotional. That's all. I just think it's just a little misplaced, and we have to know when to bring it out and when not to bring it out. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. Let's get to um Volvo, and then we'll go Tori and then Rich. And if you guys want to come up and you guys want to share your opinion, feel free to do so. You can request to speak, and then you can raise your hand. But Volvo, you can go.
Yeah, how y'all doing? I just want to say, are Black people too emotional? I mean, yeah, I feel like we were too emotional. We used to let our emotions guide us. You know, we were too emotional. We were in our feelings. That's what emotional is. When you in your feelings about something. And we are a spiritual people. So we always gonna be in our feelings. We can't help that. We always gonna be in our feelings because we are a spiritual people. We always been a spiritual people. But the thing would make you too emotional is when you let your emotions guide you. Like we was in our feelings about Africa. We used to love Africa, talk Africa, always Africa, Africa, Africa. Now we getting out of our feelings about that. We ain't letting our emotions guide. We not letting our emotions guide us no more. We realize that ain't nothing going on for us in Africa, and there ain't nothing going on in Africa. We they understand who we are, that we are two emotional people because we are an emotional people. But we no longer letting our emotions guide us. Now we doing what's best for us. Like they realize that they can set drama in front of us. And we'll watch reality TV show all day. That bitch fighting that bitch, because we emotional. You know what I'm saying? They realize that they can put that in front of us. Now that we saying, no, we don't give a fuck about y'all running from y'all country and y'all need a better life. We done seen how y'all come. We see how y'all come now. We ain't in our feelings with y'all no more about that. We ain't messing with y'all no more about that. Y'all in y'all feelings. And let me say this, right? That's why I always make it a point. I say this all the time. For everybody that can hear my voice, I say this all the time. I always vote for the plan and not the man. See, when you worry about what the man doing, the man gonna always let you down. I'm gonna let you down. You gonna let me down. That's just the game. But I'm worried about what the plan is. That's why I don't really care about what celebrities doing and all that. I'm worried about their work, what they doing, what's they plan. This celebrity might have did this or might have did that, but do we make good music? Because that's what I came to him for. I didn't come for him for nothing else. When I go, like, somebody might be an actor, they might have fucked up out here and got caught doing some shit. That ain't gonna. I still like the movies he made because that's his plan. I'm not in my feelings. I don't care about how much money you make. I don't care about who you sleep with. I don't care about what car you just got. I vote for your plan. What's your plan? I vote for the plan and not the man. That's why I'm not in my emotions like that about nobody. So are black people too emotional? We used to be too emotional, but now I'm seeing my people and I'm proud of my people. We worrying about the plan. We throwing away the cones, the everybody else and all that. I went too long, y'all. I'm a land right there.
And to piggyback off of what you said, real quick, then we'll go to Torian, Rich, and then JL. To piggyback off of what you said, I will say, um, they've tried to use our emotions against us. For instance, I remember a few years ago with the internment camps where when they were taking the Mexicans and they were putting them in the cages. You had a whole bunch of black people like Miss Sister Empowered FBA crying on TV. Oh my God, the kids, the little Mexican babies, they're separated from their parents. That's so horrible. And they going down there, they're fighting for everybody's cause, and justice anywhere is justice everywhere, and that's what they were. And now you see with the Ukraine situation, we're seeing the Ukraine on TV left and right, and we're like, damn, that's tough. But anyway, let me change the channel to something because I don't feel like seeing this right now. So there's been a major shift in how we move based off of our emotions. So I just want to piggyback off of what you said, as far as them using our emotions against us, which unfortunately still does happen to too many of us, but they're seeing that it doesn't move us the way it used to move us, all of us, I would say. Torian, you can go ahead, bro.
All right, so to answer the question, are black people too emotional? I would say it's night and day. It's almost like a pendulum. It's like one minute we could be too emotional, and the other times the emotions can be validated. I'll give you an example of something that's too emotional, and it's actually silly because it's actually something I talked about on a recent live stream that I did. You had this black man, I forgot where it was. I think it was like down in Texas, got arrested for damn near beating his roommate to death because they were arguing over what a mosquito looks like. I kid you not. And this guy's like 43. Now that's a definition of being too emotional. Because first off, how do you even get to a conversation on that as a topic? And yes, this was a black man that was actually arguing over that. Like that's emotional. Like when you're in arguing or you're getting too emotional about, say, entertainment or sports, something that you have like no control over, and you're getting that deeply invested into it, especially if you don't have like any type of investment that's going to bring you some kind of financial gain to it. That's when you are in your emotions are like that. Now, when it comes to dealing with what we're dealing with over here, I don't think that's being emotional. That's being passionate about something that is, I would say, near and dear to you, something that definitely affects you in your everyday life. And I think what society likes to do is they love to gaslight black people. I don't know if you saw, but there was this white supremacist named Patrick Howie who was giving commentary on a recent country music awards, and he got so upset about seeing a couple of black people there. One of them being Anthony Mackie. He was like, what are they doing there? And basically trying to say black people don't belong there and stuff like that. Now, would that be defined as being too emotional? Now, one thing I've always said is that one label that we always like, we tend to get a lot of labels thrown onto us that a lot of other groups already have, but they don't be quick to throw them on to them. It's almost like black people are supposed to operate like robots. It's almost like we're androids. We're only supposed to be emotional when we're told. We're supposed to feel this way when we're told. But the minute that we turn that switch off and we're starting to operate on our own, then that's when they want to hit you with, oh, you're being too this, you're being too that. And at that point, it's like, okay, at the end of the day, we're still human. So we're still going to have every level of, emotions, all the senses and everything that a human being does have. But due to society seeing us as one way, then that's where everything kind of hits off. And then it's almost like we're made to feel bad about it. Like the minute someone says, oh, you're too emotional, you're too this, then it's like, damn, am I? Then you got to question yourself, like, am I really this way? And then it's like you got to scale back on it, and then that's how they get you. So I would always just say, like, if you are feeling some type of way about something, okay, fine. Just don't go overboard with it to the point where it's probably going to affect your life or somebody else's. I got a question. January 6th, 2021. Would that be white people being too emotional? Did anyone question were they being too emotional that day? Because I don't know if anyone asked that question. I'm just
That's
saying.
a great point.
Because if that was black people being up there, oh, you already know that would have probably flew off the rails. If that was us.
That was white people being white people. I was there. That was just white people being white people.
And see, that's the thing. You said that's white people being white people. That's basically a cop out for them to continue to act in that way. But if it was us, then they're being thugs, savages, terrorists, all types of all the labels that they could get that that they don't get that we would instantly get.
And think about it like this, Brother Torian. If that was us and we ran in that Capitol, the crime bill would have been on the desk getting signed January 7th.
Right. Exactly.
First off, if that was us, every single person in this room would be labeled a terrorist. Anybody who has any opinion opposed to white supremacy is a terrorist now. And it would be mass incarceration times 2.
And it's funny and Afro, I'm glad you said that, because remember, at one time they had something on the table, or they tried to have something passed called BIE, which stood for Black Identity Extremists, which was basically black people calling out white supremacy. Not going around doing what they did, not going around like committing domestic terrorism in random neighborhoods just because we were upset about something, just for calling out white supremacy. Did they try to come up with a label for us called Black Identity Extremists? And when they saw how weak that was because of the reasoning or what they tried to cover it up as, they instantly had to take it off the table because it had no weight. Like they actually tried to throw that up there with actual hate groups like the Klan or these Aryan brotherhoods. They actually tried to equate that to that, like just us calling out what it is that they do and try to label it as a hate group. Like that's how far they tried to take it. Just us being verbal and calling out their bullshit was hate to them, and they want to call us too emotional. That's emotional if you ask if you ask it right, because anybody who can try to draft up a policy like that just because your feelings are hurt, that's emotional. Look at Ron DeSantis down in Florida, and how many I guess you can say quote unquote anti-white bills he done drafted up because because white people were being uncomfortable about racism. And you want to tell us that we're too emotional.
Good point. If anybody wants to come in, so this space is open for anybody to come up with an opinion about the subject. Don't come in talking about something that has nothing to do with the topic. In my opinion, there's really no right or wrong answer, because this question is very layered. It's a very layered question that you can ask in many different circumstances. So are black people too emotional? Anybody can come up and give their opinion on that. But let's go with Rich, our brother Rich. You can go ahead.
Are black people too emotional? Black people are not too emotional. Black people are not emotionally disciplined. And what I mean by that is we we're in a system of white supremacy. So of course you can't expect us not to walk around angry and upset and sad. Most of us don't even know we're in a system of white supremacy. So we wake up every day mad and don't even know why. But for those of us that do, like us in here, we know we're in the system of white supremacy, so we know where to channel our energy. But most black people don't know where to take that anger and that sadness and that frustration. They don't know where to take it. So what do? They take it out on the bottle. They take it out on weed. They take it out on their family members. They take it out on their shopping sprees. They take it out on their personal life. So most of us are not emotionally disciplined. In the system of white supremacy, you have to have emotional discipline. You can't just wake up every day angry and don't know where to channel that energy. You got to go to the gym and channel it there. You got to go to your books and channel it there. You got to go to your meditation and channel it there. You can't just sit there and just be angry and not do anything about it, or do things about it, but everything you do about it is the wrong thing to do about it. Um, White people are emotionally disciplined. Not all of them, but guess what? They're able to look you in the eyes every single day, practice white supremacy, but smile while doing it. In order for white people to practice white supremacy, they have to be emotionally disciplined because they don't want to get caught. You can't practice white supremacy and be sloppy. Some are sloppy, don't get it twisted. The lazy ones, the ones that don't care, the ones that are tired of hiding, they're sloppy with white supremacy. But the most sophisticated white people, they're very emotionally disciplined. They're able to hire you. They're able to have conversations with you. They're able to put you in certain positions. So if they're the CEO of the company, they're able to hire that black person, put him in the front, let him work the desk job. All the small little jobs, they give you those jobs. So they're able to hate you, hate your guts, but still keep that emotional discipline intact so that they can practice white supremacy behind closed doors. So to answer the question, everybody's emotional because that's just the human trait. But black people, I'm not gonna say we're not emotionally disciplined. I'm not gonna say that. But I will say we need to get more emotionally disciplined. And the last point I want to make is with our black men. Most black men, well, I'm not gonna say most, but the majority of black men I run into, you can't criticize them. You can't critique them. Soon as you criticize the next black man, his ego and his pride get in the way. The reason why I'm a non-FBA and I'm able to move the way I move with no emotions is because I criticize myself every day. So when somebody criticizes me, I don't feel away. If you're not looking in the mirror and criticizing yourself every day, the moment somebody criticizes you, you're gonna get emotional. You're gonna want to fight. You're gonna want to scream. You gotta criticize yourself every day. The way you dress, the way you walk, the way you talk. You gotta criticize your bank account. You gotta criticize your car. This is how you get better. But if you're not doing that, if you're comfortable with the way you are every single day, the moment another black man walks up to you and be like, "Yo, brother, pull your pants up. You looking funny out here," or you babbling right now. You talking too much. Yo, son. What you mean I'm babbling, son? Yo, you ready to fight? Why? Because you don't criticize yourself, and the moment somebody criticizes you, you get emotional. That is no disrespect to the females in here, but that's not a male trait. Men supposed to be able to walk up to other men and tell them something real, like, "Yo, bro, you bugging. Put that liquor down. Put that weed down. Or you babbling. You in this chat right here, and you just talking too much. Relax." "No, I'm not babbling, man." Just start just ramping his mouth. No, I should be able to check you. And not only should I be able to check you, I should be able to check you, and we don't got to fight about it. We don't got to scream about it. You just shake my hand. You be like, "You right, bro," and then keep it moving. Think about it now. How much black men that you know that you could have a real conversation with and be like, yo, bro, your breath stink. I'm sorry, but your breath stink. He gonna be like, yo, you disrespecting me. No, I'm not disrespecting you, bro. I'm calling you to the side and I'm letting you know today your breath is smelling a little bit harsh. I'm not being disrespectful, but we should have these type of conversations. I can't walk into a room and there's a problem with another black man and we can't hash it out. First thing we want to do is Will Smith it. That ain't masculine. And now it landed there.
Okay. Good point. And to piggyback off of what you said, white people have discipline that we don't understand because for too long we've had the thing where, well, if a white person can stand to be in a room full of black people, that means the white person isn't racist. How can a white person be racist if the white person has black friends? And they've been using that. There's white people who get happy when they see a black person get killed by the police or a black child get beat up by the police. They get happy about that. But they'll go to work the next day and they'll walk up to the black person and be like, "Hi, Jamal, how are you doing?" You know, and they'll pretend, just like I was saying this a few years ago, all these Black Lives Matter folks that's out here talking about, I see your pain, I understand where you're coming from, it's us against the system. And then next thing you know, you find out that they were faking it the whole time, that they're secretly white supremacists, that they're practicing anti-black racism. You find that out because they know when to turn it on and when to turn it off. Okay. Just real quick, and then we can move on to the next speaker. There was a friend I used to have. I guess I still do have him. I guess I talked to him a little bit. He made a YouTube channel. This was like in 2016, 17, or 16. He made a YouTube channel about gaming. He wanted to be a gamer on YouTube. And when he was starting off, his videos, I'm not gonna lie, he might see this, but his videos was sucked. It was boring. He was a good player, but he wasn't talking during his videos. He was very shy. It was just kind of dull. So I would tell him, I would give him constructive criticism. I'm like, hey, you might need to be a little bit more charismatic. You might need to say something more. Might need to throw some jokes in the video. And he would get upset with me every time I tried to give him constructive criticism, despite the fact that I was one of only 5 people who were subscribing and liking his videos. And eventually he quit because he wasn't getting the views that he wanted to get. When I started my channel, I was told, and you guys can see back in my earlier videos, the volume was really low. I had a really bad problem with the volume. And almost every video, somebody's all like, you got to fix the volume. You got to fix it. And I tried. I didn't know how to do it. And every time somebody would say, I'm like, damn, I don't know what to do. I don't know what's wrong. And eventually I had to, keep it didn't discourage me. It just made me want to do better. And I bought another microphone. I bought a better microphone, and that increased the volume. I learned how to go into the settings and raise the volume with different settings, and that increased the volume. Somebody was telling me, you can't be looking up stuff during your live. You already have to pull it up. It needs to have been pulled up already, because I was taking too long looking stuff up. And instead of me getting emotional and me not learning how to take constructive criticism, I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna have it already ready so it can pop up whenever I need it to pop up. You need to learn how to take constructive criticism and not get emotional when somebody, you know, tries to make you better, tries to give you a word of advice. I just want to piggyback off of Rich said, but let's go to JL, and then we can go with the hands because there's enough people for that. So if you want to speak, raise your hand. But JL, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. So for me, I don't think that emotion is bad. I will never say that emotion is wrong. We are all emotional beings, but sometimes I do see, emotion sometimes going in the wrong direction. And I'll just give a few examples. For one, when these spaces first started and there was about 20 people in the room, I don't know if you guys realize the difference, but now it seems like, whenever you want to bring up sometimes real conversations or you want to get down to certain matters, you will there will be deflecting going on of people acting like they're so angry, acting like you're, off code, which is now the term some people like to weaponize, or, it's just all these things to mute people, drop them down. That is not how spaces were when they first started. Even when we were talking to immigrants, right? Kind of running down to them how they do not support us in the same ways that we support them. I saw it leading first, right, with information. And then, if they wanted to throw shots, then we would go ahead and do that back. You live in a mud hut. Like, I'm not against that. But now, and I also just want to say, I noticed the faces that have been, supporting this for years, whether you were B1, FBA, ADOS, a lot of people, even though I may not personally know them, I've seen their faces around. And I know that in good faith, they're out here spreading the message, doing what needs to be done. So that is my vetting process. However, and I'm always called a bitch for this, but I do see a lot of new faces, not necessarily maybe understanding, how that goes or how it works. For instance, you go to some of these spaces now and you'll hear like, just off stuff like, oh, I just want to blow up an African country. And it's like crickets, like, wait a minute, what do you mean? Like, we're not even leading with information in some cases where we can tell these people, what they are doing to hinder us, how they're not respecting us. And then, if it gets disrespectful, then we can definitely throw shots back. But I don't see that happening. So I do feel like it's those little extreme comments here and there that unfortunately are putting all of us on the map. And I don't know if you guys know how like COINTELPRO works, but what I've been noticing in some of these spaces, it'll be like the one or two off people that always got these little comments to saying it's like, whoa, I've been around this shit for years, seeing us talk about this, and it was never that. So I'm just kind of like side eyeing, some of that, because I feel like when you talk about the dom society, white people or them, whoever you want to picture, that they're going to take the small percentage and be like, oh, this is them as a whole. And I don't necessarily like that, only because I see the OGs on here, in my opinion, preaching what they should. And I don't see everyone doing that. So I just feel like when it comes to emotion, we need to get back to being able to hold conversations, being able to hold a dialogue. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to scream to the top of our lungs to get opinions out. Sometimes even when it comes to these immigrants or these other cultures that don't respect us, sometimes you can kill them more with leading with information instead of being like, you know what, you mud hut bit, like, you know what I'm saying, like all that. And trust me, I've been I've been in this for years. Like, I went to an HBCU where all those people, especially the Caribbeans, were anti-Black American as hell. Hampton University. I was talking about this stuff when it was not popular. Nobody was fucking with me. And now all people at my school can do is respect it. So I'm telling you, this is like the last thing I want to say. When you lead with truth, it doesn't matter how many people are standing with you. That's another thing I want for us to understand, like when it comes to emotion, because we're real quick to follow the crowd and be like, oh, wherever the crowd is where I need to be. And it's like with Joe Biden, we've been like, y'all, this is Age of Aquarius. We are moving out of Pisces delusion, like following the crowd, like no matter what, if it's not the truth, it's not going to age well. And I know I end up saying this in the spaces, I have to get back to Age of Aquarius, but it's about really, defending the truth, defending our honor just as Black Americans. And I just don't really like the extremities, because it's all new faces. And I have to be honest about that. But yeah, I just think we have to get back to, understanding that we're each a puzzle piece of a larger mission. So we have to be able to listen to people, even if they have a difference of opinion. We're not all monolith, even as Black Americans. Some people lead with, being able to be the, loudspeakers with charisma. Some people lead in information. Some people are leading in history. Some of us are leading in just spreading the word around for years. And we've actually lifted people's consciousness to this shit. Some of us are actually putting our resources. We work in 9-to-5s, building up our communities. You feel me? So we all have a different thing to do. And when we're just so quick to cut each other off, like, oh, you're not saying what I'm saying, how the fuck are we gonna progress? And then the last thing I want to say is sometimes, when I take away all the stuff about immigration, white people, racism, sometimes it's very disheartening how we as Black Americans, American Indian, ADOS, FBA, B1, whatever you want to call it, I have the understanding that we are more alike than we are different. And anytime that we like shut people out that we know we've seen around, just like I said, I've seen some of y'all around for years. If I know in good faith that you're out there for a cause, I'm not going to stop that. I don't care what I think about you personally. I want it to continue, and I want us to all be out here, puzzle pieces on a board, and I want it to come together for us. And I'll end it there.
Okay. To get to the hands, like I said before, if anybody wants to request to speak, you can feel free to do so. There's not really a right or wrong answer in this situation because it's a very layered question. But to piggyback off of that, there was two spaces. Remember the space I was recently talking about with me and Rich, what we were in. We were gaslit the whole time. They was using straw man arguments the whole time. You didn't see me and Rich get out of character one time. You didn't see him, oh, you damn stupid mud hut bitch. You didn't see us go there. We stayed on focus. We stayed in our lane, and eventually that showed that they were wrong. That showed that they were wrong because that was recorded, and it showed all the deflecting and all the gaslighting that they were wrong. If you guys remember the space that I hosted with Eric when Nino was in there, you had them coming up calling us homophobics, just going off the wall. You didn't see me and Nino go, well, you damn, you gay ass idiot. We didn't do that. That space was 9 hours. We were in there pretty much the whole time, 9 hours. We didn't go off the rail and say, you know what, this is the problem with gay people stupid. We didn't do that, despite the fact that they were trying to trigger us to do that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you have to keep your cool. You have to keep your cool. And people are gonna get mad. People are gonna deflect and gas. Trust me, I got it on my YouTube page. People do that. But you know, to keep your cool, because it always shows that you were the one who was in the right in the first place. You know. Let's get to Vovo, and then we'll go to Diazon, I believe. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Andrew, you've been in here. You haven't raised your hand yet, so if you want to speak, you can raise your hand. Andre, my fault. Vovo, you can go ahead.
All right, let me say this. I want to piggyback off what Rich said. Rich, that was brilliant. You was absolutely right. He talked about how white people can put their emotions aside and hire you and be around you because they worried about the plan. They ain't worried about the man. Yeah, they might hate you, but they know that they need you for something. They need you to drive this truck for them. They need you to work at this store for them. They need you for something. And that's they using you for the work they plan. They worry about the plan and not the man. Now some of them their emotions might get the best of them, but the fact that they can do that they can put their emotions off to the side, they can hate your guts and put their emotions off to the side and hire you and be around you and fake with you and talk with you and all that type of shit. That's because they always worry about the plan and not the man. Like what I mean, like when they came over here, they couldn't stand the Native Americans that was here. They be doing recon. They doing reconnaissance. They is trying to see what they can get from you. They worried about the plan. We gonna act like we like these people, but the plan really is to steal from these people. They worry about the plan and not the man. Like I'm gonna land right here. I'm a truck driver, right? I drive all across America. And I'm talking about I'm in places that most people will never ever go. Never. I'm talking about backwater towns, dirt roads, one stoplight towns that I can't even pronounce. Nobody. I never go back again. And what I'm noticing that in these little towns, it ain't no Asians there. It ain't no black people there. It ain't no other race. It's all white, hillbilly, one-tooth, ancestral white supremacists. And all of them got big Trump flags, Trump pen signs still up, big vote Trump in again, all those flags, make America great again. All those, and I'm talking about, I'm there, I'm seeing this. And these people would never associate, Trump would never associate with these people. Donald Trump is American royalty. He is American royalty. There's never been a point in Trump's life where he's never been a millionaire, where he's never been privileged. I read Trump's books. I read The Art of the Deal and all that. I read those books. There's never been a point in Trump's life where he wasn't a millionaire. Fred Trump was a millionaire. Trump, they vote for Trump because he's white. That's the plan. He's going to push the white agenda forward. They feel like Trump is a part of, he's going to push the white agenda. He's going to push white supremacy, their way of life. That's why they love him so much. It don't got nothing to Trump will never, you'll never see Trump at a backwater Louisiana Gator cookout. He don't associate with them. You'll never see Trump at a Confederate flag rally. No, but he gives them dog whistles. Like, remember during the campaign he just had, he put that video up saying white power. Yeah. I put it up on mistake. That's a dog whistle. Only they can hear that. Yeah, come on, vote for me. I'm white. Trump pulled all the old racist 67, 69-year-old white man that ain't voted since 91, ain't left the house, ain't left his farm, shit, his garage falling down, he got 3 dogs. He pulled him out the cut to come vote for him. That's how he won. Because they worried about the plan. Oh yeah, Trump saying what I want to hear. Yeah, we'll never associate with Trump. Trump is privileged. Trump is privileged. If Trump wanted to have somebody wipe his ass, he could have that. But they all understand that they white and they want to push the white agenda forward. That's why they voted for Trump. And that's why they still on him. I'm going to land right there.
To piggyback, and then we can go to Diazon. Or Dizon, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing. I used to have a teacher, and I don't know why I did this. This is my early days in college. I used to have a teacher, a math teacher. I was never that great at math, and she, for whatever reason, we friended each other on Facebook at the end of the semester when she was done teaching. And for years, she would post about her grandkids and stuff. This was before I was very active on Twitter. I mean, on Facebook like that. She would post about her grandkids. I, wish her happy birthday. She'd wish me happy birthday. And then 2020, she completely flipped the script after George Floyd was killed and there was protests in the streets. She was putting a whole bunch of statistics on quote unquote black on black crime, and she was talking about, oh well, they don't know how to act when the police pull them over, that's why they get shot. She went full blown white supremacist. And I was thinking to myself, damn, all those years, and she taught majority black classes. She was smiling and she was friendly and she seemed like the nicest woman you could ever meet. And then when it came down to white supremacy, she stood 10 toes down when it came to white supremacy. And that's how they be. I was like, damn. And me and her started arguing back and forth on Facebook. And this was back in the day. I thought she got off because I didn't even see her. She took a break, and I didn't even see her make posts on Facebook until she made anti-black posts. She took a break for 3 years. No, not 3 years, maybe 2 years. But she took a break. And then next thing you know is black on black crime. Well, why do black people do this? And then what they're thugs and why this and protect the blue and back the blue or whatever the fuck they say. It went full blown white supremacy after that. And she taught majority black classes. And she was the happiest person you could probably ever meet. So they will in your face. You will think that they are the friendliest, nicest people in the world. And then when you turn around, they have this itch to shoot you in the back. But let's continue with the hand. Deezen, you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you got my name. You hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, you gave my name. To sort of piggyback on, I don't know if anyone heard Neely Fuller. I know you didn't exactly say it, but white supremacy has to have a good guy, a good cop, bad cop. And what do I mean by that? He has to have a Democratic and Republican. It has to have there's a good why. So you don't have your guard up. In life you shouldn't always have your guard up because you can shoot yourself in the foot. But you should have your guard up to enough to say, oh no, I'm not gonna do that, or I'm not gonna do. To have enough discernment. And No, I mean to that, or shoot, I mean, I feel like I could come with a prevalent example. And the prevalent example of that, I could sort of say, okay, like you see some of these videos where, oh, you see the cops did this, the cops, oh, help pick you know what I'm saying? Not all cops are boom, 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 this or that. So don't do this, don't do that, or back, you know what I'm saying? All right, and another thing, I'm gonna talk about these spaces and what I have a problem with these spaces, and the irony of it all with these echo chamber spaces. Well, specifically the black self-loading echo chamber spaces. The thing I don't understand with all of them, um, they act like they have a best. I don't know. They act like they have the best debating forum platform of the centuries, but they don't they don't fully allow a full discourse, full. All right, for example, I was watching these 1980s shows, you know, on how they was able to do these debates. I know some debates went somewhere, some of these debates didn't went nowhere. But what I found that was a little bit better, personally, they had a mediator. You know, they had, okay, let this person talk, let that person talk, let that person talk. Do these spaces is, oh, talk over you, or you're just this, you just that, or it's always to demean you, or before you even say something, oh, you just have an agenda, you just have an agenda, or what's even worse, you don't know nothing, or you're a fool. I'm like, you're not even allowing people. You know what I'm saying? It's always this constant. And if it's any and was I should here's where it's the slippery slope with these spaces. And what? I even go as far as this. What these spaces fail to realize, what they fail to understand. If you're a little bit open, let people, let truly let a discourse happen. A social, you can find out, oh, boom, I could do this, boom, I could do that, boom, I could do that. But you see you so closed off. Oh yeah, and another thing, that alone should show you where the motives lies within these platforms. Well, YouTube. I don't know if anyone knows YouTube. With certain these YouTube platforms, they say they're for this, they say they're for that, but there's never a way to, okay, yo, look at this, look into doing that, look into doing that, or look into, I don't know, look into doing real estate, look into investments, or not, or just look into, okay, look into certain laws and ordinance, or read this, or get into that field. You know, it's always this stuff of, oh, these people are this, these people are that, or don't look at them, or there's some. I mean, yeah, you have people in real life. Yeah, you have people doing. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'll go as far as this with these spaces, the B1 spaces, and with Afro Elite, Afro Elite. I seen some of these spaces where they have these sentiments, where they call you this, where they call you that. Or I remember, I just watched your video, Terrain, about the Karens and the butt breaker, and you call them the Joker and Harley Quinn. That's a great analogy. And for now, I'm gonna call these divestors the Harley Quinns, because that's exactly what that's the pathology. I said pathology. That's their psychology. That is exactly how they act. That's exactly how they behave. That is their pattern. I mean, behavior pattern. Um. All right. Before I know I'm going out of the real deep end or whatever. My whole spiel, yeah, my whole spiel about these spaces and what which is beyond me. I don't know how they still don't get it. My whole spiel is they could be shut down at any damn. They could be shut down at any moment. All of us has witnessed this. I've seen it. I seen Harvey's channel got shut down like three
Hey,
or
y'all,
four or
wrap
five
this
times.
nigga up. Hey, man, wrap this nigga
Yeah,
up.
I was about to say, because I'm in the DMs right now, but I was about to say, yeah, just like in about 40, 50 seconds, if you can kind of land your plane, because we got more people who got
Oh
hands
yeah,
up. You know.
yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll make it quick. I'll make it quick. What I was trying to say was, um, I know I don't like these spaces or not. I have a problem with these spaces. My whole thing is that they should understand that their platform is controlled and they could be taken out at any moment. Little stuff, they got little subtle movements or whatever. Anything you got out there favor, and that's it. That's all I got to say on that.
Okay, okay. You are making a good point, because there's been some spaces, and I've seen a lot of. First off, the way you have a debate. Let me just say this, because I used to debate before. I used to debate years before I was like on, before I guess had my as Black Alpha were called Awakening.
I can say
Shout
one more
out to Black
thing.
Alpha. But before that, I used to debate on multiple different topics. And in a debate, you would have a mediator so people don't talk over you, or gaslight you, and they would stay on subject. In the spaces, is not the best way to have a debate unless you have an impartial mediator. Because too often you get in there and you're the only one, just like I said, shout out to Rich, because me and Rich were the only people, well, me, Rich, and Ben were the only people against everybody in the whole space who was against us. And we weren't allowed to speak. Every time we made a point, we got muted. Rich laughed, he got shut down. You know, so
Hey,
we can't have a
Afro,
progressive
real fast,
conversation like that.
Afro, real fast. Let me say this, like you should set up like a 2 minute, like get a timer or something, because
Yeah, that's
that's
what I'm gonna
impartial.
do.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes. Say whatever you gotta say.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I remember saying that in one of the spaces before. So moving on, what we'll do is we'll have a 2 minute timer. And then if you're making really good points, you can, once I say 2 minutes is up, you can ask for another minute. You can ask for a third minute, and then after the third minute, then that's it, and we're moving on, because this is a very deep subject, and too often with deep subjects, people go on monologue for 10 minutes, and we can't have that. So let's move on. Who had their hand up next is, I believe, Andre. I think you had your hand up. You took it down. Do you still
Yeah.
have something to say?
Well, yeah, I mean, I did, and then I heard JL and this brother that just finished speaking. They basically said a lot of what I would have wanted to get across. Maybe one thing that I would add is that, you know, just building off of the closed-mindedness in some of the spaces, and in the Black community at large, how we're not able to handle new ideas and we get kind of stuck in a rut. um, I just wanted to touch a little bit off of that. One of the ways we do that, that's really, I think, the most important, is how are we take that closed-mindedness in terms of larger issues like white supremacy, for example. Like, I think we let our emotions lead us when it comes to how to deal with um, the issues that face us. And I think we use white supremacy ends up causing this defeatist attitude where you can't really do anything because white supremacy is the problem. And so the more I think about strategy for the Black community and how we can approach the, these issues that are facing us, whether it's housing, whether it's job security, careers, education, all of these strategies, it takes more than just identifying white supremacy and dwelling on anecdotes or things that you hear in the news and repeating it over and meditating over things that we perceive as a visceral hatred for Black skin, when the systemic things that go on require a systemic mindset. And it may require thinking about the things that I'm focused on is the economy, and how our economic system shapes a lot of the things that go on. So
Okay,
I think we
you're
need
two
to.
minutes. You're past 2 minutes now.
I
Let's
think we need to. I think
like
we need
30
to.
seconds.
The last thing I would say is we need to look at when we're looking at the Black community, seeing the conditions that we're in, and all we can come up with is look at white supremacy. This white supremacy is holding us back. It's really not nuanced enough, and we need to look at things like labor unions. They just had a student strike 2 days ago. It was 1,500 students. They got out and demanded for like an increase in wages. You could see tangible results when you start to unionize and talk to people with different opinions and different approaches to things, and you'll see that the conversation grows from, oh, look at white supremacy, it's so bad, to, oh, how do we organize? And so labor unions, organizing, that should be the main focus. Holler at me if you want to hear about the history and some of the strategies that have been developed, and how Black leaders all around since Frederick Douglass
Okay, well, you're at 3 minutes. Um, okay,
Yeah, they
thank you.
all.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let's we gotta cycle some people through because we got too many people in here, so we're gonna kind of cycle some people through. You know what I'm saying? Uh, thank you though. Who had their hand up next? It was Mr. or I'm not gonna say Mr. It was unapologetically pro-black. You can go ahead.
Thank you, fam. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Real quick, because black people kill black people who come off people. Try to be diplomatic, but to sit here and say that racism has not and is not still plaguing black people is asinine, and I mean that very respectfully. So, for context, in the second quarter of 2020, white households who account for 60% of the U.S. population held 84%, which is $94 trillion, of the total household wealth in the United States. Comparatively, black households who account for 13.4% of this U.S. population held just 4%, which is $4.6 trillion. The total.
Afro, do you mind if I just interrupt him real quick and just say, don't
Hey,
mind that,
can you?
don't
Yeah, I
mind
was.
that, don't
Was that
mind
a
I
that.
mean, I'm gonna
co-host?
let
Hey,
people
Rich.
speak
Hey,
freely.
Rich, you're not a co-host, so why you interrupting me?
Hold on. I'm gonna let you speak freely if you disagree with somebody may, but I encourage everybody to kind of stay on subject. Um, you know what I'm saying? But you can go ahead. Unapologetic, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, sir. So, since slavery, black people now hold only 4% of this nation's wealth. We've only increased our wealth that we hold 4%. So, you mean to tell me that's self-inflicted? That has nothing to do with racism. Nothing, right? And let's not forget that black excellence, which is Reconstruction, predates Jim Crow. They felt like they couldn't compete with us so much, they came up with a system, a systemic racist system, to subjugate black people. Again, to Afro's point earlier, racism is not about emotions, it's not about feelings. It is about power, wealth, and resources. White people do not hate black people, they do not love us. It is about power, wealth, and resources. And this is the fundamental reason why only white people can be racist and why all white people are racist. Without racism, there's no white privilege. And to sit here and say that white privilege don't exist, you really asinine in. Also, and I'm gonna land my plane here. Neely Fuller said, white supremacy controls both sides of the conversation. He also said, if you do not understand racism, everything you thought you knew will confuse you. And I land my plane.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for keeping that under 2 minutes as well. Damn, who had their hand up next? I think it was Jonathan. I think you had your hand up next.
No, I think I was next.
Who said that?
Cordier.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I believe it was okay. It could have been you or Jonathan. All right, go ahead, bro.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Thank you for holding this space. Actually, the brother that just landed his plane touched on what I was going to speak about. I'm gonna keep it short. Are black people too emotional? I'm gonna say we probably used to be, but I think we were more confused and emotional. And I'll just talk from my experience. I'll just talk from my experience. Back in the day, I didn't know we had these master teachers such as John Henry Clark. Uh, 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 what's the other guy? John Henry Clark.
Claude Anderson.
Yeah, Dr. Claude Anderson and people like them. You know, we didn't have these people who we could, or we had them, but we didn't know we could go to these people and learn from them. And they teach us how white supremacy do their best to confuse us and cause confusion. So yeah, with that, I just think that with me saying that, I just think that we used to be very confused, but now since we found our peoples, we know how to go about and move better, as you can see through as you can see as we're doing in in politics and stuff right now. Excuse me, guys. I just ate something. I'm dying. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. All right then.
Moving right
We'll give
along.
you a minute to
Yeah,
you know
yeah. Get
get
your
it
thoughts
together. But
together. Big Boda was next.
are you sure? No, are you sure he was next?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, it was
Well, I was.
Jonathan. It was Jonathan.
Yeah, I thought it was Jonathan next.
All right. I mean, we just brought him up, but here you go.
I thought I brought Jonathan up before Big Boda. We'll just go with Jonathan. I think Jonathan was next.
All right, what's good, family? What's good, everybody? See what I see. JL in here, Big Boda, Afro Elite. What's good, everybody? Keep it short, man. Stick to the topic. Yeah, I do think we are too emotional. Unfortunately, we are too emotional, man. Because when things happen, we kind of just go off the handle sometimes. And I'm speaking on just different things that happen to us as a community. We have become too emotional and too reactionary and not proactive. And it's not a good thing. It's not serving us right. And we got to have more, master teaching, master thinkers, critical thinkers, spaces like this where we can really just talk and talk critically about whatever the topic is, because also we are being triggered by things too. The old thing we see all the time, the police killings and stuff like that. It is hard to not be triggered by that, but in the grand scheme of things, we do know or understand that some of these things are set up to trigger us to be emotional, because it keep happening. But I think we got to pull back some from this emotions and really think things through and handle things with strategy. I like you, Minister Farrakhan. When he was getting those debates back in the day on those TV shows, he be catching bullets, but he be calm. Like, look, he explain his point and keep going through it. But yeah, we do got to pull back on these emotions. Although emotions are a part of our being, they are a part of who we are. We got to use it in the right context and at the right time. We can't lead with our emotions. We have to lead with our words, our actions, our minds, and our thoughts. But yeah, we got to pull back on these emotions, man, because they've been killing us for a while. And it causes not to think and only to feel, because you can feel anything, and you can do anything. But sometimes, just say you angry, when you sit down and think about, okay, why am I angry? You usually calm down, not do what you was about to do when you was angry. I land right there.
Okay. Thank you for that, and thank you for keeping that under 2 minutes as well. We got a lot of people who want to request, but we don't have a lot of room. So if anybody does not have anything further to add in the conversation, if you guys can drop down to listener for a bit so we can add more people. But let's go to Big Boda. Big Buddha.
Yes, sir. So shout out to y'all, the host for hosting this space. I'm gonna get straight to the point. Um, I think Black people are getting better about being too emotional, because now we're talking about resources and tangibles that we have to have. And when you get down to business, that takes a lot of emotions out of it. The problem with these spaces is, a lot of times people get on here ranting for long periods of time emotionally and not getting to the point. And that kind of drags the conversation down. Like when people just babbling and don't have no where they land their plane, they don't get to the point. So I'm glad you guys are doing the time limit to make people get straight to it. So we got a hot mic as well.
You're I don't know if it's just me, but you got a bad echo going on, like you're on speaker or something.
No, that's Azrael. He had an open mic behind me.
Oh, okay. Azrael, if you have something to say, you got to raise your hand. But yeah, you can go ahead, continue.
Yeah, it kind of threw me off for a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, but yeah. So we're getting better about being too emotional, because we're talking about resources, So as long as we stay focused, a lot of people come in, they get kind of mad and emotional when we don't agree with them being off code or something. They'll say like a talking point that we've already shut down. And then after we don't let them get away with it, they be like, y'all hate everybody. Y'all don't let nobody talk. I see a lot of people that's tethering do that. So yeah, I just wanted to call that out, and I'm gonna land my plane there.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's get to, I think Rich, you had your hand up. And then we'll go to Vovo and then Poda or Puda.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to that dude unapologetic. I actually wasn't coming at him. What I was telling him was, because he was responding to Andre. Andre was babbling and talking about something we wasn't even talking about, and that caused him to change the subject and start talking about something else. So I wanted to tell him, like, just
I didn't babble, sir. I just had my speaker
speakers on. I had to go turn them off real quick.
No,
I
no,
apologize.
no. Hold on. He's not talking about you. He was talking about somebody who was a speaker before. Rich, you can finish. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, so I was responding to Unapologetic to tell him to keep it moving because, you know, when dudes like Andre come in here, they just start babbling and talking and talking. And to be honest, that gives me COINTELPRO energy because every time we're talking about something constructive, every time we're talking about something that's positive or something that's moving us forward, he comes in, start talking about Amazon Prime and politics and doo-doo, da-da. So I just wanted to tell Unapologetic to keep it moving and not respond to him and just answer the question and the title that we have up above, which is, are black people too emotional? And that's all I want to say.
Okay. All right then. Moving on. Let me reset the timer here. Moving on. I'm doing a lot of
I don't mean to
multitasking.
interrupt, but I do just want to say while Andre's not in the room, I do believe that he has a learning disability, y'all. And I don't know, like sometimes when I come in some of these rooms, it does offend me a little bit how people treat him. So I understand, you know, it's kind of annoying, but
I'm gonna to piggyback off of that. I do think, and I don't know if Andre's still listening. I feel like Andre's heart is in the right place, but I've been in enough spaces to tell he's a little special, you know, no offense, you know, no disrespect. I think his heart is in the right place though. So that's why I was like, okay, well, thank you for that. But we shouldn't allow that to kind of get to throw the topic off though. You know, there still does have to be some structure on here. So, and I don't think I don't think Rich or Unapologetic was being like disrespectful to Andre.
oh
I
no,
think
no,
that
I'm
they
not
were just,
saying them. I'm just saying
yeah,
like in case y'all ever are in spaces, just kind of know that like he's, you know, that's the reason. So it's just like the jokes, you know. But I
Yeah,
yeah,
don't think anyone in this space did that. I'm just
yeah,
saying for future reference, just know that.
yeah. We have more people requesting to speak, so let's after you was Vovo. After you was Vovo. So Vovo, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, Andre. See that's why I always say I listen to the plan and not the man. Andre always talk about work unions. All the times I heard him. Let me say that I probably don't be on here as much as y'all, but all the times I heard him, he talk about work unions and work. In order to be a nation of people and move forward, you got to have workers. You got to have people that's willing to work. That's how America was built. They had people that didn't want to get killed and they wanted to work. I mean, they was forced to work. They was forced to work. Goddamn China. China is number 2 in the world in 40 years because they had workers. They'd build anything. They'd make your bootleg shit and your real shit. Anything. Just send it over. We'll scrub your foot. We'll clip your toenails. They workers. So Andre ain't wrong. He is a little bit thorough. Yeah, he thorough for sure. He thorough, but he always talk about work all the times I heard him. I wanted to piggyback one more time on what Rich said earlier about how white people can put their emotions to the side. That's why I say they clever hunters. If you look at all the hunters, if you look at like all the nature shows, and when they go out there and hunt those deers, and they go hunt elephants and lions, and they always hunting. They smart. In order to get the perfect shot, you got to put your emotions to the side, and you got to remember your training. You got to remember your code. You got to put that shit off to the side and remember what you're doing this for. That's how they always get the perfect shot. That's how they can take over the world, because they wait for their turn. They put their emotions to the side and they stick to the plan. They stick to the code, and that's very clever. And I'm starting to see that we doing that now too. We starting to get on code. We starting to stick to the plan. I just want to lay in there.
Thank you. And like I said again, thank you for keeping that short because we don't want people to ramble. We got a lot of people who got a lot to say. Um,
I think
I
Poda
believe
was
Mr.
next.
You said who was next?
Poda, I think.
Coda? Who was
Yeah.
Coda?
Poda.
Coda, okay.
Hey, yep. So, I'm a person who really thrives in emotion. I don't know if there's really a such thing as being too emotional. I think the problem is that we tend to operate with the emotions that don't really factor toward progress, that don't really factor toward anything that's unifying or uplifting. So like when I think about those emotions, I think about things like paranoia. I think about isolation. I think about the insistence on punishment. I think about narcissism. Whereas I think that we would be in a much better place if our emphasis, or if our emotional energy was used toward things like correction, healing, empathy, and there are probably a lot of other terms I could include on that list. But I think I tend to see that our emotions are one-sided, and that they're the emotions that come about from the compound effect of trauma, and really observing and witnessing what oppression has done to us, and feeling in an unconscious sense that we have to sort of project that um, on people who we aren't sure about, or people who have caused us some discomfort. So I don't necessarily know if I can agree with the notion of too emotional. I think that the issue is that we are concentrating that emotional energy in things that are not very productive.
Okay. I like the way you put that. I like the way you put that. Like I said, anybody can come up and um they can feel free to agree. Are we too emotional? Yes or no? Because there's a lot of, and like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer because there's so much nuance to this question. It's not like this is correct, this is incorrect. This is just okay. Well, what do you define as being too emotional? And then in what ways are we too emotional? And what ways are we not emotional enough? So
Can
I
I can
appreciate
I
you.
can I make one more singular point?
Go ahead.
Um, I do find a lot of circumspect around like certain personalities. I don't know, maybe whatever their motivation is kind of met with a little paranoia um, with especially in the community that's focused on the Black justice claims, reparations, whatever, um, which are very important. But I do want people to be very cautious about the fact that if there's an agent, if there's someone who's here to corrupt the energy of the space, well, that person's going to be the person who knows all the language, who knows all the writings and the literature and the history. It's not going to be the person that is obviously uninformed or obviously has a learning curve. So as much as you think, you're doing a service by being on alert for that person or that personality that's there to infiltrate, you're not going to know just based off a very novel set of observations, because there's a science behind how people infiltrate movements. They aren't the people who are at the bottom, who are needy, who are somehow obstinate about the issues of the movement. They're the people who are well informed, well engaged, probably occupying spaces of leadership and prominence. So just keep that in mind to sort of cope with that instinct to be paranoid about everyone and everything. Is that the goal is that you won't know, not that it'll be so obvious that you'd be able to call it out in a Twitter space. Um, if you think about how silly that even sounds, it just may help us moving forward.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you for adding that. Let's see, Mr. Engaging, you can go ahead.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak.
Hold
I
on, let me
definitely love this.
reset the speaker. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. This is a very great topic. I'm gonna go so far left on this to everybody. I'm gonna let everybody know. I feel like we're not emotional enough on things that matter to us the most. I don't see people being emotional when it comes to enough. When it comes to reparation, when it comes to police brutality, um, I find it grotesque as a culture that we could sit there and, as a collective, don't really care about how a man gets shot down dead in the street because we want to watch a game of football or we want to be entertained by the small things. And that's what I mean by not emotional enough. When I look at the dominant society, when they have issues and when they get emotional, they're running up on some shit, respectfully. They're getting some stuff done. And I won't point to January the 6th. I just want us to, I'm not saying nothing in the guise of running up on people, but I want us to be more vigilant and more emotional and expressing our opinions on it more openly when it comes to things that are more pertinent to us, um, versus the other things that are not as relevant, that distract us from getting our tangibles. So that's why I mean that we're not too emotional enough.
Okay. Like I said, anybody can come up and say, give difference of opinion. You know, everybody's been saying, or for the most part, that no, we're not too emotional. And he said we're not emotional enough. I do feel like there are certain subjects in the black community that deserves more passion than it gets. Let me see. Let's let our co-host, and then we'll go to who. Azriel, you had your hand up. So, Kid Gravity, you can go ahead.
All right, just real quick for Mr. Engaging, do you believe that we've put a lot of emotion away in terms of being more strategic now?
We can be more strategic, but what I'm saying is having emotion normally empowers a group of people, and I don't want us to shut off something that makes a human being, because that has been negated from us as a group because of our condition and how we're subjugated here in America's soil. So that's why I feel that this is my personal opinion that we need to explore our emotions that's going to empower and uplift ourselves out of these situations, not shut them off respectfully.
I feel you. No, I only asked that because I think we got in trouble I guess our generation got in trouble because people preyed on our emotions and they were able to lead us based off of that. But now that we are more strategic now, it's a lot harder for them to try to maneuver us to the way they think because when they try that, we start asking questions. And back in the day, we wouldn't ask these kind of questions. We wouldn't check paperwork. So that's the only reason why I asked that. Like I hear what you're saying, but I just figure now that it's our turn now, we're more strategic with the way we move. We still have the emotion with it, but we just move better now.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, but we have to keep in mind that emotions do empower and build up a morale of a group. I don't like me being a leader in certain fashions and different things. Morale is very important to a group, and also we have a strong morale and compass because that's who we are as a people. So again, I don't want us to.
Brother, um, I not to cut you off, but let's put a pin in this because we got some people who have came up and haven't spoken at all yet. So let's at least get to
Right.
them, and then we can,
Sorry about
go
that.
with the back and forth. No, no, no. You know, I understand. Like I said, we get passionate when it comes to our people. So let's go to Azriel. You can go ahead.
All right, yes, thank you for your time. In my opinion on it is that in some ways, black people, especially young black people, are too emotional, but I've also experienced a lack of emotion, a lack of really knowing what it is that we're supposed to do. I'm 23, I'm young, I'm just speaking from a young guy's perspective, but a lot of it is that people grow up without direction and don't know where to go, where to fit in, and who to talk to. Just today, I learned about Claude Anderson. I was actually watching a video from Tariq Nasheed, and I learned about him and I heard him talk, and I just love what he was speaking on. In that, you know, we as people need to be stronger and smarter, more vigilant, but also a little bit more. When we talk, like this is a good. What we're doing right now is excellent. This is the first step, especially for me, someone who's new to this, as a step in finding the proper way to deal with whatever it is that we're going through, especially when it comes to pain dealing with white supremacy. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Wait, who's up next?
I think Afro has stepped away for a little bit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and let Decision speak, and then brother Muko.
Okay, what I was gonna say is in terms of being emotional, it's not the how should I say this? It's what you do with the emotions. Emotions treat look at emotions like as gasoline. I mean, I got it from a Neely Fuller video. I mean, but it's great in that if you don't best control that gasoline, it can go all over the place. But if you could best control that gasoline, or I could say utilize that gasoline and into the right things, you can do amazing things with it. I mean, you can warm up places. You know what I'm saying, a lot of stuff. But that's all I guess in a sense I have to say to that in that regards. And also, well, how much minutes I have left?
Just go ahead and try to make your points as quickly as possible, brother.
Yeah, okay. And also, right? When it comes to how should I? Okay, this is all I want to. This is what I really want to say. When it comes to certain communities, they have like a support system. Like, all right, if a white person is in jail, whatever. Oh, I know this, but I had to boom, 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 boom. I'll hook him up. Or when it comes to a job, you don't know nothing about it. Oh, I got this job, boom, 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 boom. Us, like, we just learning. Oh, we just learning this, or we just learning that. You know what I'm saying, on certain things. Even with me, you know what I'm saying. Like the other day, well, last year, when it came to me trying to fix my car. I hope I'm gonna make it quick. I saw the dude say, "Oh, I'm like 40 something." No, I don't know. He was like 40 something, 50 something. He said he still pays for his son and his daughter's wedding or whatever. He still does stuff for. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have that in my family. I don't know about certain people. Some people do. I can't speak for everybody's experience and all that. And that's all I gotta say. That's my dissertation. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Something happened. Yeah, I'm back though. Everybody, real quick, we got a really good turnout right now, so let's capitalize on that. There's like 60 plus people in the space. If we all share this space, we can get 100 plus people in here in a matter of a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes. This will be 100 plus people with many more different speakers and many more different opinions. Really, for the most part, I'm loving everybody's different opinion and the nuance to the conversation. Let's go with brother
Yeah, you can
Mark.
drop me down so another person could get into space.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm brother Marco. You can go ahead, and then we'll go to FBA Antonio.
Hey, how you doing, FBA fan? Yeah, brother Muko. That's the right name. But thank you, brother Elite, Afro Elite. Thank you for this space. I want to thank the FBA fan, B1 Brigade. I don't want to get through naming everybody, but y'all definitely know who y'all are. But I just want to make it real quick. Are black people too emotional? Yes. I wrote down a few things. We are too emotional when it comes to religion. We are definitely too emotional when it comes to the LGBT thing and FBA, you know, um, and a lot of off code people get emotional about reparations and voting. I see a lot of people being serious about silly shit and not being serious about, I mean, not be, being silly about serious shit, and they not stop being serious about, stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? We stay being serious about silly shit. You know what I'm saying? And we need to stop that. And when we see people, how people being off code doing that, we need to stop them from doing that. And one thing that I like about this space is that we stand focused. We gotta when we see each other, other FBA, and we definitely shutting it down with the non-FBAs. I definitely love that. You know what I'm saying? And last night when we was on the space and the LGBT, the little moist dude tried to get in there. I heard him on the other African space down at FBAs, but I just last night. So that's all I just wanted to say. We need to stop being silly about serious shit and need to stop being silly. I mean, stop being serious about silly shit.
We definitely do. Let me see. Since there's no hands up, we'll go to brother FBA Antonio. You can
Brother,
unmute yourself.
I'm about to raise my hand once I pull over, brother. I'm gonna tap right back in.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be waiting for you. Let's go to Poca or Puda. I'm sorry.
Poda or Brandon.
Poda. Okay.
Yeah, I think the gentleman made an important point.
there's a lot. I mean, I could be anecdotal and describe some of the shit I see, but I'm not a person who went to college and pledged. But I'm in that community with people, and the fierce the fierce loyalty, um, the commitment, the dedication to a brand, whether it's your HBCU or whether it's your church or whether it's a Divine Nine organization or some social elite. It's bizarre to me because that does not translate into our motivations around things that specifically affect all black people. When it's oriented to a clique or oriented to an elite group, then there's this emotion, there's this dedication, there's this uh, how fidelity that shows up. But then on things that really are of consequence to all of us. I mean, even when we're talking about sports teams, the ferociousness with which people approach their sense of obligation to that is not reflected in the conversations around shit, around policy, around ideals and platitudes that are really going to have a paradigm shifting effect on black people. And you do wonder, what's the reason for that? Because all of those other societal achievements, while they matter now, they're certainly not eternal. And that's only going to sustain you to an extent, if it sustains you at all, because most of it is very superficial. I've been in those environments, and I see how people really don't show up for motherfuckers when they in the worst part of their worst episode in their lives, and really need community, and really need um, uh, empathy, and really need to be uplifted and insulated by those people closest to them, and that just doesn't happen. That you can, in most of those cases, you can't even count to five. So I really wanted to just compliment his point, because it's troublesome to me, because I see how it affects people in real life.
brother. I appreciate that, but you're over 2 minutes. Um, I'm gonna allow you to land your plane.
No, it's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, okay. I just gotta, I gotta stay on that standard, allowing everybody to speak. Um, I will say one thing. Actually, let me see. I thought he was in the room. I was about to let FBA Antonio go. Let me say one thing, because I feel like we've gotten enough perspectives. You guys are bringing a lot of good things. Oh, he's back. You guys are bringing a lot of good things in the space. I will say, to piggyback off of some key points I've heard, there are certain situations where black people do not know how to maintain their emotion. There's nothing wrong with having emotion. We all understand emotion is just a human aspect. But black people, like our brother Rich was saying, we are undisciplined with our emotions. Professor Black Truth says this. There's three subjects that black people do not handle very well, which is politics, religion, and entertainment. When it comes to those three subjects, black people get too emotional. Black people are unable to see constructive criticism, or unable to see a flaw, or anytime you even say anything in those situations, people got their feelings on their sleeves, and people get very easily triggered by that. Okay. And we get carried away with that. Um, so there are aspects that there's topics that we don't pay enough attention to. We're not emotional enough to. And then there are topics that we pay way too much attention to, that we're way too emotionally involved. And there's nothing wrong with being emotionally involved in politics, being emotionally involved with your religion, being, well, I ain't gonna say being emotionally involved with entertainment, but there's nothing wrong with that, right? The problem is when you don't have a filter, when you don't have a discipline system that comes in to kind of regulate your emotion from logic. And in those subjects, we have a bad tendency to allow our emotions to get the better of us when we're referring to those three subjects. That's somebody said something close to that. I think it was Brother Muko who said something close to that I want to piggyback off of. But let's go to FBA Antonio.
Okay, thank you, brother. Can you hear me well? I'm
Yeah.
on Okay, what's up, everybody? See, the my issue is well, not my issue. I'm not even gonna leave with that. Emotions are okay when they're properly managed. You know what I'm saying? Especially for a man, like to be like Jason Black put it on his broadcast on the business. You can't be emotionally excessive or emotionally limited. You got to have a proper balance with that. And then I'm going to segue that into Neely Fuller Jr. What do you expect the constructive result to be from whatever activity that you want to indulge in? So if you emotionally hype about whatever it is, it's a way to go about doing things. So this my opinion. Now if we as a group we understand that we don't like certain candidates and things like that, what we gonna do? Just yell about it? No, we not gonna just yell about it. We not just gonna talk shit. We not just gonna go vote for the lesser of two evils. We gonna try to replace their ass. So we just took that emotion and made it constructive for our agenda that we trying to push off. And I think the ones that can't like discern how to handle their emotions, they just need to be on code. And that's the real issue. Being able to codify yourself is being able to be within the realm of the proper emotion that you need to have that can be positive to the group as a whole.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for getting straight to the point too. That was under a minute and 30 seconds. That's impressive. And you're absolutely right. And shout out to Jason Black for that. There's a balance as people, especially, and let me just talk to the brothers specifically for a second. As brothers, if we are supposed to be the leaders of the community and the leaders of our household, so we need to be balanced individuals. Okay, that means that we can't be emotionally void. We can't be void of emotion. Okay, because we have a family that we have to take care of. We have people we have to look after. Okay, we have people who rely on us, but we cannot be overly emotional. As I believe our sister Empowered FBA was saying, you got grown men crying on TV. Remember Van Jones? Oh my God, he's a president, and kids in cages, and boo-hoo crying, snot running out of his nose on TV. We can't be doing that. There is a balance between, okay, I'm emotional, but I filter it in a way where I'm not gonna allow my emotions to go all over the place, but it's still there. Okay, I still care about people. I still care about my family and my people, and that's what motivates me to do what I have to do. There's a middle ground, and I'm not saying that just for the brothers, because the sisters got to get that too, but I'm specifically saying that for the brothers because we're supposed to be the leaders, so that especially goes for us. But let's get to Mr. Engaging.
Yeah, I just wanted to, no disrespect, brother Afro. I just wanted to give a suggestion. Professor Black Truth said it was four areas. That was sports, religion, entertainment, and politics.
Okay, well, if he updated that, I might just be a little behind. I was under the impression it was three. He might have updated that recently. I might
No,
have missed
no, he
it.
updated. He added sports because we can't handle. He said that black people as a collective can't handle sports, and he said that sports and entertainment do mirror each other, but they both are two separate entities and how we consume it and stuff of that nature. So he did have it as four, respectfully. It was one of my favorite episodes.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right then. Well, then it's four. It's four then. Okay. Four elements. Shout out to Professor Black Truth again. If you guys are not following him, you guys, yeah, I mean, come on, y'all. We got to get to it. So if you guys have not followed him and watched his daily videos on YouTube, and you can follow him on Twitter as well too. Let's get to. You haven't spoken yet. Man, I don't want to butcher your name.
Caterpillar
Yeah,
is next.
yeah, Caterpillar. Yeah.
Hi. Um, for the topic, are Black people too emotional? I hope that I'm able to speak in here because I am an Irish American, so it's a little intimidating for me. But I think that this system tries to, the management class, it rules people through demoralization. And for me, part of why I really love and respect Black people is because of how loud and aggressive y'all are. Like, you know how they say, like, the squeaky wheel gets the oil? Like, there's shit going wrong in America, and we need strong, powerful voices to speak up and talk about this shit. And a lot of people don't even realize, like, we're still being colonized. When you think about colonization, it's damming the river to control the resources. And because everything has a price now for survival, the river, it literally is the stream of commerce, and we're being brought into feudalism because people are using the law through to dam up these rivers to feed into monopolies, and the government is owned by businessmen. And when it's owned by businessmen and they're suppressing wages to bring people into the welfare system, then public housing, even though it's necessary right now, you want to be able to control those streams of
Okay.
commerce.
Okay. That's we're kind of off subject. I mean, you kind of you did it. You said the thing about emotion, and now you're kind of segueing to another conversation.
Kind of colonized the conversation.
Okay, thank you for
But
your
yeah,
time.
okay, well, yeah, yeah, all right, cool. Let's get to Azriel. I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, kind of piggyback on the thing about managing your emotion. You know, growing up as someone, I grew up in the foster system, so we had to learn how to manage our emotion. I grew up dealing with a lot of anger and a lot of stress. It's what a lot of people would call it, a chip on your shoulder. A lot of pressure, the desire to be great, the desire to do so much. And growing up, I never considered white supremacy to be an obstacle, but I realized growing up that a lot of what I went through as a child was because of that system. My mother being homeless and not having a place to sleep, my relatives being separate. Um, a lot of the stuff growing up, I realized that a lot of that was because of white supremacy, and learning about it helps. So, as far as like people being emotional, I think there's nothing wrong with being emotional, but you got to have moderation. You got to know how to manage and deal with your pain, and find a way to use it to manifest something that'll be better for you. That'll also help out others too that are going through the same thing. And you got to share your experiences and what you know to those near you that are going through the struggle that you're going through, to make sure that they stay informed so that they know what's going on out here, so that they don't end up becoming emotionally numb. Thank you.
Um, first off, that's one of the things that we have to understand as Black people, as Black society. Our problems, every aspect of, like, the problem, the struggle that we grew up with, the poverty that we grew up with, even in our family system, our dysfunctional family system, that can always be linked back to white supremacy. All of these things, like the brother Azrael was saying, he grew up in a foster system. That is a symptom of white supremacy, which is the disease. All of these things are linked back to one disease, one single disease, and that's white supremacy. That's why being Black first is so important. That's the only cure, that's the only antibody for white supremacy. Who had their, did you guys catch who had their hand up next?
I want to say, I think Poto was next.
Okay, I think so too. Yeah, Poto, you can go ahead.
Well, Azrael could go since they haven't shared that much.
Well, he just went.
Yeah, did you get knocked off or did you leave?
Yeah, I wasn't really too sure. It's my first time, so I don't want to talk too much. You know what I mean? I kind of want to be
Were you
concise.
done? Did you?
No, I'm
Were you
not.
done?
I could talk about more things if you don't mind. I could talk about, the emotionally numbness in the black community. I could talk about how there are a lot of people that just, it's like if they don't see a pickup truck moving through the neighborhood and they don't see like people with Ku Klux Klan cloaks on, they assume that everything is fine. Especially if you see some palm trees, you get some cold water, it's hot outside, everything is fine. But in reality, when you go outside of that, which is what I've had to do, you know, I live in Orange County. So over here, there's not too many black people. So, there's mostly Hispanic. But when I go over to Los Angeles and I see a wider variety of people, I see a difference. And that's what a lot of people fail to do. People get kind of stuck within their bubble in their community and don't try to learn about the other groups of people around them and don't try to figure out and navigate the environment that they live in. So, that kind of misguided emotion is destructive. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Afro, if you don't mind, I just want to
Yeah,
comment on
go
something
ahead.
that he said. Yeah, Azrael, don't ever let anyone try to play that Jedi mind trick on you that they don't see white supremacy or anything like that. When people don't address white supremacy, and like Afro pointed out, every ailment that ills the black community can be traced back to white supremacy. So when you got people that tries to deflect away from that and talk about like, oh, what about black on black crime, or what about black on black, how black men treat black women, or vice versa,
All
or whatever,
police
whatever.
ain't bad.
Yeah, that type of rhetoric. That is just them trying to deflect away from white supremacy, because addressing white supremacy is something that requires work. And even once it's dismantled, it's going to require work to, to grow in the system that is no longer white supremacy. They're just comfortable within this system. So anytime somebody, anytime somebody tries to deflect away from that, they know what they're doing. So don't fall for that.
Absolutely, and thank you for that.
Um,
Puda, you can go.
Yep. I do want to just make the point that we we have been misled to associate being emotional with something other than intellectual, as if they exist in two different spaces, as to suggest that you cannot be black and emotional and be black and intellectual. But I think we just need to say in this space that those people who occupy those intellectual roles, or are identified or seen as, like, like Oprah Winfrey, for example, or Steve Harvey, who is not an intellectual but takes up intellectual space. Those are some of the people with the most fragile egos, who operate and exist and thrive purely out of emotion. And when corrected or when critiqued or challenged is the only time you see that. That's why it's so important. I think people are misguided in thinking that celebrities have all of these barriers of protection because they actually fear for their lives. No, what they actually fear is they don't want to be critiqued, because then you'll see how insolvent they are and how unable they are to really deal with consequences or being challenged. And that's something that they will say about a poor man like me, or a person who's disaffected by the system, that, oh, this person doesn't have the emotional stamina, or the intellect or the discipline. But the opposite is what, in my experience, is actually the truth. Is that the people who are in those spaces are very fragile. And that's why it's so important for them to be protected and insulated in the way that they are. But more importantly, just not to insist that emotion and intellect don't exist in the same place, or emotion and discipline don't exist in the same human, when in fact they can.
Okay. Okay. That's a good point too. A lot of these celebrities are very emotional, and one of the issues that they have, which is one of the biggest reasons why they fall off, you see most, especially black celebrities. Number one, the system of white supremacy. That's always number one. Number two, they fall off when it comes to the quality of work that they produce or content that they produce, because they get so big, they only allow yes men around them, only people who can agree with every single word that they say. So if you got a comedian and he's kind of falling off in his content, the only people he allows to be around him are people who crack up at everything he says. So he doesn't see the fact that he's falling off. Or you have an artist, and the artist doesn't see that he or she is falling off, because they only surround themselves with yes men. And if anybody comes and say, hey, I think you're messing up right here. I think you need to do this better. I think you need to do that. Oh, you're just a hater. You're a hater. You just hating on my success. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they fall off. And the brother I was talking about on YouTube, he fell off because he couldn't take constructive criticism. And he wasn't getting the results that he wanted to get because he didn't want to listen, because it hurt his ego. It hit a nerve when I told him he needed to do this. It hit a nerve when I told him he needed to improve on his content. Let's Kid Gravity, you can go. Let's let the
Now let brother go first.
All right, brother.
Yeah, am I on?
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you.
I did forget to mention.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to.
Wait, hold on. Brother, let's let brother go real quick. Let's let brother go, and we'll get back to you.
Yeah, thanks, fam. One thing that I did forget to mention is yeah, and I did hear a few other brothers mention that, yeah, we do need to be more serious and more emotional when it comes to racism, white supremacy, and when we see it being practiced in our workplaces and against our children in school. You know what I'm saying? And those emotions are supposed to be guided by logic. Nearly Fuller taught us that. You know, I know a lot of on code brothers say that too. Up in B more up here, we wear our agenda on our chests. You know what I'm saying? We try to every day try to be more codified. So I think that should be more of our aim. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's cool to be emotional, but emotions always have to be guided by logic. And that's what I wanted to add.
Okay, exactly. We can never act illogical. We are in too bad of a position for us to act illogical on certain situations. Um, let's see. We got a new person coming up here. I don't know how to pronounce your name
Let me
properly.
just say this real quick, Afro.
Oh yeah, Kid, go ahead.
I think a lot of us, and unfortunately 2020 exposed this, a lot of us are out of balance with our lives. Like we experienced so much, and with 2020 and everything that happened, people losing their jobs, losing their livelihoods, it's thrown a lot of people out of balance, and they're in a mode where they're just, I guess for lack of a better word, they're in a evil area of their lives right now. And especially social media does not help, because being that you're on that side, any little thing is going to trigger you that's going against black people. And now, it's starting to right itself. Now people are starting to, understand that social media is not real life. They're going outside, breathing oxygen for at least 15 minutes a day, and, getting back to some sense of normalcy. And I guess my advice, so we can be out of this emotional bubble, is realize that all this we're doing, yes, it's productive, but also go apply it outside, but also realize that there is a whole world out there that we need to go back to exploring and learning about. It's cool to be on here for hours and hours, fine, but also put that into raising your kids, learning things, books. The master teachers, read their books. Those, don't watch their videos all the time. Read their books, because we know how it is. We'll scroll something, find something positive. Next thing you know, we see 5 negative posts. I think it's designed like that to keep us out of balance. And basically, my point is, let's get back to being 50-50 with everything. And I'll land there.
All right, all right. I appreciate that. We have to apply stuff, and this isn't just the internet, okay? We're taking this, we're gaining knowledge, and we're applying this into our real lives. You haven't spoken yet. Let me see. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Cadillac.
Cadillac.
Cadillac. Okay. Cadillac, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother, for hosting the space, and thank everybody in the space that's on code. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. I just want to start. I'm gonna be quick, man. Emotions. We all know that everything is energy, right? And I know somebody probably already said it, but emotions is energy in motion. It's action. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of time, if you're in a highly emotional state and you making a life-threatening decision or a lifelong decision, and you in a highly emotional state when you make that decision, you probably gonna make the wrong decision. You see what I'm saying? So now these politicians and especially the Democrats, they play off of that, right? Because if y'all think back and just go look it up, like every time it's a major election, a presidential election, they always go out and try to, do something to a black person to get us in a highly emotional state because a lot of the time we're really not even paying attention to the election and this and that and this and that, right? And that's just like with even within the last election, right? So they know we weren't really enthused about Joe Biden, you know what I'm saying? So the whole George Floyd thing came about, right? And then boom, well, and Donald Trump a racist. We was so much into our feelings when this man was offering us a whole lot of money. And I'm not I don't care about now one of them. I'm for tangibles. You see what I'm saying? So we was in such a erased, I'm talking about us as a people. The majority of our people were so in a highly erased state about this man being a racist and coming off the back of the George Floyd thing or whatever, till that we went out and we discredited a half of $1 trillion because 500 billion is a half a trillion, and that was just for black businesses. He still had another 400 billion for other things for black people specifically, and we went and voted against this man as a group of people and pretty much helped him get out of there. And now we look where we at. See what I'm saying? We ain't made no progress because of emotions. So yeah, I'm with that, man. Y'all on the right, we on the right page, bro. And we need to break this thing down like it need to be broke down. And I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Yeah, definitely. All this voting out of emotions. We're voting because, first off, just to say I'm voting for the less of two evils, and then not being able to logically differentiate why Joe Biden is the two evil is you voting out of emotion. Okay, voting because somebody appears or is more openly racist than, or arguably, because I don't even think Donald Trump is more openly racist than Joe Biden. Maybe on Twitter, but Joe Biden is very much so openly racist. But I saw a lot of black people, especially when it came to Kamala Harris. Oh my God, the first black woman VP. She's going to be the first black woman president. She looks like me, Pearl, Ski Wee. That's emotion. That is emotion because nobody could tell. Not only that, with what's her name, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Oh, the first black woman in the Supreme Court. That is just so great. Oh my God, I love it. And if you say anything against it, that means you're a hater. That's emotion. Ketanji Brown Jackson, Kamala Harris, none of them are looking out for us. But they got our feelings tied into our political decisions. Let's see. I think Puda had his hand up, then Azrael, we'll go to you. And if anybody wants to come up and share anything, there's not really a right or wrong answer, like I say again. If you guys are new here and haven't shared the space, I would encourage you to do so as well. You can follow me and follow the co-host as well too. Puda, you can go.
I think um, one critique that's not just specific to black people, but for really all oppressed people, but the way it shows up is it's very easy for us to get emotional, to become apoplectic about the things that we are against. Which, but there's skill in being able to have that same kind of emotion and catharticism about what you are for. And unfortunately, that doesn't show up as strongly as I think it should. You bring up you invoke Kamala Harris, who at one point in my life was someone who called me a friend. I don't know Ketanji Brown Jackson, but there's a generation of black people out there that if you say anything that deviates from praise about Joe Biden, like that's like a nuclear offense for them. And being in an environment like that, socially connected to like the VP, I know that there's people in that community that she doesn't even value, that if she saw them on Howard's campus, she wouldn't even speak to them, but they be her biggest advocate. And I think that is very weird because it allows people not to even be true to anything and still benefit from the praise and from the support of our community, while there are people who are actually for us who get neglected and whose voices are unheard. It's very, very strange and unfortunate dynamic.
Podo, I got a question for you really quickly, and excuse me, Afro, if I'm speaking out of turn. You said that's something that's applied only to Black people, but to all oppressed people. I'm under the belief that Black people are the only oppressed people in the United States. Everybody else is only inconvenienced from time to time. So, what other
Okay.
groups are oppressed, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I think in a racial context, yes, that's true. But I mean, I'm thinking about people who have disabilities, specific disabilities, immobility, mental health disorders, uh, uh, that kind of thing. I mean, I can't exhaust the list, but I'm thinking about predicaments that put people in a specific disadvantage to compete, to have access to resources. But as a collective, as a racial group, I think that's a very smart political stance, and a point that needs to be echoed is that Black people are the only oppressed group in the United States. So I appreciate the critique. It's just that there's a humanitarian lens that I try to at least advocate that there are people out there who may not be Black, but they experience particular harms and disadvantages as well.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Again, Afro, I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn. This might be me being quote unquote emotional, but I'm used to people that is in the political field, and they start doing that legalese talk, or start throwing a little word salad out, and they start trying to pander to non-Black groups. Because you referenced, let's say, people with disabilities. Well, a white man in a wheelchair that's paralyzed from the neck down, he's still higher on the social totem than me, a healthy Black man. So, that's just something that kind of made my antennas go up. But I'm not going to hold you too long on that, Afro. You can go ahead and move on.
Thank you. I peeped that as well too. It seems as if because when we talk about oppression, being at a disadvantage because of a certain situation that you're in and being oppressed are not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? A white person with dyslexia is not oppressed. He might be at a disadvantage when it comes to certain aspects in comparison to white people who don't have it. But that white person who does have it is not oppressed. We are the only people who are oppressed. So let's make sure we use proper speech when we're referring to this stuff, because we don't want to create a wiggle room and kind of all lives matter the situation. But let's get to Brother Azriel.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to talk about the importance of reaching out. I have a friend I grew up with in the foster system. He's another Black young man. I noticed throughout, like, he's always been tough. He's always been someone I looked at as tough. He never want to talk about the shit that he be going through. He never wants to reach out and say, like, hey, this is what's going on over here. I can't do this by myself. And I noticed this, from how he would engage with a lot of like Latinos, and I've noticed for a long time they have a lot of animosity towards Black men. But I've noticed that he would engage and he would be so comfortable around them, like they were his friends. But I always told him to be careful, you know. So with him, he didn't want to tell me, but I saw that when I came around, he was injured, like they had jumped him. I remember one time he had walked. He couldn't even walk. He don't want to talk about it, but they would do these sorts of things, and that's why it's important to be honest about what you're going through. Be honest about your experiences, and don't allow that to be a crutch. Don't allow that to become a weakness. Allow that to fuel your strengths. Find a need and fill it. I didn't know what to do before. I wouldn't be able to tell him none of it. I wouldn't be able to give him no advice, but I had to go out and on my own, because they don't teach this stuff in schools, and go to and kind of, watch video, do a little research on my own, find out this information and share it with them when I can. Because, I'm worried about that. I'm worried about groups of these young Black men hanging around with non-Black people who they don't really know too much about. They might be nice and kind, but you never know what's being said behind closed doors. So that's sometimes you can't really be too trusting of people. You have to like this, we have to work together and find a solution to these emotional or all of this mess that's going on in society. We have to come together and find out what it is that we're supposed to do as a people, um, to remedy this. And there's many ways to do it, but it's always about that first step, that first introduction, that first chance that you get, what it is that you decide to do. And in my mind, I'm always looking for a solution. I'm not looking for something to cure a symptom. I'm looking for a real cure, real something that can really fix these problems. And so that's why I'm here, honestly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Now let me go ahead because there's something that I wanted to say. When it comes to emotion, and this is an issue that I'm having in these spaces, and some people have brought this up. When it comes to emotion in these spaces, if we're going to have, now this is not a debate space. This is like an open dialogue where people get to come in and then people get to express their opinions on the subject at hand. But when it comes to spaces that are like a debate, I see people gaslighting other people. I see people muting anybody when they don't like their talking points. And that's happened to me in multiple different spaces. So that puts the person who's not the host or a co-host, that puts them on like a thin ice where they have to mince their words, so to speak. They have to be very careful of what they say because they don't want to get kicked out the space or they don't want to be muted. And that hold on, and that stops people from having an open dialogue. Um, Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. That prevents people from having an open dialogue. I will
Brother
say,
Afro, your battle music alters your
yeah,
audio.
wait. Can you guys hold on? Hold on. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you sound.
You
I
said my
thought you were about
battle
to do
music.
some.
That's my. All right.
I
Okay.
thought you were about to do what Jamaican said.
Look. Hold on for a second.
Okay, while Brother Afro handles that, I think he has to try to free the Namekians from Lord Frieza. So while he does that, I think Brother Poda had his hand up. We're gonna go ahead and let you speak. We're
I
gonna
thought
make it
I
real
think
brief though.
yeah, I think brother was trying to speak. Plus, I had a memory lapse and don't remember what I was about to say anyway.
Oh, okay, okay, that's cool, that's cool. All right, brother Muko. I'm sorry, I know you told us how to pronounce it. My bad, but brother, you may speak.
No, you pronounced it. You pronounced it right, brother. Another thing I wanted to mention, just because you just mentioned that it was open dialogue, Afro Elite. I think we really should start concentrating on, and I would love if y'all do a space about this, is the specific reparations. We definitely fighting for cash. Cash, but I see a lot of things that need repair when we talking about this emotional thing, when we talking about religion, even when we talking about education. All of this needs repair. So I think we need to start getting together and putting these numbers together more, you know, and getting more organized in that fashion, because the best solution, and since Nearly Fuller said it, I've been testing it. The best solution to problems is questions and answers. And a lot of us get too emotional before we even get to the answer.
Exactly. Precisely. Now, sorry about that, family. Somebody had called me, asked me a question. I guess it was important. But as I was saying, I see too many now. I see too many spaces where people just get to, I guess, emotionally create an echo chamber, and they don't listen to constructive criticism. And any and all constructive criticism is deemed as quote unquote hating. If you don't like something that you heard, okay, well, you're just a hater. If you have a smaller profile or a smaller following than that person, and you can give them any sort of constructive criticism, oh well, you're just a hater, you're just mad that I'm bigger than you're just mad that more people know me than they know you, you're just a hater at that point. and that's a deflection to avoid constructive criticism. A big thing that I've seen, and I'm not going to say any names, I don't really feel I have to, bringing your personal beef out into the public is very emotional. That's too emotional. That's very illogical. I used to see that all the time where people would get into it, and next thing you know, it's on my damn timeline. It's on my Facebook timeline, and it's on my Twitter timeline. Well, more so my Facebook than my Twitter. If you have a personal issue with somebody and you need to mend that between you and another person and maybe have a moderator in between that, then you do that offline. But getting online and putting somebody on blast because you have a personal gripe with that person, because you have a personal issue, okay, that's too emotional. All this, I'm going to take this and I'm going to drag you and I'm going to put out all your business that doesn't have to do with black society. I'm just going to put your business out there. Oh, well, do you know she's broke? Do you know he's broke? Okay, well, do you know blah, 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 blah. If that doesn't have to do with black society and that's that person's personal business, why are you telling everybody? Okay, that's all this off code emotion that I'm seeing go on here needs to be regulated. I said regulated. Okay, that stuff is too emotional. I don't want to see it. I'm not gonna call it out all the way right now, but for those who know, and if I keep seeing it, I will have to call it out. Okay, because that is very unproductive, and unfortunately, our people gravitate to emotional drama. Okay, that's something that we're going to have to get better with. When we know something is going on that needs to be corrected, we don't correct it. We sit back and watch it for like it's entertainment. We sit back and we listen in hours and hours of spaces where people are going off on each other. Oh, you stupid bitch, you broke nigga this, you dumbass this. They're going off and people are in the chat room laughing. Trust me, I've seen it. They're not in the chat room being all like, hey, take this offline. Hey, don't, calm down. Let the person speak. Let's not do that. They're not in the spaces trying to give any constructive criticism or trying to regulate. They're in the spaces laughing and watching it for entertainment. That needs to stop. Okay, we can't. These spaces are a good thing, but it's starting to become a bad thing on to some extent. It's starting to some extent become a bad thing. We can't have half of our spaces being productive and the other half of our spaces being unproductive. So with that being said, let's get to the hand. Let's get first off, because the co-host hasn't really either of the co-hosts hasn't really spoken yet. So let's let the co-hosts share their thoughts if they have anything they want to say.
Well, I already said what I said a few minutes ago, but I'm gonna let Nino go.
I'm actually very curious to see what Caterpillar Kales has to say. That's the Irish American woman who seems to be a writer for women's liberation. I would love to see what she has to say, and I'll get my thoughts after that.
All right, Caterpillar, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to speak to what Poda said about including other people that are being oppressed or discriminated against, in particularly ones with the neural minorities, because I myself have ADHD, so I'm a very creative person, and there's actually policy in the educational policy, the 504 policy, discriminates against ADHD people getting one-on-one aids, even though this is a violation of FAPE laws, which is a free, appropriate public education in a harassment-free environment, which is something that I think the schools are violating everybody, almost everybody on right now. And I feel like this neuro minority, I meet a lot of Afro-Americans that they say their children are also ADHD. And this is actually, when you look into the neuroscience, it's a strength in character where it's not an inability to focus, it's being preoccupied with the focus that you have already. So we focus on puzzles longer, we think them through longer, we don't give up on things as easily as neurotypicals, and we're often very creative and more prone to start our own business. And I think, you know, with the musical revolution culminating in the civil rights era, this is just proof of that. And if you're fighting for stuff in education, maybe the focus would be more on bringing music into schools a lot more, having things like that, and really kind of trying to get rid of this policy so that you could bring in more teachers, more Afro-American teachers to teach music history, civil rights, the labor rights movement, real African history in America, you know, the Buffalo Soldiers, the heroes that fought in the Revolutionary War, things like that.
I feel you on that. Appreciate that. His problem with your assessment, I'm not saying your assessment is wrong, but at this point with Black people, we're on the mindset that since they're not going to teach our history, it's on us to do it. So we're not having anyone try to tell us or dictate us when we do it. We're doing it from the womb from now on. And a lot of us are homeschooling our kids right now anyway. So our kids will be, when they're 18, equipped with the knowledge of white supremacy and how and where they come from. So
Yes.
they can sit there and push all these narratives, CRT, critical pedagogy, all they want. That's fine. Our kids are not going to become drones like all these other groups. That's not happening. And like you said, they want to call our kids like ADHD and all that. That's just a cover for them not to want to teach them.
Yeah. Really quickly.
Yeah,
I think it's
I'm
really
done
funny.
anyway.
I think it's really funny because Dr. Leon Eisenberg, who's known as the father of ADHD, he actually said on his deathbed that, you know, ADHD is really a fictitious disease. You know, so I just kind of want to throw that out there. And with that being said, that doesn't change what Caterpillar Kill said as far as the difference in treatment of students that are diagnosed with ADHD and those that are not. Because as we know, especially with this largely Black room, a lot of our kids are misdiagnosed with ADHD. And I'm not even going to get into that. And it's done intentionally. So I suggest, Caterpillar Kales, that you use your position as a Caucasian female and you speak to your community, because that is who is creating these laws and policies that you have gripes with. You know, I think you would probably be able to get more accomplished than a Black person, you know, just off your whiteness alone. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying to POTA. When you start using all that inclusive language, this opens the doors for non-Black people to kind of start trying to, you know, wiggle their way into our conversations. Just throwing that out there.
Can I ask a question real quick?
So you asked who a question? And who is speaking?
My fault. It's Divine Truth.
Divine Truth. Give me 1 second. Let me make a statement, and I'll. Who did you want to ask the question to?
Caterpillar.
Let me ask Caterpillar a question. Caterpillar. You say real quick. I'm not trying to get into your personal business. What state do you live in?
I live in New York.
New York. Okay. And as you can understand, because you came in talking about how you respect Black people for standing up against the system of white supremacy, right? But you said that you're Italian, right? You said you're Italian or Irish American?
I'm Irish. I'm also Italian.
Okay, all right then. What do you do? Because I can give you suggestions. I can give you some orders, but without any of that, what do you do with your privilege, with your white privilege, because Italian and Irish, that's white. So how do you utilize your white privilege to combat white supremacy?
I'm trying to make people aware of the injustice in the school system so we can start talking about it, because it's really fucked up. I think that they're racketeering the system or embezzling the money in many states. It's not all over, but if we had school vouchers where the money could go directly to you, because I don't think it's natural to give your children to the system so early. They don't even want to go. No other species separates from their young before the kids reach sexual maturity. This is not normal to do this. I don't think that it's right. I feel like it's a control mechanism to break up the families. Just the fact that we settle for these 5-day work weeks
Okay,
after the
okay. Well, you answered. You okay? All right. So So you say you speak against it. You preach against it, right? What do you do that on Twitter? You go to the meetings, and how exactly? Shortly, how exactly do you do that?
I do that in my community and I do it on Twitter. I'm trying to do it on Medium, but it's hard to stay focused on all this because I'm also homeschooling because I don't want my kids being ruined by the system. I put them in for a little bit, for pre-K and kindergarten, and then COVID hit
Okay,
and
okay.
they they were
I got some.
changing.
I got a great suggestion. Fantastic suggestion. Wouldn't you believe that black people, like our brother Muko would say, black people should be able to teach other black people? If we had more black owned private schools, or if we had reparations, you would be able to have more stay at home parents who would be able to teach their children and homeschool their children. But unfortunately, because of black people's economics, both the parents have to leave the home and work, which requires them to put their children in public schools. Don't you think that's wrong?
Absolutely. I think
So
that's wrong. I think
since that's wrong, wouldn't you agree that black people specifically, when I say specifically, I mean exclusively, foundational black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, need slavery reparations, and that can repair a lot of the issues with education? Wouldn't you agree?
I would think that there has to be an end game to reparations where you need to have something in mind where if it were me, I would go for representation because why not? Your ancestors died. Money is really just a band-aid if you're not fixing the system.
Okay. All right, okay.
The
We were
pivot.
going somewhere. But with the money, we can build schools. With the money, that requires people not to go to work, right? People can stay home more often if they had money. People have to leave and work full-time jobs, sometimes multiple full-time jobs because they don't have money. So money will fix a lot of these issues. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, buying power is determined by the representatives in government who control the flow of money right now.
You
The
know what?
subsidies are
And
all
you know
going to
what?
the
I
monopolies.
agree. I agree. Since we're talking about representatives in government and we need better people in government, shout out to our brother Marcel. And I feel like a lot of you guys know where I'm going to go with this. So since we're
Yes.
talking about our representation in government and we both agree that, we need a teacher. Marcel used to be a teacher too. We need our reparations so we can have more stay-at-home teachers. Would you support a politician or somebody running for Congress who also supports school, who is a teacher who supports reparations and homeschool? Would you support a candidate like that?
Probably, I would have to research them more, but I think that all of us, really need to go for school vouchers because the schools are violating the civil rights and the FAPE laws. They're violating the children's rights, and there's strength in numbers. So if we join
But
together on
okay,
this,
yeah,
we
okay,
can get
okay.
money for
Let's okay, but
resources.
you were just saying political representation. That's what you're saying now. I feel like you're kind of like backtracking. Hope you're not doing that. But if we're talking about political representation, I would like to introduce you to our brother Marcel. And I feel like because you seem very passionate about the subject. I'm not trying to discredit you. I'm not trying to talk condescending to you. But since you seem so passionate about this subject, um, I have no doubt in my mind that you would have a problem supporting our brother Marcel's campaign. for Congress, because a lot of
I
the
would
school
have to.
issues that you bring up are issues that he's brung up too. And you can message him directly if you have any support. I mean, any other questions. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
so
I'll look
don't go,
into him.
don't
Okay.
go.
I have 1% on my phone. I'm
Okay,
not plugged in.
that's fine. That's fine. Let me just give you some instructions. I'm gonna send you a link to his website, and then you can look up our brother Marcel's conversation, and you can go down. There's a donation thing at the bottom of his website, and you can donate, and then you can take a picture. We've done this before with many of our quote unquote allies. We've done this before with many people who've come in and say they want to help. So I will be reaching out to you. I'll be sending you the link and reaching out to you. And if you're honest about what you believe in, then you won't have a problem screenshotting your donation receipt from your email. Right? Right?
She got that convenient battery.
Oh, wow.
that juice started running out real low when it came down to supporting Black people tangibly. And really quickly, this is what I was referring to when I was talking to Brother Poda, who I see is also an aspiring politician himself. When you start talking about other groups, you open the doorway for people like that to slide their own agenda in. And that's why I have beef with a lot of these politicians, not Brother Poda specifically, but when he started using that term oppressed groups other than Black people, even though we are the only oppressed group, you see how a white woman came in here trying to act like she's somewhat on the same level as us because she got ADHD. Who the person who is known as the father of ADHD even said himself that is a fictitious disease. So anyway, I appreciate you calling her out like that, brother Afro, because you see how she cranked that pivot real quick.
Yeah. She came in, oh, the school system and it's so bad, and she was kind of all over the place. But the second I started, I'm like, yeah, I agree, and this is what we do about it, because this is the problem with these quote unquote allies who want to come in and they want to say, oh, I agree, the problem is so bad, and then we say, okay, I agree with you, and this is our plan to solve the issue. Do you want to help our plan? Do you want to fall in line with our plan? Then you see, well, let's talk about the school vouchers. Well, school vouchers, you were just saying that you believe in homeschooling. You were just saying that you homeschool your kids and that kids shouldn't be in school prior to sexual maturity. And then the second I brought up, okay, well, there's a Black candidate who believes in homeschooling. Well, let's talk about school vouchers. Oh, well, whoa, you backtracking now? Oh, okay, all right then.
And again, and I just want to say this to all aspiring politicians. The reason why that Marcel gets the support he gets from the Black grassroots and the new Black media is because Marcel never pivots away from Black people. He specifies Black people's and foundational Black people, foundational Black Americans specifically. So when politicians or aspiring politicians start using all that inclusive language and start trying to leave the door crack for other groups to slide in, I can't help but give you the side eye. And I'm sorry, but that just is what it is. I'm not as tactful as my other as the host Afro Lead and my other co-host Kid Gravity. I kind of just speak my mind, which is why I get suspended so much off of this app. But that's just something I want everybody in this room to peep. When these politicians start saying using all this other inclusive language to include other groups other than Black people, that's the type of people that they opening the door up for. And the reason why Marcel gets the support that he gets from the Black grassroots is because he focuses on Black people and Black people only.
Exactly.
But I just wanted to say, for her to have ADHD, man, she was pretty focused on not supporting.
Yeah, I mean, her ADHD, I'm not sure what type of ADHD that was. She didn't stutter. She didn't go. I mean, she was all over the place, and I say that. But, I mean, when I started answering the questions, she seemed very laser focused. On, no, I don't think so. She was deflecting all over the place. That's amazing for somebody who claims to have ADHD.
Absolutely. Absolutely my point. But that was a good question and answer. You got right on it. and that was beautiful.
She speaks about ADHD like it's some type of debilitating disease, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, and you trying to shoehorn your little minor gripe with the school system in with black people who has righteous indignation for centuries of mistreatment. So like, that just frustrates me. But anyway, moving
Let's
on.
get to divine truth. You haven't spoken yet.
Nah, she said something very peculiar, and which made me request a mic in the first. The civil rights era and all of the great music, like I feel like that's proof of the ADHD. So I wanted to ask her, all of that genius level artistry that came out in the 60s from our musicians, was she trying to give that as credit to some mass phenomenon of ADHD between our artists? Like that shit threw me off.
Yeah, she was kind of like, a lot of the stuff she was saying didn't make sense. I was like, okay, because you were talking about she started off with the schools, then she kind of went like all over the place. It was completely off subject. It ain't got nothing to do with black people being emotional at all. But anytime we have, and I say this all the time, anytime we're having productive spaces, there's always a non-black person, specifically a white person, to come in and I'll like, well, I feel like we should talk about something completely different from what you guys are talking about right now. We did not bring up the school system or ADHD or nothing. That was never a part of the conversation prior to her getting in here. Putin, let me say something. Do you see the flaw in what you did, or do you not see that? Do you think that we're exaggerating or tripping?
Oh no, I don't. I don't see that you're exaggerating or tripping. I mean, it's a risk every time you do attempt to cast a wide net. I'm surely not unfamiliar with it myself. If a person's showing up in a space and they really want to help, my experience tells me that the first thing they lead with, how can I actualize, how can I make manifest evidence of my support? If it's a lot of conversation and a lot of suggestion that goes before that, then typically that's not someone that you can rely on to have like a true allegiance or to do the things that will make a difference. So unfortunately, that came out pretty early on in her testimony, and I mean I do think it to be unfortunate that she was given the space and
Sorry
But
to
do
cut you
you
off, brother.
see? I'm saying, do you see how when you allowed, when you, like you said, when you casted the wide net, and then when Nino actually piggyback, he corrected you, or he said something about you casting a wide net. Because she was off and she was just listening. The second you casted that wide net, she requested to speak again. Oh, this is my window, because now they're talking about issues beyond black society. Every
Right,
single time you do
right,
that. And
right.
this is why we are very distrusting of politicians, because they come in the room and they say blackity black, 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 black. And then they slip in the, okay, and everybody else too, or other oppressed groups of people too. And then that allows all these non-black groups of people to come in and raise their hand. Well, I'm oppressed because I have ADHD. Well, I'm oppressed because I broke my leg and I haven't been able to walk the same since. That creates a wiggle room, and you have all these other non-black groups of people squeezing into the door or in the window.
What was
You see that, right?
Yes, I do. But I do want to ask a question just so that I can evaluate the error. What were we actually discussing when I made the comment, black people and other people who experience oppression? What was the context of that response anyway? I don't necessarily recall.
I don't recall the context needing to be spread out outside of black people in the first place for you to make that comment. And also, when asked about, do you see what you did to open the door for her, you kind of deflected to what she did wrong. And we want you to address your part in playing that allowed her to come in here in the first place. That's what we want you to address.
Well, I certainly don't mind doing it, but do be clear that I didn't know the woman was in the room listening. I made the comment passively, and I didn't think it would be bait for anybody to jump up and try to insist on anything outside of this a black space, and we talking about what we need to do from to recover from our emotional dependency when talking about certain issues. So I can
And with,
acknowledge that, but I want to be very clear that I didn't know the woman was in the room. I didn't know
well,
anybody like that would be in the room to come up and try to
Yeah, but it's the
derail.
principle. It's it's
well, that
it's the principle. It
that
doesn't
makes
matter
my
if you know, but it's the principle of the mentality. You wouldn't, whether everybody in this space was black or not, you wouldn't hear me going on a platform that has B1 in the title and talk and casting a net wide enough for a non-black person to get attached to it. Okay, it's the fact that in your train of thought you can open up a window, whether purposefully or accidentally. You can open up a window which allows non-black people into the conversation. That's what he was talking about.
yeah,
And
and
accidentally, I'm putting that in air quotes.
and again, and really just reiterating what Afro said, he really took the words out of my mouth. But basically, you saying that, oh, I didn't know she was in the room. Well, if you're in a room full of black people, that's even more concerning that you would even use inclusive language like that in a room full of black people. You get what I'm saying? That means that's ingrained in you.
I hear you. I understand. I do want to make sure that we understand that black people do have the capacity to be inclusive. And I don't necessarily think inclusion is a character flaw, but I will acknowledge that inclusion is very threatening to the black agenda. I'm not someone who doesn't believe that. I believe that you have to lead with the black issues. I'm of an opinion that you have to lead with black politics. You have to lead with the black identity, and everything else is secondary or even further down on the priority scale. So you hear that language, but you do need to observe that, and you see, keep saying, well, the politician. I'm not a person who's in public office now. I'm experiencing everything that defines second class citizenship in this country, which unfortunately is merged with blackness. So you're not talking to someone who is external to the experience of knowing what it means to be very black and to be treated as being very black. I am not a Rising Tides Rainbow Coalition ass nigga. That's not who I am. That's not who I'm aspiring to be. So when I made that comment passively, it was just to exhibit a lens of humanitarianism that I hold, and that was the extent of it. I wasn't trying to create no white woman caping spaces. I was not trying to move to talk about Jewish people or ADH people or one leg white folks. That was not the goal. It happened, and I think I do take from that a very valuable lesson that when given an inch, those actors will take a yard. Because the first thing she should have said was, "How can I donate? How can I support these conversations? How can I support people who are part of this?" When she didn't do that, I did realize that a critical error had been made.
On whose part?
On my part in this case, because I was the only person who alluded to that. I was the only person who even brought that into conversation. No one else had. So there's no shared responsibility. I mean,
No.
obviously she's an adult who could have thought about it too, but it seemed like I will admit that I do think that her thought process was, this is an opening, and I hate that something that I did with good intentions for the community was exploited in that way. I will admit that the tone of it did sound like she perceived what I said as an opening, and that was disgraceful.
Okay, and I'm gonna say something, and then we can move on to the speakers. I'm gonna say this. I do not believe that she believed that this was an open conversation, just an open dialogue. Okay, black are black people too emotional is not an open dialogue for white people to get in and voice their
No,
opinion, and
no,
then
no, no.
B1 is
I'm
in there
talking
as
about
well
my
too.
point. I'm
No,
talking
I'm
about what.
saying, I'm saying, and that's when she brought up the thing about schools, and I was all like, okay, that's off subject. She dropped down, and she didn't request to speak until you said what you said, which was to her an invitation, or an extension of the conversation to non-black people. And
Yeah,
that's why, and that's what me and Nino are saying. When people, whether you talk about black people primarily, the second you give that extension to non-black people, being a humanitarian or trying to understand the grievances of other people, when you extend that invitation, you allow non-black people to come in, and now the agenda has completely pivoted from being black first. So that was the flaw, and that's what Nino said. when you said, "Oh, I'm talking about disabilities specifically," and then she came up, "Well, I got a disability too." Then she came up with that. Let's get to the hands though. Let's get to the hands though. Let's get to Mr. Engaging.
I was kind of insulted by the woman's conversation because she was basically talking about how to make a cast mold representation through music and art, and basically these are basically the civil rights tropes that they basically the the acceptable Negro for politics. That was the vibe that I was getting, and I was really kind of triggered by that. And I just want to see for the record, was anybody kind of feeling the same vibes that I was feeling personally?
Well, I was the one who asked the question, and I felt that vibe. Eventually, I got to the point where it was very clear to me that this was about convenience. This was about the authority of being white, and also being a white woman in a space that's right now dominated by black male energy. I felt that way, and I was the one who gave the opening for that to happen.
Okay.
For the record, she's a white feminist, so she was pulling out all the stops, using those typical tactics that they do.
Let's see who was. I think Azriel was next.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I find it funny how the video is called, or rather the live recording is called, "Are Black People Too Emotional?" And when y'all got on her, she got emotional and dipped. But yeah, like that's a situation where you know, people trying to relate, but they just don't. They don't know what it's like. You know what I mean? They think there's some kind of like this is just supposed to be some kind of soft spoken therapy session where we kind of talk about, but a lot of the information that we're sharing is very serious and very particular. And I think, you know, in a lot of situations, she kind of just walked into a situation where she didn't know, she didn't do any research, or she's misinformed on, you know, the subject matter. She doesn't know what we mean by black people too emotional, and I'm not too sure if she cared. But that's a situation where it's like you kind of got to vet those types of people out, you know.
Given the title of the room, the fact that as a white woman that she even came in here to listen in the first place is already kind of, takes some type of level of audacity. But to even come up and speak, it's like, come on now.
I told you, brother Nino, them white people, they feel safe around us. We got to make them uncomfortable again.
Let's see who. I think who had their hand up. Was it Brother or Divine? I think which one of you?
I think Divine, then Brother,
Divine
and
hasn't
then
talked yet, I
Rich,
don't think.
and then FBA, Antonio.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate y'all letting me speak. So I just want to ask Poda very short question, from a place that's not emotional. Now, if I'm correct, you're the same Poda that was in the Secure the Tribe space last night, correct? You're the same guy, right?
I think there's only one of me on Twitter. Yup, that was me. I was in
Okay,
that room.
let's
You
confirm.
want if you want to ask a question, just ask your question. You don't have to do the.
Brother, please.
Let's not be emotional. He wanted to clarify your identity, brother. That's all.
Thank you. Now, you see how that was just a bit, problematic with the inclusion language, and then I forgot her name, Caterpillar, whatever, she came up. And then in the Secure the Tribe space last night, they did a little bit of research on you. They seen that you advocated for your city to become a sanctuary city for immigrants. And also you said something in that space where you said you feel like people who've been in the reparations fight longer and who've been a part of groups, for reparations longer than the mass, they should relax, bro. This is emotional, right?
You're kind of muffled. I don't know what happened, Divine.
My fault. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
So yeah, you said that you felt like people who's been on the reparations fight longer and been a part of like specific groups and committees fighting for it, that they should receive more money if reparations is given than people, who's coming in the argument in the fight, more recently. So I want to ask you, what happened in that space last night and what just happened in this space, do you feel like maybe, your ideology is a bit problematic to our specific needs and you should probably take a step back and, go back to the drawing board a bit?
Okay, so great question and great analysis of what I shared in the room last night. I do want you to understand that what I shared in that room last night was not policy or was not a viewpoint that I have taken up in a public way. It was a question. It was an inquiry as to see if people who are inside of the movement would understand the validity of it. But the other side of that question that I posed in the trial room last night was when that should the threshold or the floor for what every individual receives in direct payment monetary reparations be based off the work, the highest level of contribution of anyone who's been in the movement. So should the floor just be $400,000 is what I think Dr. Darity wrote in an essay about, or should
Okay,
that floor,
okay.
let me,
Okay, hold on. Before we start answering, because I got some questions for you. Because I have some very interesting DMs about some things that you said and some things that you believe. But let's allow people to get their hands raised because like we were discussing earlier in this space about discipline, okay? Where one person asks another person a question and then we get thrown off. We need order, okay? So in order, I believe brother was next, and then we'll go to Rich.
I was in the middle of an answer to a question. I only answered
Yeah,
one part
but
of the question.
he was not supposed to ask you that question,
My
and I'm
fault.
the host, and I'm saying we're going to brother.
Well, if you want to ask in another context, do that. Another platform, I'll answer.
He's actually doing you a
Brother, you
favor,
can go
Poda.
ahead.
He's doing you a favor, Poda, by allowing you to bypass his question. So you might just want to be quiet, respectfully.
Yeah,
Brother,
yeah.
I mean, I want to answer the question. The question was,
well, I don't want to hear your answer right now. Brother, you can go ahead.
Okay, my statement was directed straight to Poda. The number one agenda should be black people and black people only, even to divine truth. You know, this was a teaching moment, and I'm glad that Afro Elite executed that beautifully along with Nino and Kid. But bro, the number one agenda should be black people and black people only. You don't no getting up in the space talking about broke backs, humpbacks, and you know midgets and everybody else. No, this is FBA B1.
Now, okay, because Poda, I have some questions for you. Okay, and I'm gonna ask it very respectfully, but I want to get to the hands so it doesn't seem as if everybody's jumping on you. That's the reason I'm doing this. It has to be done in this order for the space to stay functional. So, after that, who had their hand up? Rich, you got it.
Yeah, just I was really intrigued by what our brother Porter was saying. I really wanted to hear him speak, but I just wanted to say you know, if he can kind of like tone it down a little bit and just speak to us like we're all in kindergarten, because a lot of the things he's saying is going over our head, and I'm really interested in seeing what he has to say. And that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, you can be straight to the point. You don't have to involve a lot of word salad in this conversation. Since more people have their hands up, we're gonna get to a couple people, and then I'm gonna ask you my questions, Poda. Let's get to FBA Antonio.
Yeah. Okay. I was my question was kind of covered by somebody that spoke here. I was in that room from yesterday too, and with that sanctuary city that you had, you want to be brother, what's your name, Poda, right? Inclusive to other groups and things like that as a black candidate, and that's the thing that we really trying to get away from with our candidates that we put our money into. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not ready to really lead off with your whole candidacy, your candidacy, your campaign on specifically tangibles, reparations, black issues specifically, then we don't really need to be including everybody else, man. That's all I really got to say about that.
All right, cool. Mr. Engaging.
I was kind of insulted. I'm driving, guys, so I hope it's not picking up any background noise. The first things first.
I'm kind of insulted because the individual was basically was being inclusive to everybody, but we have people that's in our black spaces, in our black community, that are special need, that do need these type of services and stuff. And I have a question for you, Mr. Poto. Do you advocate for those people, those black people that are in need of those type of resources and stuff? And are you just as inclusive? Are you do you speak of that same inclusivity, the same way that you speak about it for other people? I like that would be like B1, but sort of, but I don't see that, and I'm kind of hurt, insulted by it, because I have family members that's handicapped and such, you know.
Okay, let's as pretty much everybody's questions is my question. So let me go one-on-one with Poto real quick. Let me ask him. I'm hearing a lot about your sanctuary cities and your inclusivity to other non-black groups of people. So, Poto, I'm going to allow you in your words. I'm not going to put any words in your mouth. I wasn't in the space that you were in last night that people are referencing. So, what is your agenda as far as sanctuary cities and immigration?
I don't have an agenda. I had an issue in my city. I had a population that was in danger, that was deprived, and that was causing us to have a high occupancy of law enforcement in our city, which made black people uncomfortable. And so to address that issue, I asked ICE and I asked the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department to stay out of our city enforcing immigration policy. I don't have an immigration policy that I'm working on, that I'm supportive of, or that I would co-sponsor in the United States Senate. It's just not a priority. The only thing that even lends itself uh, to dealing with a minoritized population other than black people that's within the list of policy priorities I have was uh, giving the Puerto Rico electoral electoral votes in presidential elections, and that policy has been critiqued as being problematic. And frankly, based off the responses I've gotten, I'm really willing to go back and say that until these specific black policies are passed, I won't support territorial representation or electoralism for any district outside of the District of Columbia. And even
Okay,
that
okay.
well, let me codify that. The Douglas Commonwealth or the District of Columbia. The issue with that is DC's will not be a black state because of gentrification. So even advocating that could be seen as problematic because you're not talking about giving electoral votes to and statehood to a black state anymore. That's just no longer the case. I think I answered every
Okay, let
question
me
that
ask
you
you
had.
another let me make a statement and then ask you another question. I personally was not in that space that you were in. Yet we have several people and they're DMing me. You have several people who are in that space that you were in yesterday, whichever space that was. And they recall exactly what you said. Now, I'm not going to say you're lying because I don't know because I wasn't there. But I hope that you're not drifting. I hope that you're not saying something in
Well,
one space and then
all you
saying
have to do,
something different in another
remember,
space.
well,
So hold on, let me ask.
all you have to
Hold
do is
on,
read what they said. Whatever they said, I said read.
hold on, hold on, because I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. So you're saying that you do not support immigration and you do not support sanctuary cities, right? That's what you're saying, right?
I am saying that I supported making my city a safe haven for immigrants when I was in office and it was an issue that I needed to deal with.
Okay.
Am I
Okay.
interested in am I do I currently advocate for sanctuary? Do I currently advocate and will I in the future? No. It's just not enough of a priority for me. I think that
Okay.
it's
Okay.
I
So
think that
if somebody put a bill down on the table for immigrants to come with a sanctuary city and all they needed was your signature, would you sign it?
no, I would not. Would I co-sponsor it? No, I would not co-sponsor it.
Okay. So you do not. You're stating this on a recorded live. You do not support sanctuary cities or immigration.
I'm not anti-immigration. I do not support sanctuary city policy. No, I don't. Its value is expired. It was valuable at the time. It's no longer valuable. And
Okay.
in fact, it creates more of a dilemma at this point than it solves a problem. Immigration policy is not a priority. I am not anti-immigration, but I am not prioritizing supporting, co-sponsoring, or drafting pro-immigration policies for any group.
Quick question. Where are your people originally from?
My father's lineage is Native American Indian. They can't trace any of their family outside of the Alabama territory, and his father's lineage is Hispanic and white, and my mother's lineage is African tribal. Which African tribe I'm not absolutely sure. Um, and there's some mixture of Native Americans.
African tribe in Africa, right?
As in, I mean, they were descendants of slaves, but they descend from people who come from the continent. But what part of the continent, I'm not clear about. And
May I
that's,
may I get
Okay.
may I
Okay.
get a little
Okay.
clarification on that really quickly? You said your father's side is native, but then also in that same breath said his lineage goes back to Europe. Did I hear that correctly? I'm sorry. You just kind of threw a lot of you
well,
threw a lot
just
out
just
at once.
just to be very clear, my great grandmother is the product of a Native American uh, person and a white person, and her mother is the product of a white person and a Mexican. And the person that my great grandmother married, my great grandfather, is a product of African and natives in the United States, in the South Carolina and Georgia region. But
Okay.
And if I may, real quick, Poda, just for clarity,
Sheree, every time you have to
don't do
make
that.
it. No,
Yeah, that was me that did that. So we're not going to speak out of turn. I'm sorry, Sister Sheree. I didn't mean to cut you off like that, but we're just trying to maintain some order in this room. So I'm going to hand it back over to Afro Elite and let him run the room.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna say this. That was just a quick question. There's no wrong answer to it. But what I gathered is that your dad is mixed and that your mom is African. And you tried to throw in a little bit of like, well, she's a descendant of slaves from Africa. No, she's not FBA, she's African. Just say that. There's nothing wrong with that. Just say that
that
if that's
that's
the
that's not
case.
true. That's not true. That is not true.
Okay, well
That is
that's what
not true.
so if
That
so
is not true.
is your mom's a
You're,
foundational Black American or not?
both of my parents are foundational Black
Is
Americans.
your dad mixed?
No, he is not. He's the product of two African Americans.
Okay, well why did you say your mom is from a tribe in Africa?
I said African tribal, as we all have that connection, that we descend from some tribe on the African continent in some country on the African continent.
Brother Poda, and this is what people were requesting when you answer questions. Again, I know politicians. I went to school
Well,
with
you
people
don't
who
know me.
are
You
not.
don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me.
This
The
goes
title of
back
the space
to be
is emotional.
Yeah, this
Okay.
goes back to being too emotional. What I was going to say was, brother, I was just going to request that you just talk to us like normal human beings. You don't have to talk like you're on a stage somewhere or at a pageant. Just answer the questions like you would with your homeboys on the corner, dog. That's all we asking for.
Yeah, because I'm not the smartest person in the room. That's why I requested, because I really want to hear what our brother Poda has to say. I just want him to speak as if we're in kindergarten, because I'm not that smart.
But with that being said, Afro, I think Torian and Cherie had their hands up, and then
Yeah, I
Sylvia
was
after
about to
that.
say let's get to the hands.
Cherie was first. She was before Torian. But
Sir, Torian, let's go.
This is one of my pet peeves. I have a couple of them, but one of them is when people get off topic whenever there's a discussion that's being had, and it completely derails the conversation. Like, look at what one statement had like occurred and happened, and it completely threw off the entire vibe of the room. We were having a very good, productive conversation, and then all of a sudden one statement completely threw the whole thing upside down. Like it did like a complete 180. That is one of the things that I hate when it comes to things or topics. Well, not so much topics like this, but whenever things get turned around and it's like chaos and it's like confusion. Now it went from talking about the topic that we were supposed to be focused on to why did it go the way that it did, and now basically it just turned into someone being put on trial right now, and in my opinion rightfully so, because why did it even get to this point? It should not have even gotten. The minute that it went into this direction, it should have been shut down immediately. That person, whoever changed the direction of the conversation, they would have been muted and booted off of the platform, and we would have continued to move forward with this conversation. Because I actually was sitting back just listening, and I was enjoying what people were saying. I had to step away a little bit because I had to record a commentary, and then I come back and it's like, what the hell just happened? I absolutely hate when that happens, and that's one thing I hate when I listen to debates. Like, you can talk about one thing and then you bring up something else, and usually what happens when people do that is because they have nothing to add on to whatever is being debated, meaning they basically lost it. So now they have to try to throw the whole room off, and they have to throw everybody off, and it just descends into absolute chaos. And now it takes us off of what we were originally talking about. Now we probably won't be able to get back to the original topic because this is what's going to be discussed for the remainder of the evening. Like, now everyone's going to be invested into this part because it got thrown off.
Sing it
Now,
to
we were
music.
talking
Can
about
you
how
move
when
on?
black people get emotional and stuff like that, this is the part where my emotions get kicked in, because I absolutely hate when this happens, because I love being on topic or talking about something that I could be passionate about. And the minute something like this happens, it's like you threw a wrench into a well-oiled machine. And now we will probably not be able to get back onto the topic of discussion because now we got to focus on this low-level BS. So that's my problem, and that's my issue. I do not like when this happens. Now is like literally a waste of time, and it's like, what are we doing here? How did we get here?
I think this is a teaching moment that's actually on topic. I mean, I feel you 100%, Torian. I think this is just a teaching moment regarding the title just happening in real time. The questions that's being asked now are they're legitimate concerns that people have. You know what I'm saying? And how the person reacts to these questions has so far been on the emotional side of the game. So I think that's kind of relevant to the topic at
It's
hand. But I totally feel you though.
But it's not just that, it's the fact that it's one thing if it's a one-off thing, but it happens too often. A one-off thing, that's a mistake. When it happens too often, now it's a habit. This now descended into a habit. It happens way too often. And I feel like it needs to be shut down immediately when you know it's about to happen. When that person came into the room and she began to talk, I already knew it was about to happen, because she was going to come in here and she was going to start talking about whatever it was. Then she sits back, then someone says something that triggers her, she comes back in, and then she starts talking, and now it's thrown into what it's in. It happens over and over and over again. This is exactly why I am all for gatekeeping. I'm all for it. Point blank, period. That's what needs to happen. If people feel some type of way about it, they just gonna feel some type of way about it. And that's what it's going to be, and that's just how it's going to have to be, and that's what it is. That's one of the things where it comes to being on code. When it comes to being on code, you got to shut stuff down when you feel like it has to be shut down, and cut it off and keep it moving. If they don't want to abide by whatever it is that we have going on here, and they don't want to go and focus on the topic at hand, then they can leave. There are plenty of other spaces on this million plus user platform that they can go and frequent and talk about and air their grievances out, and go and take care of their little whatever therapy sessions they got going on over there. But over here, what that topic says, are black people too emotional? That's the topic. We are not talking about all this extracurricular stuff. It's just focus on what is the topic at hand right here. And now it's not the focus of the topic anymore. We literally spent like the last hour talking about whatever was brought up that has nothing to do with what we were discussing. as you can see right now, that actually has me riled up because that, like I said, one of my biggest pet peeves is when people get off topic. I I don't know what much more I can actually say because it's like I have a feeling it's going to happen again. Not tonight because it's already happened, but I have the strongest inkling that it will actually occur in the future, and that needs to be shut down immediately. And if it comes to the point where, and I have to say this, if it comes to the point where you don't even allow non-black people to come into the space when we come talking about FBA or black topics, period, then you have to do that. It's not necessarily saying that we're kicking you out or keeping you away, but we know what you're doing because it happens so often. Historically, before social media was a thing, this is what used to always happen. People would butt into black people's business and it would derail topics of conversation. I'll never forget. I'm gonna give you like a little story and I'll probably end after that. I remember a story my dad was telling me years ago when he said he used to be at work and one time he was on break and he was talking to some of his black co-workers that were there at the job and it wasn't that many black people working there, but they just decided to, have break together and talk. It was like him and like three other black men just talking about whatever. All of a sudden, one of the white workers came and just say, "Hey guys, how you doing?" And then that's when the conversation ended because they knew right then and there what he was trying to do. He was being nosy. He was trying to impose, and he probably had intentions or he felt like his heart was in the right place. But at the end of the day, historically speaking, when you have other people that butt into your conversations and they derail it, then that's what it descends into this. And honestly, from their point of view, that's what they like. They're called agents of chaos for a reason. They are there to implement chaos. That's what they love to see. And that's all I got to say.
And that especially happens when you extend an invitation, like a subliminal invitation, which is what happened. When you extended it past black people, you extended a non-black invitation, and then she came back in the room almost immediately after you said something about ADHD or disability. She immediately came back in here. But let's go with the hands because there's people who want to speak and there's people who are in the request queue. So let's go to Cherie. You can unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I am not going to speak on the person that was just speaking before because, like, we already had this conversation and I'm not going to go there. I really wanted to speak on the topic of the room. Are Black people too emotional? So I just need some clarity before I go into my response. Are we talking about Black people as far as like being melanated, or are we talking about Black people, foundational Black Americans here in America?
People classified as black, and that actually is another topic I've been talking about on my timeline. I don't know where this idea that only Black Americans are black people are worldwide. So anybody classified as black by the system of white supremacy, that's what we mean. If I'm wrong, Afro, correct me.
Okay, no, I hear you, but only in America are people literally classified as Black when they get here. But that's another topic. Like you said, we'll get into that later. But I definitely want to speak on this, and I will go within the range of what you just put forth. We're talking about melanated people, right? And I'm going to relegate it just to America. Are Black people too emotional? No. Hell no. I think not enough. And I'm really speaking specifically on people who are melanated, who are not of the lineage of people who are continental Americans. And I say that because I am emotional. I'm a Virgo. Okay. I wear my emotions on my fucking sleeve. You never have to guess where you stand with me. And I'm also vocal. And my mind goes to, if we have people who are really emotional and they can't control their emotions, and especially if they're trying to or say that they connect with our struggle, like, you can't be like, those things can't exist in the same space in my mind. Because if you are anybody who, let's go with what you said, and you're Black and you come here to America, and if you're not riding hard as fuck for foundational Black Americans, people who have been here for centuries, then you don't have no emotion. Like, you don't feel. You're not human in my mind. Because how can you come here on this land and then even get a glimpse or a taste of racism that we know? Well, I know and others who are of my lineage know that have existed for centuries. How can you come here and then act like you're not revved the fuck up for how we're being treated? Because you look like us, right? I don't agree with that, but I'm saying that's what people say, right? We look the same, right? We're going through the same shit, right? How do you not get over here, touch down, and then get fucking infused with rage and fury and ambition to take down this whole bullshit ass system that is known as white tyranny? I don't call it white supremacy. So I stand firm on the fact that I don't think that people are emotional enough. They are connecting with this white supremacist, white tyrannist outlook on life, that we got to overthink things and get stuck in our mind and not feel from our heart and lean on our gut. You know what I'm saying? And go with what literally our ancestors had passed down to us through the centuries in DNA. When you have a gut feeling, that shit is passed down from you. That's scientific. Look that shit up. I'm not even gonna get into that. But I really stand firm on the fact that I do not think that melanated people are emotional enough when they get here. Because if they were, they'd be fighting way fucking harder for our fucking justice and our recompense and our redress. Thank you.
Brother Salim, you had your hand up, but you put it down. Did you kind of not want to say anything? Because if
Yeah,
not, then we can go to the other hands.
yeah, you can go to the other hand. So I definitely think the room has been reset, and I had a question for the last person that was speaking, and I think that now the room has
Yeah,
kind of been reset. Yeah.
we're gonna reset the room as far as the timer as well too. So we're
Okay.
gonna go with the 2 to 3 minute timer. And we're gonna stay on topic of, are black people too emotional? So, if you want to have a question for anybody in here that doesn't have to do with that, then now is not the time to have it. Maybe another space. But we're back on subject of, are black people too emotional? I think Mr. Engaging had his hand up.
Yeah, it's kind of I'm tilting because it's kind of on topic, but I don't want to draw back to back to Poda, but I really think that he was kind of indirectly when he opened that invitation. I think it was because he was feeling some type of sympathetic towards white women, and I'm just gonna call it out how I kind of see it, man. And I don't want to be so blunt about it, and I don't want to come across rude, but that's just how I observed it. And I'm sorry if it comes across untactful, but I call a spade, my friend.
That's a good point too. Are we too emotional as far as other groups of people? That's another nuance to the conversation. Black people have been known for caping for other people's causes, protesting for other people's griefs and their struggles, and we have not received any benefit, or the amount of energy that we put forth into trying to defend other groups have never been reciprocated. Okay, in fact, that they attack us every time they get a chance to see us. So we do too often, have this humanitarian instinct in us, which allows us to cast a wide net, or allows us to extend a branch to non-black people out of just human decency, and we always get the short end of the stick, so to speak, when it comes to that ordeal. Let's go. I think, Azrael, you had your hand up, then Rich. Wait, hold
Okay.
on. Before you go, we have somebody who hasn't spoken yet. Vona, you can do you have something you want to say? You can unmute your, okay, here we
I
go.
do not. I'm just listening. I don't know why about me and as a speaker. I'm just listening.
Okay then. All
Uh,
right.
All right.
Azrael, you can go.
So about being emotional, there's a time for that. There's a time, there's a place, you know what I mean? There's a space, you might know people that you can talk to about those feelings. But when you're around these certain groups of people, you have to be very careful, because you can be very friendly with them and kind with them, but they don't reciprocate. And that's a situation that you don't want to be in, where you kind of giving 100% or even 80%, but they ain't really giving you nothing to work with. So even when somebody, yeah, Afro,
No, I didn't
I
say
thought,
anything.
yeah. So you know, there's situations where you got to be kind of like almost like an assassin. Like even when you around them, you in person, you see them. You know what I mean? They smiling at you. You might smile back. You being cordial, mature. You know what I mean? But deep down in your mind, you know, especially around these certain groups of people, that you got to be kind of careful. You know, you never know. Like you don't want to be afraid, but it's good to be cautious. It's good to be intelligent. It's good to be aware of your surroundings, aware of what the climate that you're in. You know what I mean? You could think, oh, I'm getting invited to a party. It's just in this neighborhood, you know, these non-black people, everything's fine. They gave me an invitation. But then what happens if something goes wrong and the party gets shut down? And now they blaming you for whatever happened in there. You know what I mean? Or you could just be doing something as simple as smoking a joint with somebody and they can lace you. And now you're running around like Smokey through the hood, freaking jumping inside of chicken coops and stuff. So any of them sorts of situations, you have to be very, very like careful. But you know, I'm not really too sure about excluding that person, because in life you're gonna be around them. But if that's what we gotta do to keep things moving, then you know, albeit, you know, that's pretty much it. Afro.
All right. I think
Okay.
Afro.
Oh, my fault. I forgot I was muted. Let's get to Rich.
That's cool.
The reason why Afro Elite, me, Afro Elite, Nino, Queen Alpha, Black Alpha, uh, the reason why we get along so well is because we pretty much have, I won't say the same personality, but you could say we're more like, you know, introverts, and you know, we're cool, calm, and collective. That's the reason why we get along so well. And people, who you are is who you attract. So if you're the extroverted type, if you're the loud type, if you're the cursing type, then you attract that crowd. And there's nothing wrong with either or. But what I'm seeing a lot of is people who are coming in from other spaces, and those other spaces, you know, they operate on a different wavelength. And what happens is when those other spaces are not conducting a Twitter space, they come here with the drama, and they come here with, you know, whatever characteristics they have and the other Twitter spaces have. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of that going on, because when, you know, when me and Afro and Nino and Queen Alpha, when we're having our Twitter space, we don't really have any confusion going on. There's no arguing. There's none of that. It's always somebody from the outside that's coming in, bringing their drama, bringing their, you know, their opinions. And their opinions is cool, but they bring their opinions, but they also bring their disagreements, where anything you say they disagree with, and then they're cursing loud, they're doing all the extra stuff. So that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of that from outsiders coming in with their drama. It's not coming from the co-host. It's not coming from the usual suspects who run these Twitter spaces. It's coming from outside.
Yeah. Okay. And that's one thing that we need to stop. I see too often people bring, and I've said this in a few spaces before. Too often people bring outside beef and outside issues in the spaces I host, and I can't regulate how anybody else hosts their space. In the spaces I host, I like to host them almost as if we're presenting these to people. Okay, I want to host this, and I want this to be a representation of Black people having a dialogue with discipline. You know, so all the cutting people off and all the interjecting and y'all going back and forth and stuff. That doesn't happen in my spaces. I don't do that here. Who had their hand? I think it was Immortal. You had your hand up. You can unmute yourself.
Right on. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. Greetings to the host, co-host, all the listeners there. So the topic, are Black people too emotional? And the answer is no. The only thing that we are too much of is nice to people outside of our ethnic group. That's the only thing we're too much of. Too nice, too compassionate for people outside of our ethnic group. And I mean, I guess it's a question to be asked. That's why you asked it. But I hope that we would be careful about questions like that, about questions that seem to insinuate that there's something inherently wrong with us. There's too much of that going on. We got things out here where they're saying, well, you Black folks, you're always talking about what you've been through. You must be very traumatized. Oh, you're so traumatized. So watch that narrative. Because now they're going to tell you you're too traumatized to be logical. You're too traumatized to be constructive. Well, we are no more traumatized than the people who built Black Wall Street. We're no more and no less traumatized than they were. So just be careful about them narratives where you try to ask a question that seems to say that we are something irregular from the rest of the world. Now, we might be exceptional, but other than our exceptionality, we just like everybody else. So we're not too emotional. We're not too violent. We're not too angry. If any other group was going through what we're going through, they would behave the same way. So there's nothing wrong with us. We're not too emotional. We're just too nice to people outside of our group. That's the only thing that we're too much of. And that we do that nobody else does is just put outside groups too much of their interests alongside or above our own. But outside of that, we're normal people, just like everyone else. No, we're not too emotional. And if the question, when I saw the question, what first thing came to my mind is if I approached any random gentleman in this listening to my voice, if I just approached you and chopped you in your fucking neck, would you whatever your response was, would it be too emotional? Probably not.
Okay, let me ask you a question because you said something that's very interesting. Do you have an issue with the title of the space? Honestly.
Well,
or the question posed in the space.
Yes, because it it seems like it seems like the question, it ain't just you or the space or nothing like that. I see this a lot where questions are asked about us that you wouldn't ask of no one else. I mean, look at the Italians. Nobody ever asked if they was too emotional. The Italians got a reputation for being hot-headed. The Mexicans, they never ask each other, are they too emotional? They got a reputation for being very, very hot-headed. You understand what I'm saying? I can go on and name other groups, but they never ask themselves that because they look at it like this: coming from where I'm coming from, if you do X, Y, Z, then you're going to get this response. So yeah, I kind of feel like it's kind of dissing us a little bit, dissing yourself.
Well, in that respect, I have never been in a space or platform, or I see Italians going off on each other, bringing up personal business in the public. You don't have the Real Housewives of Italy. You don't have Italians getting into it on reality TV shows. I don't see certain things that happen in the Black community happen in other non-Black communities. So to ask the question, yeah, we are in a different position. You know,
Well, you
Can I
don't
say
we're in a
see.
something
different
real
position.
quick about that statement? Because the Real Housewives, those are produced by
Oh,
non-black.
yeah, I know, but we're gonna raise your hand real quick. That's a
Really
principle
quickly,
because
Afro. I'm sorry, brother. I really wanted to just address the point that Immortal made, and just for the record, that was me that muted, and that was not Afro. That goes back to what we were saying about how we conduct our spaces. I don't know how other people do it, but in this room, we don't do the interjecting and cutting each other off and speaking out of turn thing. But the question that I have, well, I guess more so of a statement I have to Immortal is, how do we have a dialogue pertaining to a particular topic that's specific to Black Americans if we can't even ask the question to get the dialogue started in the first place? Because it's just a question. Afro didn't specify his opinion on whether we are too emotional or are we not too emotional. So to take umbrage with the question being asked in itself, I think that's more so of that's kind of a personal problem, for lack of a better term. And I say that because it was another space where I was being held where the question was, should Black Americans acknowledge Native ancestry? In Immortal, I know you had left a comment on my space saying to even ask that question is off code, even though I was literally asking just a question. You didn't even know where I stood on the topic. So again, I guess my question is, how do we have a dialogue pertaining to a subject specific to Black people if we can't even ask the question to get the dialogue started?
My answer to that is, brother, are Black men too sexually degenerate? Are Black women too sexually loose? Are Black people too angry? Every time they say, well, all I said was I wanted to touch your hair. Now you're getting all emotional. Are we too angry? Are we angry? Are Black people too lazy? You can ask all these questions, and it don't matter what, and it doesn't matter. Sir, let me finish.
That doesn't answer my question, brother. That's why I'm trying to get to the root of it all. How can we get a dialogue started about a particular subject specific to Black people without asking the question? What's another way? So what's another way?
Damn, are you FBA? I just want to ask.
Again, that's me muting because we're just trying to keep the room organized. We're gonna get to the hands really quickly. Again, I don't like having to mute people. I'm sorry, I don't even know who that was speaking. But my question to Immortal is, how do we get a dialogue started on a specific topic concerning Black people as Black people if we can't ask the question? So I guess let me rephrase that. What's another way that we can get a dialogue started if asking the question is offensive or alluding to something else, or people might insinuate that it's alluding to something else if we can't ask the question? So Immortal, unmute yourself, brother.
Yeah. So again, the question doesn't relate to Black. It's not specific to Black people. It's not about us. Too emotional has nothing to do with us. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Too lazy has nothing to do with us. Too emotional has nothing to do with us. Too angry, too anything. The only thing that has to do with us that you can put the TOO in is too friendly to people outside of our group. That's facts. You can look around and see that. That's facts. Too emotional, that's a white supremacist question. So there is no correct answer to it because it has nothing to do with us. There is no right side of it to be on because it has nothing to do with us. No, we're not too emotional. And I gave an example. If somebody assaults you and puts their hands on you, when you respond, you decide how emotional you're going to be. I can't, as the person who assaults you, I can't turn around and look at you and say, you being too emotional. I done chopped you in the neck. Now you're too emotional. No, it ain't how that works. We respond to what is happening to us, just like anybody else would. We do it. We respond like anybody else. So to ask that question is condescending. It's a condescending question. And I understand that might not be your intention, but I'm trying to tell you something. I'm trying to show you something. We are no different than anybody else. Any bad quality you can pull up, whether it be too emotional, we are no more overly emotional than any other group, period.
You know what? I want to get to the hands real quick. I do have some things I want to say, but I'm going to get to the hands. I'm going to let our co-host Nino, he can go ahead, and then we're going to get to, I think, who had their hand up. It was the Black Pragmatist, then always something. Because we got people in the request queue, whatever it is, and then we got people with their hands up. So Nino, you can go.
Yeah. So again, it is so funny that you said that, Immortal, because you literally just gave the same answer that Afro and I both gave on this topic. Both of us has answered that no, we don't feel like Black people are too emotional. We actually specified that emotions are human traits. If anything, we were just saying we need to direct our emotions and not let our emotions dictate our actions. And this is my conjecture. I just feel like, you taking umbrage with the question being asked in the first place so we can get the dialogue started is a sign of some type of emotionality. Now, I'm not saying it's too much or too little or nothing like that, brother. I'm not saying that.
What purposes?
But
So
the
now
whole
what?
purpose, the whole purpose of us having the question is, in order to get a space started on a particular topic, you have to put something there. So if we're trying to discuss Black people and emotions, what other way would we be able to have that? The room would just be titled Black Emotions. Then that can be all over the place. You're trying to direct this dialogue in a specific direction. And also to the person who asked if I'm even FBA, I'm FBA on both sides. Let's make that very clear. I have pictures of my family already on my Twitter. So I don't know if that question was being directed towards me or Melanin, but if it's directed towards me, I'm FBA on both sides of my family. Make that very clear.
Let's get to
You
we got
just
a
made
few
a
hands
point
up.
by trying to keep
We got a few hands up, so we're going to, and now this whole space, I feel like the theme of the space is discipline. We discussed that multiple times. Okay, if you want to go, you can go. The fact that you have a problem with the question being asked is emotional. Okay, this isn't Black people are too emotional, are Black people too emotional. This space has been going on for multiple hours. Everybody's been able to come up. Nobody has been so triggered by the question until he came up. Okay, and to say that it's a white supremacist question, Black people being too emotional is a white supremacist question, makes no sense. Okay, he brought up the Italians, he brought up the Irish. They do way better when it comes to emotional discipline than we do. This is the point when people have questions, when people have issues with questions being asked. This brings us back to earlier in the conversation where we say Black people get emotional when people ask constructive criticism questions. The fact that you're saying, oh, this is an off-cold question or whatever, by me asking instead of regulating the question, instead of answering the question, you could have easily just said, no, I don't think so, like everybody else has.
Really quickly, Afro, I just had a quote by Neely Fuller Jr. Neely Fuller Jr. says, all problems are solved through the process of questions and answers. And I'm just going to leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very on code subject. But anyway, let's get to brother the Black pragmatist. You can unmute yourself. I forgot to mute everybody.
Hey, what's going on? I appreciate this space. It's really productive and constructive. Honestly, I forgot my train of thought. It was a lot going on, but getting back to the topic at hand, are Black people too emotional? I want to say like in this aspect, when I be in these Twitter spaces and grown, be grown people, when they be heated discussions, they, kind of, I guess you could say, get passionate or, overly emotional, and they just start, just saying cussing, like, fuck you, this, that, and the third, and, I'm gonna whoop your ass, just like all this, like, craziness. And it's just like, just what I'm saying, but, yeah, that's all I had. Yeah, I don't really, got much to say.
Okay, all right then. Damn. Oh, I was just gonna let her speak. That was gonna be my next person.
Hey, no,
April.
hey, no.
What happened to April?
Hey, I was say,
Oh, there. Okay, there it is. Hold on. April, you go after always prosperous.
look, I just want to say, yeah, we have been too emotional.
I didn't mute you. Did you? I don't know what happened.
Nah, you muted me.
No, I didn't.
My bad, brother Afro. That's what popped up on my screen. But I just want to say, yeah, we've been too emotional, especially with our vote. You know, um, like that. This symbolism, like it links to emotion. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why we are in the state we in. But we coming together and we recognize it for what it is. You know, we know where we come from. We know who we are. And I'm just saying, like, if we take emotion out the equation and start talking about economics or economics, Like we'd be in a whole lot better state because it's up to us to do what we're doing. That's why I sent money to brother Marcel, uh, Mason, the mayor down there. Poor thing, he ain't know nothing about Twitter Spaces, and I'm just happy like we was able to come against the comp controller down there. I forgot the dude name. Can't even say his color because you know they so sensitive. But as long as we stick together and find out who we are and where we come from, and recognize it's not about other people. We can't be inclusive. Nobody else is. Like we got to fend for self, and I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Thank you. There's a couple people who haven't spoken yet. I want to get their opinion. April, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, thanks. Peace, power, and reparations to the people. I wanted just to make a statement real quick that the Mayor Mason absolutely knows the spaces. He was literally in a space. Yeah. So he's very aware of that. The question is problematic. It is, right? Because see, when you are posing a question, you're implying that something is. Right. And so there's absolutely many ways to have this discussion without posing it as such a question. Right. And comparing us to others is absolutely very white supremacist. Right. Like we absolutely must stop doing that because we absolutely are a whole nother brilliant, excellent people that we should never be compared to anyone else, period. Somebody said that we need to focus on economics, like literally cooperative economics is how we have survived in this country for hundreds of years. We would not still be here if we were not taking care of each other. So, hello, I'm confused on that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with being too emotional. You goddamn like what is it's like it's a problem. Like it's like, you know, we used to tell our young children, our boys, right? They don't cry. Right? Don't cry. You shouldn't cry. Boys don't cry. You shouldn't be too emotional. Like it's a problem to be too emotional. So, you know, I think that the way that the question is posed, I think that we could talk about our emotions and the emotional trauma that everyone on in this audience, at the sound of my voice, we're literally unpacking our trauma, literally in real time, right? And so, yeah, there is a lot of emotions. There will be, rightfully so, respectfully so. And we absolutely should love those that are vulnerable enough to actually have emotions based on the traumas that we have been going through for hundreds of years. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being emotional. There's nothing wrong with being too emotional at all. So I think that might be why so many people may feel like the question is a little weird, right? Because it does, and I'm just going from simple comprehension, sir, right? The definition of when you're posing a question and why a question is being posed is because you are implying that Black people are too emotional. I mean, that's simple elementary comprehension.
Okay, well, okay,
And I'm
well,
not
elementary. Hold on.
wait, can I finish? Because
Um,
I did I
because you're past 2 minutes, so
I've been
yeah.
timing myself. I still have no, sir, I have 35 seconds. But
Okay.
I will land my plane because I don't want us to get too emotional, okay? But I will go on mute because I'm gonna, like the brother said, we don't interrupt each other on this
Okay.
stage. So I'm
Okay.
gonna go on mute and I'll wait to come back and finish
Oh
what I
no,
have
no,
to
I
say.
want you to stay. I want you to stay.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna stay here. You know, because I think that we do need to talk about our emotions. But I also think that how we present is never what you do, it is how you do it. And nobody's saying that this is absolutely a conversation that we have to have. So no one's disagreeing with you on that, brother. But you also have to be able to take constructive criticism from the people. Right? If you want to have a conversation with the people, maybe we should listen to how the people want to have the conversation. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that or even having this conversation. So, and I say that respectfully. I'm not going against anything or how you run or any of that. So I hope that you receive that, and I will be here to support this conversation. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay.
Peace.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let me start off with I did agree and I said this in a space before. Black people, especially black men, need to be raised in a balance. Okay, you cannot be void of emotion, but you cannot be excessive. The word "too" means excessive. Black people can be excessive anything. It's not good at all to be excessively anything, to be emotional. And I have an issue with people who just joined the space, have not really been in here long enough to hear the dialogue, but they have a question. And then in their question and in their answering, they're in a way throwing shots and saying, oh, it's a white supremacist thing to compare us to other groups. They're acting out on emotion instead of logically listening for a second and hearing the constructive dialogue. See, goes back to our space before, or our earlier in the space, when I said black people have a bad time or have a hard time listening to constructive criticism. So the fact that people are saying we shouldn't be compared to other groups of people, actually, we should be compared to other groups of people. That's how we know where we are in the world. That's how we know where we are in places of white supremacy. We know where we are in comparison because we compare our socioeconomic position in the world, just juxtaposition to white supremacy. So for me to say I want to compare the way we handle our emotions versus the way other people handle their emotions is not off code, and it's not a white supremacist question. Okay? This is the issue I have. Okay? When people jump up to speak, have not listened. And I'm not saying this because I'm not saying this about you specifically.
Oh yeah, because I talked
This
about
really got started
exactly
with
what was on the
Immortal.
stage.
This really got
Yeah.
started with Immortal when he came up here. He was barely in the space, requested to speak, and had an issue with the conversation. Are black people too emotional? There's been mixed answers. So to say I need to take constructive criticism as if you and Immortal represent black society, nobody, this space has been on since 6 o'clock, almost 4 hours. Nobody has had a problem with the question being posed. You're
So
not
here's
even
the
having a
thing, brother. Let's
problem.
let
You're not even having a problem. Don't interrupt the host, okay? We talked about discipline. You're not even having a problem with the something that was said in the space. You're having a problem with the question being asked. And then you're coming here, you're saying condescending things to the host. That's a lack of discipline, which is being too emotional.
Afro, I just want.
Does anybody else, real quick, does anybody else have a problem with us asking the question, are black people being too emotional? Because I don't want it to be where I'm a dictator and I'm picking on somebody. So nobody is above constructive criticism, including myself. I don't see it as a problem. Does anybody else see the title of the space or the question being asked as a problem?
Brother.
I don't see it
May
as a
I speak?
problem, but I can
Really
see
quickly,
that you
Pope.
could you could change it to support a healthier dialogue.
Pope,
oh,
really
great,
quickly, brother.
great.
Sir, you've already kind of threw a wrench in this dialogue already, sir. But thank you.
Really quickly, and again, just this is me
Can we
That
exercising my
finish
right
was
as
this
a co-host.
dialogue
emotional.
real quick, please?
This is me exercising my right as co-host. So I'm going to say what needs to be said. The problem is, people are being triggered by us asking a question. A question. I've already specified what Neely Fuller Jr. said about questions. The way to get to the solution is to ask questions. So I want to get to the bottom of why is it that asking the question triggering to some people? Is it because you don't want to get to the solution? Is it because the solution to the question might make you have to change some type of behavior? Is that what it is? Because that's the way it seems like. Again, like Afro stated, with the word "too." Too means excess. Nobody said having emotions are a problem. Nobody said being emotional is a problem. We are all human beings. We have emotions. Hell, even if you believe in the God or the Bible, God has emotions. In the Bible, God showed the emotions of love. He showed the emotions of hate because he hated Esau. He showed the emotions of anger, sadness, all of that. Even God is emotional. The question being posed here is, are black people being too emotional, which means excess? So for you to say that black having excess emotion is not a problem, then okay, that's how you feel. And I feel like that's a conversation that we need to have, because nobody's saying having emotions are a problem. We're asking, is having too much emotion a problem? And I can give you a list of reasons why being too emotional is a problem. And then anybody who has any type of military background can tell you all the reasons why being too emotional on a battlefield will put you and your squad mates' lives in danger. Just like having too little emotion can also be an issue. Being very apathetic can also be an issue and dangerous. So again, asking this question shouldn't be triggering, but we should probably get to the bottom of why it is triggering people. So with that being said, let's get to these hands. And Afro, I'll let you take it.
Right before we get to the hands, because there's a lot of people want to speak. Right before we get to the hands, the problem we have, or a problem we have in Black society, is the fact that we don't allow free dialogue to open-ended questions. Okay, and that's a problem that happens a lot in spaces as well too. When you title a space a certain way, that only invites people, or people only feel comfortable if they agree with the title of the space. This is why we ask an open-ended question, so we can get multiple people's perspective. Okay, we have too many other spaces, April. We have too many other spaces where only a certain amount of people talk, and those are the same people who talk every other time, because people don't feel comfortable. You're acting as if you speak for Black society. I've had multiple different people come up here and speak with multiple different opinions. Okay. Unlike other spaces where you have the same people speaking about the same things, and anybody who comes and disagrees get kicked off. This is order. This is discipline. Now, what you need to do is you need to humble yourself and learn something. Now, let's get to the hands. Nino, who is next?
So we're unable to have dialogue because
No, we are. We're able to have
you
dialogue.
said
You
okay because
have
you
an
said
issue. You have an issue with me asking the question, which makes no sense.
And for the record, that's me muting. So don't come at Afro. That's me muting, and I stand on that, because I've seen how the way, and I'm gonna be honest, I've seen how the way y'all conduct rooms, and it's different than how we conduct rooms, and we're not going to bring that energy over here. We will try to have an open dialogue. So with that being said, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people with their hands up. So let's get to these hands, and if there's anything that needs to be said after we address these people, then we can get to that. But we got to keep this conversation moving. You can't let 1 or 2 people bogart the entire floor. So who did you say was next, Afro?
I think brother was next.
All right.
No, I think FBA Antonio was next.
Yeah, so I don't host
Yeah,
rooms,
I'm gonna
so
be
be clear.
okay.
See, so Shawty, you're starting to exhibit that you have a discipline problem. We just explained that we're going to get to the hands, and the minute you get unmuted, you taking this as your opportunity to keep speaking again. That shows a lack of respect for not only the host, but to everybody listening as well. So again, we would like to have you on stage so you can speak your mind when we get back around to you, because I do feel like this is a dialogue that needs to happen. But right now, we need to get to the people with the hands. So I don't want to treat grown people like children and have to keep muting them. I hope that we as adults can conduct ourselves in a manner in which we can have an open, healthy dialogue. So with that being said, ma'am, I hope you stay on stage, because I do want to hear what you have to say. I do value what you have to say, but we have other people waiting to speak.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna kick you off. I'm gonna be fair and let you get your point across, but we got hands up and people got limited time. So let's get to FBA Antonio. Then I think we'll go to brother or Rich. Depends.
So I
Okay.
wasn't done my thoughts.
Okay, well, let's get to the hands real quick.
All
Ma'am,
right.
do we have
So
to keep muting?
Okay. Did you kick her out, or
I'm
did
gonna
she
jump
leave?
right
I
out.
didn't. I didn't. She stepped down on her own. I said
All
I
right.
wanted to hear what she had to say, but apparently she doesn't have the discipline to just wait so we can get everybody else out the way. And that's how being too emotional can be a negative, because now she's being so emotional, she doesn't even have the opportunity to speak her mind, because for all you know, she might have had some points that we would have agreed with and changed our
And she
mind.
was overtime. She was overtime. Okay. I don't know when she started counting herself, but I let her go overtime. Okay. And now it's time for us to move to the next person. And she's acting like somebody's picking on her. When she came in here being condescending. But let's move to the hand. FBA Antonio, you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I already gave my comment earlier, so I just wanted to come back because of this this small little issue that we had here. See, Afro Elite, you led earlier because I was here earlier with there's no right or wrong answer to the question. You know what I'm saying? So, but you know, it causes emotions to arise in some people because they may be prone to more emotion, which is fine. That's not a wrong thing. The only part where it gets wrong is where it gets accusatory because we all know that everybody in here is on code. We all on code. We all black first. Most of us are FBA, and the ones who aren't FBA are still on code. So it's like we're all a family anyway. So as far as the sister dropping off, come back up because like Nino said, you might say something that might contribute to the conversation, and we can leave this room and still be on code. Whether I'm in y'all's the other space, I'm in all the black spaces, so it really don't matter. But I just want to end by saying this: can we be too emotional? Sure, we can. You know, this is why fathers are in the household because boys need to be raised to be men, and men, when we're too emotional out here, we get killed. A man and a man versus one on one, high emotions, people might end up drop dead. You might involve other people that you are friends with or whatever. They all can be drop dead just over a weekend, over some spilled beer. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be managed with your emotions. You got to have balance, and that's what I want to say. You can't be limited. You can't be excessive. You got to have balance. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me see something. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Let's go to brother. You can go ahead. Why are people dropping off? I want to hear people's opinion. Actually, let's get to people who haven't spoken yet. Nikki, you can go ahead, sister. Okay, you might need a little bit
If,
time.
if Sister Nikki's not ready, I ain't gonna lie. Rich had his hand up for a
Okay,
minute.
yeah, okay, let's go to Rich.
Okay, so I heard that asking questions, like the question that Afro posed above, is sort of like a white supremacist talking point. I find that to be really silly because lawyers and prosecutors, basically their job is actually asking questions. When you ask questions, you get down to the bottom of things. When your child goes inside the refrigerator and eats the Oreo without your permission, and then you catch him doing it, the first thing you do is ask a question. Did you ask to eat the Oreo in the refrigerator, or the Oreo that was on the kitchen counter? You ask questions, and when you ask questions, you get answers. Now the answer might be the answer might be a lie, or it might be the truth. But the only way you find out whether it's the truth or if it's a lie is if you ask questions. So for people to come in here and say, "Oh, uh, asking this type of question is a white supremacist talking point," I find that to be really silly. Because if we're gonna stop asking questions, then let's do it all across the board. Let's stop asking politicians questions. Let's stop asking our children questions. Let's stop asking our bosses at work questions when we ask them where our check is. Let's just stop asking questions altogether, since that's the issue. And the last point I want to make is we have a lot of women in the room who have this overly masculine energy where as soon as they get the mic, they want to talk over other men. They want to ramble on and on and on. And I want to reiterate that in this space, when you see Afro Elite, when you see Nino, and when you see Rich, we are not beta males. We don't just sit here and sugarcoat other women and allow women to do whatever they want to do. No, we have structure and discipline here. We're not here to slide in your DMs and try to get to know you or anything like that. So we're gonna keep it 100 with you. I know in other places, you guys are allowed to just ramble on and do whatever you want, but in this place, we have discipline, we have structure, and we're on code. And every single topic that we're talking about, you never hear any arguments, you never hear any confusion, you never hear any back and forth, you never hear any interruptions. Why? Because we're on code and we're disciplined and we're not with the confusion. And I'll end there.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, thank you.
Just add a little coattail to what Brick said. It's not. I wouldn't even say that's masculine energy, brother. I wouldn't even say that's masculine energy. I just call that a disciplinary issue. It's not even based on gender. These are grown people who are conducting themselves like teenagers, and I think that's an issue that crosses all gender lines. And again, and so I won't even put that on, and I won't even put that on just women because it was a man that actually popped off that energy in this room. But other than that, brother, I agree with you 100%. Brother Afro, we can't hear you, but if you can't come back, I'm gonna continue with the hands. I want to let Sister Vonna come up because she hasn't really spoken yet. I think the first time she came up, she said it was by accident, but she's back up here now. So I'm gonna let Sister Vonna speak, and then I'm gonna continue with the hands. If Afro isn't back yet.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Whatever Nino said, pretty much. Go with that.
All right. Is it okay to go ahead and say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, it is kind of like a touching topic, but if you don't ask the questions, you won't know. So we've always been told, to be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Especially as Black people, anytime we say something, seems like we're always wrong in our saying. So a lot of times we don't say a lot of stuff, and I'm one, because you feel you may say something hurt somebody's feelings, or somebody may take it the wrong way, and then they get upset, and then it will cause a lot of confusion and chaos. But I do think that that is a topic that needs to be discussed, because a lot of times a lot of people, especially the Black people, are so emotional because you do hold in so much to try to please other people. And when you start holding in your emotions, and then you begin to start acting out. So I just think that it is a topic that's needed. And Mr. I think it was Rich, when he was just saying something about, the lawyers, how they ask questions. And again, it goes back. If you don't ask, how will you know? You can't solve a problem or help get to the root of the issue if you don't try, if you don't ask those questions. And that was just all I really wanted to say.
Thank you,
And
sister.
sorry, before we go, let me just add this one point in. Okay. I did not, there have been people I've disagreed with, but I've let people come in and openly dialogue about what they think. This is not me, this is my opinion, and I'm only allowing people to speak if they agree with my opinion. Okay? If those people would have stayed in the space for 10 minutes, they would have understood what the space was about. But they came in, read the title, and was like, okay, well, I disagree with this. What the hell? That's being emotional. But let's continue.
Okay. And one final thought, also the motive behind it, the question, that's been asked. So, and because I've always, tell people, what are your intentions, when you ask the question? Is it to help or to hurt? So, and it depends on how the individual takes it, and sometimes some people need to work on themselves before you interact with questions, come up with your answer, whatever. I just think sometimes you need to dig deep within before you try to come and give topics, because like I said, this is a much needed topic. It really is. Our community, we need to talk about this stuff, and maybe it can help each other Why are we dealing with, this? Why are we holding in so much? Because we're afraid to speak. Because if we try to speak, somebody's always trying to, shut you down. Or what you saying don't make sense. What you saying is causing problems. But somewhere down the line, somebody needs to hear it. And I do think that it's a topic that needs to be discussed. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you for so much for that. I had to step away a little bit. Rich, who was? I mean, not Rich. Nino, who is next?
Honestly, brother, it's a lot of hands. So
I
I don't
think
know
as I
who.
think Flip a coin,
I
brother.
think
You can
Divine.
go
I
ahead.
think it was Divine. To be honest with you, I think it was
Divine. Okay.
Divine, Azrael, then Cadillac, and then brother, and Rich has something else to say at the end.
All right. All right. Okay. Cool. We'll go that way. Divine, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. And firstly, just to answer the question, I want to say my answer is no. And I say that because I feel like us not being too emotional is what had our great grandfathers being 40-year-old men and having to accept being called a boy by a 12-year-old white person that they're serving. Us not being too emotional is what had our beautiful couples in the 70s figure out a way when the dominant society told us that man is going to have to leave the house if you want benefits. Us not being too emotional is what had us like, what the fuck? 3 years into Barry's presidency, but saying, okay, you know what? We gonna wait till his next term to see what he do for us, which we all know he did nothing. And to go to something you said earlier, Afro, when you was talking to Immortal, you said, you don't see Italians and Irish on reality TV shows bugging out and all of that. And, just to rebuttal that, brother, you have Mob Wives, you have Jersey Shore, you have The Real World, Laguna Beach, you can name them. And, you know, with that, I feel like that, and I'm in no way speaking, I have no way to, and, no right to speak for Immortal at all. But I feel like that was almost, validating what he was saying in his mind, because I feel like some of us feels that this question borders on, respectability politics, which we all know is a social policing strategy of white supremacy. So that's what I feel like when, he said, it's a white supremacist question, a white supremacy question, even though, it may not actually be that. And, you know, just to say, hold on, I'm sorry, lost my train of thought for a little bit. And yeah, so, even though it's not respectability politics, I feel like I say all that to say, I feel like a better question, and I'm not trying to speak for you or Nino at all, but maybe a more productive question is, do black people often have misdirected passion? And that's pretty much just what I want to say.
I just want to
Okay.
address. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. Let me clarify my analogy. Yeah, there are black people who act ratchet. There are white people who act ratchet. There's every group, race in the world who acts ratchet. But I was saying that when you say we can't compare our discipline to other people's discipline, okay, that's why I brought that analogy. Let me clarify. Maybe that wasn't a great analogy to use, but we can't deny the fact that in our community we have bad discipline problems. Okay, and I think that a couple of our speakers are an example of that. We have bad discipline problems, which is why we can't have productive conversations. Okay, other societies do not have those issues where they have a bad discipline problem, so they can't move forward in a society. So maybe let me clarify that analogy to say that's what I meant when comparing us to other groups of people. We have problems other groups of people don't have. Other groups of people move in ways that we don't move. We're correcting ourselves now. Other groups of people, not very long ago, they were voting completely based off of policy intangibles. And our group, until very recently, was voting based off of emotions. And that's why they were getting things and we weren't getting things. So it's wrong to say we can't compare what we do to other people.
And
Okay.
also, Afro, before we move on to the next speaker, I just wanted to, I guess, form a question to Divine, and it doesn't really require you to answer out loud, but I just want to give you something to think about, brother. You made a good point when you were saying, like, basically the lack of emotion or emotionality is the reason why Black people were, pretty much content with the situation in which they were in. I think you said like in the 1950s or whatever. And I agree with that. But the question being posed here is talking about too much emotion, and like Afro specified, the word "too" by definition means in excess of. And just like anything, you can have too much emotion, just like you can have too much water. Do we need water to survive? Absolutely. Can too little water, not enough water, can it kill you? Absolutely. But too much water can kill you as well. And I think that applies to emotion. You know what I'm saying? Just think of it in that sense. We're not saying should Black people have emotions. That's not what we're asking. We're asking, are we too emotional? So with that being said, just the same way being very apathetic can lead to you, being put in harm's way, having too much emotion can as well. I think what we need to work on is having balance. And I'll just land my plane there, hand it back over to Afro. And I think with the speakers Afro, I think it was Azrael, Cadillac, Brother Rich, and then Jonathan.
Hold on, really quick, and you're absolutely right, brother Nino, and I accounted for exactly what you said in my proposed, reformed question. Do you feel like Black people often, that's going to operate the same way as two in this question, do you feel that we often have misdirected passion? I feel like that may be a more digestible question, and some people won't take it the wrong way.
Well, the same people taking it the wrong way are the same people that just held a space today talking about being politically correct is off code. So that's just something else for you to think about. And I think us trying to change the question to accommodate for people's feelings is being politically correct. So just throwing that out there.
There's a reason I asked this question the way I asked this question, because it's a very layered question. Okay. If people don't see, when I ask a question about emotion, people being too emotional, that encompasses all aspects of how we deal with life. Not just our passion as far as Black people and Black empowerment, but how we deal with our relationships, how we deal with school, how we deal with work, how we deal with every aspect of our life. It's a very layered question. And people who just came in the room getting emotional and triggered because they don't know how to have productive spaces, and they're not used to spaces being productive like this, want the title of the room to be changed to accommodate their feelings. No, we're not going to have that. We discussed discipline. But you said Asriel was next, so you can unmute yourself, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to talk about where a lot of that emotion stems, from people's childhood, growing up in a single parent household. Me growing up, moving around. I'm gonna try not to be personal about it, but these experiences, growing up, can cause you to become, kind of emotionally confused. If you a person that's Black and you grow up in a neighborhood full of people that are non-Black, it's going to cause confusion, because even though you're there, it's almost like, it's even if it's like when you're in a room, but you still feel alone, because like in the end, you can't really trust none of these people. So when, like earlier, I was just watching this video from Claude Anderson, and he was talking about how we kind of lost our original religion, I believe. Like, we practice Christianity, we practice all these other ones, but the African religion, I was curious about that. I haven't done any research on it yet because I just watched the video, but sometimes having a lack of guidance, not having any, not having any mentors can cause that, can cause people to be emotional, and also not really knowing how to express positive emotions without being considered corny or weak or too emotional, trying to find a way, like imagine you as a guy and you're just trying to express some love for your brother, but he might take it the wrong way. You trying to show, like, I'm here, you want to talk, you just being a good friend, but they might not fully understand that, and they might not take it the wrong way. So are Black people too emotional? Like you said, it's a layered question. And I think part of the reason why people might have negative emotions to begin with is sometimes not really knowing how to express themselves.
Thank you for that, brother. Really quickly, I know Afro's about to step in. Really quickly, for those who don't have their hand raised or have anything that they want to say right this moment, I just ask that you step down so we can clear out the space a little bit, so I can, it's kind of jumbled up. I'm trying to get everybody that wants to speak. But if you do have something to speak, you can request again, and we'll bring you right back up. So again, if you don't have anything to say right this moment, I just ask that you step down. And Afro, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My fault.
Okay.
I'm, in the DMs, and I don't want to hear people like the typing and all that. So, um, you said brother was next, right? But yeah, I agree with I heard what Nino said. If you don't have anything you want to add to the conversation, you can request to speak again. But just so we can, get to the people who have an opinion they want to share. Let's you can drop down if you don't have anything to say.
I think it was brother Cadillac, then Rich, and then Jonathan. Jonathan, yes.
All right. Okay. So brother, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. I just wanted to say real quick, and I'll take this flight. It'll be a real quick flight. If you've been paying attention, emotions do not think. Okay? And soon as people started getting emotions and going on a rant, getting emotional, they weren't thinking. And that's just logical. That's why your emotions need to be guided by your logic. And another thing, since this space has started, Afro Elite has been practicing something that nobody has really mentioned, or I haven't heard it. Maybe they mentioned it in the beginning, but he's been practicing VGQ. People has had their opinions, and he's okay. That's your opinion, and he's went to the next person, and that's what these conversations are about. You know, emotions don't think, VGQ, and stand focused and stand on code. So that's just all I wanted. I'll land it there. I ain't want to make it long.
Brother, can you all explain to me and the people who may not have heard that term before what VGQ is? Because I'll be honest with you, I'm not familiar with that term.
Victims qualified. Uh, yeah, victims guaranteed qualification, and all that means is that if you're a victim of racism, white supremacy, your opinion is your opinion, and you're entitled to it because you're a victim.
Actually, I have heard that Gus T. Renegade has used that on the Cows broadcast. Thank you, brother.
Yes, and it came from Neely Fuller Jr.
Absolutely. I think it's Cadillac, Rich, and then Jonathan, and also NFT Monster. I know you had recently joined. If you want to speak, please raise your hand. And also Mr. Promo Champ, if you want to speak, please raise your hand. If not, if your hand's not raised, you have nothing to say, please step down. And if you do feel like you want to say something, you're welcome to come back up. So who did I say it was? Cadillac. You can go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on the topic of the emotions and stuff like that, right? And also with the questioning part, right? You should ask questions, right? So as far as the emotion part goes, right, I think a lot of that comes from our upbringing in the church, right? Or the questioning part, right? Don't question God. Don't ask this. You ain't supposed to ask that question. You know what I'm saying? We was all told is just go with it. You know what I'm saying? Just don't get up here and go to asking all these dumb questions, or you're gonna get us kicked out the church. You know what I'm saying? And that whole thing deals with programming your mind on how to think and how to move in society, right? So energy, right? I spoke on it earlier. Energy, right? Energy, emotions is energy in motion. You know what I'm saying? You're moving off your energy in a real physical space, right? So the universe, right? Everything is based off of vibrations. Put it like this. I went to church, right? I didn't go to church, but I went to my auntie funeral a few months back, first of the year, right? They said Jesus so many times in that service, they made a song out of just saying Jesus, right? And so this programming your mind on how to think, right? Then they got the music, right? The music is vibrations. It's making you feel a certain type of way. It's tapping into your emotions. The preacher get up there, he get to making all these noises, and you get emotional about that. So you're not even they really programming your brain, which is a supercomputer, which is the fastest computer on the in existence, right? So they putting these different energies into your computer, into your brain, and making you feel and act a certain type of way. Same thing, we sit around and we watch TV all day. We watching the murders this, killing that, such and such this, such and such that, all based within an hour time or 2 hours worth of time. You done went from happy to sad to mad to angry to you wild and all these other emotions that you going through. And now that's why our emotions are all over the place. You see what I'm saying? And then when we go out into the real world, we're really living out what they've taught us on TV, what the church have taught us, and all these other things. So our whole reality is based off of how we feel. Oh, I don't think I feel like this. Well, I feel like that. Well, because those are emotions you're feeling all these type of ways because they taught you. Somebody else taught you that. You never had a chance to sit back and say, like, should I really feel like that? Let me question this. Let me take a better look at that, right? So what brought me on this path, because I'm a spiritualist, and what brought me on this path is, and it's a whole nother point, but I'm going somewhere, right? I wound up in prison with a 20-year sentence at 30 years old for 2 ounces of crack. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you, Bill Clinton, and everybody else. George Bush had something to do with it too. So I'm just saying. But that when I found myself in prison for 52 grams of crack, which ain't but 2.5 ounces, a kingpin would have had to sell 5 kilos to get the same sentence. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I had a prior. You feel what I'm saying? So I got a 20-year sentence for 2.5 ounces of crack, right? So boom. So I found myself in there, and I'm knowing this ain't right. But I'm like, damn, well, I'm gonna get emotional. I'm gonna go do the research. So I started doing the research, right? And trying to figure out what the hell was going on that I got such a harsh sentence, being a second offender for something so small, right? It was $1,300 sale, one transaction. So boom. So I went doing this research and doing this research, and I'm a Christian at the time. So boom, my partner, he telling me, well, hey man, you need to come check out the minister. You need to check out the minister. So I'm like, man, I ain't trying to hear. I'm not no Muslim. I ain't none of that. You know what I'm saying? Woo, woo, woo,
Brother,
woo, woo, right?
brother, with all due respect, you're a little
I don't want to
past
be too
time, so
long.
if you can
Okay.
land.
All right. Long story short, though, balance, right? Universe, right? The universe is created on a smaller scale with atoms, right? All your atoms, everything in existence, be created of everything that is in existence is created of atoms, right? They vibrating on a molecular level. You can't even see them, right? The air made them, everything. On a higher level, the planets, the universe, everything is vibrating, is rotating, is moving, right? These are energies, right? You have a positive, which is the electron. You have a negative, which is no, proton is positive, electron is negative, right? In the middle is the neutron. You see what I'm saying? You have to be neutral in order to learn stuff. You have to be neutral in order to grow, to really go figure out. You have to question things in order to find the next path. What you think scientists do? They do ask scientific questions. I'm gonna go ahead and land because I don't want to be too long or too, but I'm just want to put that out there. I'm
That's a
done.
good point, brother. And really quick before you go, I'm just curious. How much of that 20-year sentence did you have to end up serving?
Well, I served 8 years. I mean, 11 years and 8 months of that before they start bringing in these different crack laws. Bush left out. He did one. Obama did two. Um, so I didn't get the one from Bush, but I got two from up under Obama. And then while I was in the halfway house when he gave me a clemency. But regardless of the fact, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's
Okay,
what it is.
all right, brother. I got folks in there for the same thing. That's why I asked. But all right, brother, thank you. And also, if anybody who just joined the panel, please raise your hand so we know who want to speak. And if you don't have your hand raised, I'm about to start removing people. Just so we can clear it a little bit. It's real cluttered. So, Sister Vanna, I don't think you had anything else you want to say, so I'm gonna put you down. But anyway, while I do that, brother Rich, you can go ahead and speak. And again, if you just joined the panel and want to speak, please raise your hand.
The only person who has a problem with answering questions is the person that's the man or woman that's inside the interrogation room. I'm gonna say that one more time. The only person who has a problem with answering questions is the man or woman who's inside that interrogation room getting questioned by the cops. So if you have a problem with answering a question, what are you hiding? what are you guilty of? Because if we're just having an open dialogue and you have issues with questions being asked, then now it's starting to seem like you're that person who's in the interrogation room that doesn't want to answer any questions when the cops is asking you questions. The next point I want to make is there are thousands of black men in prison today because their mother or father didn't want to have that conversation about emotions. When it was time to talk about it, when it was time to sit at the dinner table and eat dinner and talk about emotions, their mother wasn't there, their father wasn't there. And guess what that lead to? That lead to 20-year prison sentences. That leads to 25-year prison sentences. Why? Because the topic of emotions was not discussed in the home. So you got thousands of black men in jail today because they didn't want to have that conversation. Their parents didn't want to have that conversation with them. And my last point is, I can always tell, I'm gonna go there, but I can always tell when a woman does not have a man at home, because the first thing she wants to do when other men are talking is interrupt. A woman who has a man at home, she doesn't interrupt other men because she has conversations with her husband all the time. And when you're having a conversation with your husband, that requires for someone to stay put so their thoughts could be heard. So that lets me know a lot of women who come in this space, and I'm not making this a gender issue, but a lot of women who come in this space talking over men, being loud and aggressive and angry and passive aggressive, they don't have a man at home. Because if you did, you would know how to have a conversation with a man. And I'll land there.
Yeah, brother. I'm not gonna harp on that topic for too much longer, but I just take it as a respect issue. If you don't respect me enough to where we stated what the rules are and how we're gonna be moving in this room, and we still was being fair about it, and you still decide to act out like that, that's a disciplinary issue at the end of the day. But it also boils down to a lack of respect. And again, but that's a whole different topic entirely. We're gonna keep it pushing though. With that being said, I think it was Brother Jonathan, NFT Monster, and then Seer.
Real quick before you go, brother Jonathan, for the people who are up here as speakers, if you don't have something that you want to say, then can you please drop down, because then there's people who are pressed to speak and there's not enough room to speak. So if you're done, if you don't have anything to say, then can you please drop down? And if you do, you can raise your hand so we can get to the order of the people. But I don't want to get to you and then you say, oh, well, I'm just listening. There's a listening queue for people who are listening. All right.
Mr. Promo Champ, for instance, you've been up here for a while. You haven't raised your hand. You have something you want to say? If so, raise your hand. If not, I'm gonna have to drop it down, brother. I'm assuming you're a brother. All right. So we made it clear. If you don't have your hand raised, we're gonna start dropping you down. So if you have something to say, speak. Raise your hand. If not, I'm about to start dropping y'all. But Jonathan, you can go ahead though, brother. I'm sorry.
All right, there it is. I'll be brief because I spoke earlier. Just to the question, I think we can be too emotional, but I wanna, as far as emotion go, I wanna say, I think we should collectively learn how to manage our emotions better. Cause that's a big thing, and you guys were talking about something, and I heard the word discipline, and I think I think those two go hand in hand. Learning how to manage our emotions and just having discipline. I think discipline is a huge thing in our community as a whole. And you can put it on men and put it on women. Just for example, when a man learn how to discipline himself as far as his desires and stuff like that, he's unstoppable because he can conquer just about anything. We learn how to just discipline himself as a man. And I think that one of the man's greatest challenges is self-discipline. So once a man learn how to have self-discipline in all areas, it goes, it goes through the stratosphere, and that comes with emotions as well, especially as black men. just in a comparison sense, a white man can get upset about something and a black man can get upset about the same thing. We too aggressive. You can look at like what's the brother name that played football for the Seahawks? I forgot his name. He got locks in his hair. But after the game, he won the game touchdown and he was just going off and it was just he's too aggressive, too emotional. But he was just excited about the game. But I do think we should learn how to manage our emotions better and have more discipline because that discipline will take us very far. Because I hate to see sometimes, and I do think it comes from sometimes we have to lock our emotions up too as a people because, like I just said, sometimes when things happen, we are seen as too this and too that, whatever the case may be, and so we kind of over time subconsciously learn to sub bury our emotions, and then one day it just come out because now we're accustomed to hiding our emotions. So we get to a certain spot and we have to lash out, and we don't learn how to manage it. It was sometimes we don't know what it feels like. What does this feel? All I know is I gotta get it. I gotta say something, and it leads sometimes to dangerous things. And I believe just at a young age we should just learn how to manage our emotions better. I learned right there.
Thank you, brother. And also, I think I removed somebody from the space entirely by accident. I didn't even get the people who it was, but I'm so sorry. It was not on purpose. With that being said, I think it's NFT Monster, Seer, and then Scammy, and Mr. Don't At Me. I specifically asked you to raise your hand, brother. That's why you got removed from the speaker. So if you ain't got your hand raised, you're gonna
Do
get
you
removed
know?
again.
Do you know how to raise? Unmute yourself real quick. Do you know how to raise your hand?
Hey, I'm in the store. Can I go after Sear?
Yeah, that's cool.
But do
NFT.
you have to raise your hand?
My
Do you
my
know how
hand
to do
was
that?
raised.
No, that's
NFT.
NFT. That's not Don't At Me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my hand was raised. But yeah, I'm just in the.
Okay, so NFT is not ready, so it'll be on Sear. But Don't At Me. We asking you to raise your hand, brother, and you're not doing it.
I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you don't know.
Testing 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't know.
Okay. You see at the bottom of your screen, there's a little heart emoji. You
Okay.
can click that, and then there's multiple different emojis. One is the hand raising. You can press and hold that to change the color of your hand, and then press
Okay.
that again, and you can raise your hand. Yeah.
Got you.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah. All
I
right.
appreciate you. So you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, brother. I appreciate that, guys.
No
All right.
problem.
All right.
So now it's on. It'll be on from Sear, I guess, to Scammy, then Asia, and then Don't At Me, and then if NFT Monster is ready before then they'll be up next. So go ahead, Sear.
All right, peace, bless the room. Appreciate y'all holding space, give me a chance to speak. Peace to the listeners. Yes, let's all get to the question. Try to keep it quick. When I say too
Sorry to cut you off,
emotional,
brother. You real digitized right now. You real digitized right now. Give it a
am I
second.
really? Am
All right,
I
you
good
clear
now?
now.
All right, so
I think you
I'm
clear.
good, right?
Yeah, you're better. You can go. Is he speaking? Are you speaking?
I don't see his microphone picking up any sound.
Okay. Well, hopefully he gets it together, gets to come back and say what he had to say. You said who was next? Skimmy?
After Sear is Scammy, but Sear's back. Let me just see. Sear, are you ready? Like, are you working now? Okay, I guess not. I think he's having technical difficulties. So just hold tight, brother. We'll get back to you. Go ahead, Scammy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. I hear
yeah,
you.
you can go.
Yeah. To the title of the space, I feel like we not emotional enough, you know what I'm saying? To be honest with you. We emotional, you know what I'm saying? When Donald Trump or somebody, you know what I'm saying, say something racist or some shit like that, but we not emotional enough when we killing each other, you know what I'm saying? We emotional when the Tamir Rice get killed, you know what I'm saying? But we not emotional when the Tamir Rice get killed in the ghetto or the projects, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you ask me, I feel like we not emotional enough. You feel me? I feel like the black community, you know what I'm saying, we don't, hold each other accountable enough, you know what I'm saying, for to really be out here having these specific type of conversations about racism. I feel like that's the undertone of all this shit. I feel like that's a way for us to avoid accountability. You know what I'm saying? When we need to be addressing these gangs and gang violence and some of this music sometimes, even though, like I'm not against the music, you know what I'm saying, but it has to be a balance, you know what I'm saying, within it all, you feel me? So to be honest, we not emotional enough. We not emotional that we got these women out here running our community and shit like that, and that men out here, you know what I'm saying, being emasculated, you know what I'm saying, i.e. Will Smith and shit like that, you feel me? Like these niggas out here married, but they not really men, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, you feel me?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And like I said, this space we allow different people. If you come respectfully, uh you can voice your opinion on this subject.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know.
yeah. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. You know what I'm
No,
saying? I know we
I'm
live
not
in a
saying
in
you
a, in a
were.
country today where if you got an opposite opinion of everybody else, then it's deemed quote unquote disrespectful. But I didn't add any ad hominems. You know what I'm saying? I think it's an issue
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that
Hold
I
on,
think
hold
it's an
on,
issue that women run our community.
hold
I
on,
think it's an
hold on,
issue
hold
that
on, hold on, hold
okay.
on. I was kind of giving you your props, or
Oh, okay,
so
okay,
to
yeah.
speak. I was just saying this is the way. Now you came. Now there were some things that you said that kind of made me look a certain way. I don't necessarily agree with every statement you made, but I'm gonna allow you to make your statement. Because,
Nah,
like
that's
I
cool. That's
said
cool.
at the
That's cool.
beginning of the space, there's not really like a right or wrong answer to this question. You know what I'm saying?
I kind of feel like it is though. You know what I'm saying? Because we obviously fucking up somewhere. So it's no longer opinion based. It got to be based in fact. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if that's the case, then I don't think emotion is the issue. I think it's lack of action because people was hella
That's what I
emotional.
was gonna get to. Can you guys hear me
Well, I
now?
gotta disagree. Like, so prime example, right? We took action with the Black Panthers. WIC was started. You know what I'm saying? All of this shit. We've been doing these things, brother. And the community ain't get no better. If anything, it ain't do nothing but get worse. You know what I'm saying? So this conversation, not trying to control nobody's space, but it need to be based in fact, not feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really need to put our emotions aside for it. That's why I'm saying we too emotional, because we can't put our emotions to the side for a second and be like, yo, hold up, it's an issue here. Why are the women?
brother, you just contradicted yourself.
Yeah, you did.
But
No,
we gonna let the other speakers speak, and then
All
we'll
right,
get back
can
to you.
can you guys hear me now? Am I
I
good?
feel you.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah, we
you
hear you.
straight now.
All right. Yeah, like I was saying, peace to the room, the listeners. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. Yeah. So the brother, before he contradicted himself, he made a good point, and that is, I make a distinction between acting on emotion and being emotional, right? So when we ask the question, are black people too emotional? I don't think anyone can ever be too emotional. Why do I say that? I say that because, my emotion is, what shows me it's teaching me my experience. So when I like go through a conflict or an experience, I have a sensation to that, and my emotion is the thing that tells me it informs me of what I'm experiencing, right? So I then have a decision to actually internalize it, or just observe it. So I think the issue isn't that we're too emotional. I think the issue is that we have to do a better job at observing the emotion and trying to learn what it's trying to teach you, and then internalizing it. So I think we go wrong when we take things personal, but I never take emotions personal. I think that's the difference, where your emotion is just your fire, right? So when you feel like a burning sensation in you, all it's doing is pointing to what you're experiencing. So the more intense that emotion is, the more awareness it brings. I can dive deeper into what I have an intense sensation towards. So for me, I think that emotion is a good thing. The issue is how we act upon that emotion. Because I can be experiencing something in a moment and you would never know, like that shit could be burning me up inside. But if I practice like decorum and self-control, I would know when and when not to internalize that emotion, to then act on it. So I don't think that anyone can ever be too emotional, because that's where the creativity comes from. That's the thing that makes you more sharper in intelligence. It makes you more subtle when you feel more, you can dive deeper into what you're experiencing in the moment. So yeah, that's just my half on it. I don't think that, being emotional is the issue. I think the way we act upon it, and we need to do a better job at, decorum.
Yeah. Can I respond? Because I feel like a lot of people try to call me out about contradicting myself when I
Nah, I
actually
was
don't
I was messing
contradict
with you,
myself at
bro. I
all.
was messing with you, bro.
No. I'm talking to the everybody else because they was like, I didn't contradict myself at all. You know
Well,
what I'm
I mean,
saying?
the way it sounded like to me, brother, was on one hand you said that we was not emotional enough, and then after this fact, you said we
Well,
was
we
too
not
emotional.
we not when they come to action. But in these conversations, if I disagree, like prime example, right? I give you an example. We don't have no emotions, you know what I'm saying, when it come to voting for niggas who actually mass incarcerate people or do all of these other things, right? We can go vote for them, you know what I'm saying, and shit like that because we over emotional when it come to people coming out saying, yo, a lot of these black countries, they hellholes. You get what I'm saying? So two things can be true at once. So we actually not emotional. I think it's pretendo. I think it's a facade that people put up because they want to be this or that or look a particular type of way. That's what I'm, you know what I'm saying, trying to insinuate. You feel me? But at the end of the day, we're not emotional enough when it comes to the right shit. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to all of this, the facades or we this or that, or it comes to personal gain, then we boo-hooing and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Police brutality and shit like that. You can't compare police brutality to the murders in Birmingham, Alabama. You can't compare police brutality to the murders in Chicago, Illinois. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh
that's what
man,
I'm
we
trying to say,
no,
brother.
not the black on black crime. Oh
Yeah.
no. But all right, brother, I hear you. We're gonna go ahead and let Asia Renee speak, and then we're gonna go to Don't At Me. And if NFT is ready, we'll let him speak. And if not, Scammy, we'll come back to you so you can finish your thought, brother.
All right.
All right. Asia Renee, you can go ahead, sister.
Hello, how are you guys? Thank you for letting me talk. I just wanted to share something. Like, I don't think that we're emotional people, actually. I think we're traumatized people. I mean, like, just quite honestly. I'm 47 years old, right? I was born in 1975. I was raised people born in the 1800s. Literally, my last uncle died when I was 12 years old. He was born in like the 1880s. So I didn't know my grandparents because they died when my grandfather was a little boy. But like I don't think he was raised by the type of people I was raised by. I was traumatized by my dad, by my mother, who was also both traumatized by their parents. I grew up very traumatized, and being emotional was not an option for me because my dad is older than my mother, and that was multiple slaps in my face by older sisters who didn't like me because I took everything from them. Well, I'm the executor of the state, so yeah, I'm about to take everything as soon as he's gone. But the thing is that we're not emotional people because we know how to conduct ourselves in public and we know what to do and what not to do. I grew up around a lot of Caucasian people. Not a good thing. It's really not a good thing for a young black woman or a man to grow up around white people. Like when I literally think about the things that were done to me as a kid, I didn't think anything was wrong with that. But I now know that there was a serious problem. And that was trauma. There was nothing emotional about that. It was all trauma. So when people were saying that, and I've been listening for a while. I kind of fell asleep actually. I thought I have a lot of autoimmune diseases, so because my dad's family are a bunch of freaking Masons, and they sold me off when I was 10 years old. A lot of trauma, a lot of trauma, and if you really knew the thing that I went through, you would feel sorry for me, but I will not say that because I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me. I will just deal with it on my own. But what I'm saying to you is that, like, we're traumatized people. That is what's wrong with us. It had nothing to do with emotion. We are so traumatized. It's ridiculous. Like, I literally don't go anywhere. I don't do anything. I don't want to be around people. I can't stand people because they get on my nerves. People annoy the fuck out of me. And that's not their fault. It is my dad's fault. It is my mom's fault. It is my older sister's fault for traumatizing me. You know, like my mom's mom is a Redskin Indian. You know, she lied about everything. About everything. Like I literally found her in freaking Tennessee when she was telling us she was from Canada. Found her dad. Oh, I didn't have a dad. No, you had a dad. Found him. Found him too. Found everybody in Tennessee. But she would look at me and say,
real quick. Not to cut you off, but you're a little over time. If you could land real quickly, and then we can, if you want to say something else, you can raise your hand and you can speak again.
no, I'll just finish it. What I'm saying to you is that if my grandmother had not been traumatized, she would not have traumatized my mother, and it would not have carried into my generation. I did not do to my daughter, so she's fine. But the thing is that we are a traumatized people. We are not emotional. We are intelligent and we are smart, and we can think our ways through anything, but we are not emotional. Definitely traumatized.
Can I say one thing and drop down?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I just want to say that like a lot of times too, we police black people because we tend to be like politically correct. So when a black person is experiencing like or being emotional or exuding, or acting out their emotions, a lot of times when someone is like politically correct, it's like, oh, you shouldn't act like that. You shouldn't express it that way. So a lot of times we got to understand that, we're projecting our tendency to be politically correct on black people when they, express themselves too. So I want to just point that out.
Okay. And let me say what I had to say about what the sister was saying. I said this earlier in the space. If any group of people have the right to quote unquote be emotional, it would be us. We are the targets of the world. Okay. We have to deal with white supremacy on a daily basis, every day. And many of us don't even know why. You know, we grow up with microaggressions, being talked down to, being talked condescending to, being picked on, outcasted. And we're looking at ourselves like, what did I do wrong? What's the problem with me? Why is the world treating me like this? When in fact, the problem isn't us.
I
So if
can tell you
anybody
why.
has the right to be emotional, we're the only people who have a justification due to all the trauma that white supremacy has put on us. But let's get to the hands, and then we can kind of rotate a little bit. I think don't at me. You can go.
Yeah, much love, and I'm gonna send energy out, positive energy out to that sister, Aishar. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name, but much love and energy to you. As far as the topic is concerned, whether or not black people are too emotional, I think a couple people touched on it. Emotion is not the problem. It's how you focus and channel and direct the energy of those emotions into what type of action that you take, which is consistently the problem with us. So if anything, and I'll keep it short and sweet, it's like a low, I know we all heard the term emotional IQ. So it seems like a lot of times we display collectively, not on the individual level. So this is not an attack on any individuals, but collectively as a group, we exhibit a very low emotional IQ when it comes time to direct those emotions. And that's all. I'll land it there. Thanks, guys, for being patient with me while I learn how to work this platform. I appreciate it.
Thank you for adding that. I appreciate that. Now, let me see. NFT, do you got your speaker ready? Are you clear to speak now? If not, we'll move
Yeah, I'm
on.
still in here. I'm about to be out though in like 10 minutes.
All right, okay, let's move on then. Let's move on. We can move on to, and if you want to speak, anybody who wants to speak, anybody has something to say, just request to speak and raise your hand. But brother FBA Antonio, you can go ahead.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you for welcoming me back. I had to jump back in because our sister, she said it was trauma that a lot of black people, this is probably why they have excessive or uncontrolled, or emotions may just come out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And therapy, that's one thing we ain't bring up yet, like mental health. There's a lot of black people that avoid that. And one area of activity, you know what I'm saying, that is economics, according to Neely Fuller Jr., that's just being dominated by the dominant society, white supremacists and things like that. We don't have the funds and things like that, but it's sources out there to where you can actually talk to therapists that aren't that expensive. You know what I'm saying? That are like they're basically and the stage where they're not actually therapists yet. Somebody help me out with that. I forgot what they're called. Like interns. They got intern therapists that $40, $50. You'd be surprised. You talk to them for an hour, twice a week. You know what I'm saying? And you need to look at, actually, I inbox you. Not to say that you need the low income version of that, but I know some therapists. I've done therapy before. And before I leave, I just want to say your story resonated with me a little bit, because I have a female friend whose stepfather was a Mason, and I know some personal things that she had to go through, that she had to break away from his side of the family and things like that, because being put out there for older men or anything like that, that's another area of activity, sex. You know what I'm saying? That you got to overcome that with therapy. So, you know what I'm saying? If I can help, I've seen some links, but that's basically what I chimed in for.
Appreciate that, brother.
Thank you. If NFT, if you're not ready, let's go to Scammy. And then if you're new to the space, we have the rule: if you want to speak, just raise your hand, and then we'll get to you in the order that hands were raised. So anybody can come up and speak. So we'll go with Scammy, then we'll go with Terrell. And then anybody else after that, just raise your hand.
Yeah. I don't think that we are the only people in here, you know what I'm saying? Especially in America, who reserve the right, to be emotional or none of this about anything. Because if you ask about me, if you look at other black communities around the world, we're some of the most privileged black people on this planet. You know what I'm saying? As far as that go, you feel me? Because I'm always gonna resort back to my initial, you know what I'm saying, statement. The fact that we need to start holding each other accountable. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in particular that black people in general are traumatized. Because if I can look at my grandparents and know that I can't relate to the plight or the struggles, you know what I'm saying, that they and particularly, you know what I'm saying, went through. You feel me? So I had to disagree with that. You feel me? I feel like we got a bunch of privileged people, you know what I'm saying? And I think the privilege is starting to show in the black community, you know what I'm saying, who are overly privileged,
What
and it's starting
privilege?
to show. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely starting to show. You know what I'm
What
Hold
saying?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's hold on, 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 hold on. Scammy. I got I got three questions for you, brother. Because you
I got three
all right,
answers.
thank you, dog. Because I've noticed some language that you used, and I noticed this language is kind of universal amongst certain people. So I just got three questions for you, brother.
I'm FBA,
Uh,
bro. I'm FBA.
on both sides, right? On both sides?
FBA?
On both sides?
You said what?
FBA on both sides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. FBA on both
Okay.
sides. Birmingham, Alabama, to
All
be
right.
exact.
Shout out.
Gate City
Hey, shout out,
Projects.
shout out. Got family out there. All right, and then also, are you pro interracial dating?
Not at all. I mean, not at all. Nah. I don't see. Nah. I never kissed a white woman in my life. Never dated one. None of that above. All my baby mother's chocolate, you know what I'm
All
saying,
right,
or
all
brown.
right.
I don't even like light skinned women. Don't even turn
Hold
me
on,
on.
hold on, hold on, hold on. A third. Hold on, a third. We're gonna let you speak. Put your hand up, third. We can get to you. And
Man,
then and then,
put my hand in my face, man.
you said what?
Put my hand up. You can't see me,
Nigga, you got to get put down.
nigga. Okay.
Who said that?
I removed him because it's like, nigga,
All right. I'm like, oh yeah,
because
all right.
we not even on that type of time, bro. Like, and the thing is, some niggas they had the energy online, but would never say that to it. Never mind, that's a whole different topic. Anyway, my last question to you is, Scammy, is what's your opinion on the LGBT community? What do you identify as? Do you identify as black?
Bro, listen, I ain't gonna lie, I'm BG, right? I know in my bio it say I'm non-binary, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably one of the most homophobic people you ever gonna meet, bro. I don't agree with it at all, you know, at all. Now I don't see how it benefits us as a human race, and it's more specifically as black people. You feel me? But I'm like in the middle ground. I'm not conservative. I'm not necessarily liberal. I probably lean a little bit more liberal than I do conservative, but I don't agree with a lot of liberal talking points. I agree with most conservative talking points. You feel me? Because it's just the climate that we in today is not the climate that we was in the 50s and the 60s. Like I said, I got like I said, from Birmingham, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother is from Maryland. You know what I'm saying? She one of the people, you know what I'm saying? She had close friends, you know what I'm saying? Um in the bombing of the church in Birmingham, Alabama. So, you know, I come from that. You know what I'm saying? I as a kid I went and seen that museum. And it's not hard for me to look around and say, yo, we not going through the same thing that those particular people went through. You know what I'm saying? Um and
Well,
on
let me
top of that, the black
really quick.
community ain't a monolith. Like,
Well,
I don't
yeah.
live the same experience that you live, brother. You feel me?
Well,
And I think it's
really
time
quickly,
for us to
brother.
stop thinking like that. Go ahead.
Hold on, brother. Because like I said, you just saying some things that's just making my antennas go up. You say you so you got the
Let me ask you a
non-binary.
question, right? What if I answer yes to all of the questions that you just asked? Would that?
Oh, we not doing that. We are not doing that now. Okay, this is a host and a co-host. You know, let's be respectful and answer the question because Nino is not coming at. Trust me, I know Nino. Nino is not really coming at you like that.
Yeah,
Nah, listen.
hold on,
I'm not coming at him type of way either. I'm just asking a question back to him. Like,
I didn't finish my
good.
question, so I didn't finish my question. So that's where the disrespect kind of comes in. At. Like, all right, brother, I'm
No, no,
gonna
I
ask you.
apologize. My fault. I apologize, man. My fault. My fault.
All right. So with that being said, so I just want to clarify. I'm not even gonna harp on the binary thing. You say you got non-binary in your bio.
Yeah,
I ain't
yeah,
even
yeah.
look.
Of course.
I ain't
I
even
gotta
look.
I gotta defend myself. Somehow I'm a quote unquote cis head black man. I gotta defend myself some way. I'm not gonna allow anybody to weaponize their gender or their sex against me. So if a black woman or any type of woman disrespect me, I'm gonna pull the non-binary card every single time. Not you can I listen. Whatever I say, it may be how
Brother,
you look at it. It is what it is,
brother,
bro. Don't
brother,
disrespect me because I'm not trying to keep getting put on all
brother,
these platforms.
brother. I ain't even. I just said I'm not even about to harp on it. I ain't even look at your bio. I'm just going off
No,
what you
no,
said.
not against. It wasn't against you. I'm just speaking in general. That's. I'm
Okay.
telling you why it's there. It's
Okay.
there because as a
Okay.
defense mechanism. Because I can have these conversations, other people can't.
Okay, let's
Okay.
reset the room. Okay, let's
I'm sorry.
calm down.
I didn't even get to ask my question yet.
That's
Like,
what I'm
bro,
saying. Let's let him ask this question. He's not coming at you. Trust me.
because I turns up if I wanted to go that route. I'm not even on that type of time, bro. I'm chilling right now. So with that being said, I just want to know because you talking about we're privileged and everything else. So I guess my question is, and you saying that we ain't going through the same thing folks went through in the '50s or whatever. Well, I guess I'm just kind of confused because they was victims of white supremacy then, we victims of white supremacy now, and white supremacy, being a victim of white supremacy is like rape. You know what I'm saying? Is one type of rape better than another type of rape? Oh, you ain't getting raped in your ass no more. You're getting raped in your mouth, so you should be thankful. You know what I'm saying? Cause that's how it sounds to me. Oh, you enslaved, but you in the house though. So what you complaining about? But nigga, I'm still enslaved. I'm experiencing things that you ain't experiencing as somebody on the outside. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm just kind of I'm just kind of confused. Like, how are we privileged as victims of white supremacy?
All right, so
And make
I'm.
it brief. Make it
All
real
right,
brief.
but that. Oh, what you mean? You had a whole soliloquy? Why can't I?
No,
Rebut? You
nigga,
feel me?
no,
We
nigga. I'm
having a
not asking for.
conversation here,
No,
brother.
nigga. I just asked you a simple question, bro.
Okay, you asked
How
me a
are
simple
we
question, right?
privileged
You asked me a
as
simple question.
victims of
Okay,
white supremacy?
okay. Listen, I'm not gonna say that there's no KKK members, but there is the Jim Crow laws and things of that nature. They don't protect those people. You know what I'm saying? Those particular type of organizations anymore. Black and I hate to use this quote because it's just proximity, right? But when I walk out my house, I don't fear white men. I don't fear white women. and I don't deal with white women, so I just don't even defend them in general. But I'm just saying, like, I don't fear these people because they're not directly harming me. They can't harm me. I'm in control of my own situations. I'm in control of my own narratives. You could say white supremacy, and I'm not no disrespect, but I feel like that's a defeatist mentality that has been preached to black people due to the Democratic party that you that people like us seem to vote for, not me, because I wouldn't, I vote my interest, not, you know what I'm saying, parties. I don't link up with anybody, not gang with no specific political party. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things that go into that, bro. We can have a long conversation about this. We can
I don't
teach
need a
people.
long
You know what I'm saying?
conversation. I
We
just
can
need a
turn
short
the Tyreek
answer.
and the sheet off and get into the facts. You know what
I
I'm saying?
just need a short answer, brother. How are we privileged as victims of white supremacy?
If a
Well,
white man come in here right now and call you a nigger, you can get his job, all kinds of things taken from him. Yes or no? Let's get into it.
No,
Yes or no?
No, because there's been plenty of
That's
times where
cap.
that has occurred and they get away with it.
Every
Because look,
single white person who's
hold
used
on,
the N
brother.
word.
Hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
Hold on, brother. Because I can tell now you don't really fully comprehend what white supremacy is and how it operates. So thus everything else that
I'm
I
from
could say,
Birmingham, Alabama, bro. No, you can't talk to me about white supremacy.
thus everything else that I could say to you will only confuse you further, brother. The only thing that I'm going to say, because we got other people with their hands up, and I'm not even about to harp on this and try to change you, is that, brother, I highly suggest that you pick up Neely Fuller's book called The United Independent Compensatory. Because right now, I'm not in the business of trying to educate black people on what's going on in this world right now. You say you're not a victim of white supremacy, then by all means, brother, I'll good for you then, brother. I hope to see you on the Forbes 500 list. Nothing should be holding you back. So with that being said, we're gonna get to these hands. I know
A lot of white men aren't on the Forbes
thank you.
500 list
All
either.
right, brother.
So
We moving on, but you're not though. So
indeed,
we're
there's a
gonna
lot of
move
white
on to
people
the
leaving.
hands. We're moving on to these hands, brother.
Only.
So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and get the NFT monster because he was having mic troubles, and then we're gonna get Terrell, and then after that we're gonna get Lethe Lee. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
All right, cool. Yeah, appreciate it. Now I wasn't having issues with my mic. I was in a store and it was gonna be loud. Uh, so I wanted to just comment on the title of the room. I could definitely see how it could be offensive, particularly to people who aren't really looking to address such a kind of like generic question. And I think the issue with it is definitely culturally insensitive, and it's too much of a blanketed statement for it to really have any true substance. Because who, at the end of the day, is black people? As a just a generalization, you can't really describe them as one type of people, one type of experience. And I'm a well-traveled individual, been to many international black countries, and so I do have perspective and have been able to see various cultures. And so I think, but at the same time, I do see the type of conversation and the temperament you guys are looking to dialogue in. Definitely see where you're coming from. I know exactly what you mean. But I think the idea should be that these types of questions should be more presented in a more of a productive, actionable type questions. So like I think if the more solutionary based questions, because I don't think the way that this question is posed, you're not gonna really get to any solutions. You will create dialogue, which sounds like y'all really want it to happen. But also, last thing I'll say is this idea of people being too emotional. I don't think that's true. I think black people are constantly being told not to put a cap on their emotions. They're not allowed to be emotional, and that is why it becomes a white supremacist talking point, because we know historically and even currently our emotional state is used against us to be weaponized against us, to take our lives, to put us in prison. So, and also they also use the emotional standpoint to impact children on their educational journey, because they'll say things about being too emotional. They can't sit still, and for those to be reasons to put them in remedial courses. So at the end of the day, I don't think black people are too emotional. I don't think black people have had a chance to fully express themselves in a non abusive atmosphere, for lack of a better phrase. And because of that, we see how black people are acting out. Because when you talk about your emotions, you're supposed to be allowed to express. And somebody brought up a therapist and lawyers and things like that, and it's
Brother,
just to
I
me
just want you to know you're a little
slightly.
over time, so you got to
All
land
right, no,
soon.
all right, yeah, because I know it's a lot and it's not my room. But I will sit and say that my biggest issue with it is that it's culturally insensitive, and it's not a productive line of thinking whatsoever. It's just reactional.
So by definition, wouldn't that be too emotional when you're operating in a out of emotion versus out of a outcome based or solution based action?
Well, like I said, the question isn't going to create any solutions the way it's posed, because it's just a blanket statement, and also
It's
is
a
it general,
question. It's not a statement, brother.
but
It's a question.
well, it's a excuse me, it's a blanket question. It's a general question, subjective. So you're not going to really get anywhere with it. Asking questions to people like that is a very triggering question across the board.
Okay.
Particularly because we don't know there's not enough reference to who we're talking about specifically. Because to say that black people in generalize is not is ahistorical, because it doesn't work that way.
So,
Okay.
bro,
Well, let me say this. Let me say this. First off, the title of the space has a question mark. It was not a statement. I did not title the space Black People Are Too Emotional. It was Are Black People Too Emotional? And it was an open ended question where multiple people got to come up and they got to express their thoughts. Now, I will say this one thing. It was not an issue. We've been on for multiple hours. The title of the space was not an issue until a couple people came up here, and now all of a sudden, everybody's following the crowd, following the leader, so to speak. Now all of a sudden, the title of the space is a big issue. So let me ask you, because those same people hosted spaces talking about, is immigration good for Black society? So when they host open-ended spaces, that's okay. But if anybody from without that, from anybody who's not in that group, if they host a space, then it's off code. You know what? Let me make an announcement for everybody. My next space is going to be the weaponization of the term off code, because we have that too much where if you don't like something, well, that's off code to me. That's off code. That's going to be my very next space. And I'm going to try to make that as soon as I can. If somebody, and I'm seeing receipts, if you guys want to make spaces about me, you can at least be brave enough to at me. Mrs. Immortal, Mr. I'm sorry, Immortal, okay? You came off emotional, just like you did with this space and Nino's space. Didn't make any bit of sense. Mrs. Ghetto ass April came up here just to defend him and then being condescending, then you're going to make a space where the only people you're going to allow is people you agree with. This is why my spaces are productive and your spaces are unproductive. And we need to stop these unproductive ass spaces. See, this is me being emotional, but I'm filtering my emotion. There's nothing wrong with being emotional. Like I said, it would be one thing if you disagreed with somebody who said something in the room. It's another thing if you just disagree with the title of the room saying it's off code. You guys are not the vanguards of what on code is. And that's going to be my very next space. So you guys definitely want to follow me so you guys can see that, because this stuff needs to be addressed.
especially if you ain't never even if you haven't even read the works of Neely Fuller Jr. Don't even sit here and be talking about no code if you don't even know what the code is. These folks using terms created by Jason Black and Professor Black Truth, but don't even know what they speak on. These people are co-opting our language and then changing the meaning of it. The same way it reminds me of when white people learn some outdated lingo black people using them and using it out of context. That's how it's really coming across to me. And y'all got Afro talking like this, then you know it's a fucking problem. He's starting to sound like me, because y'all know I ain't got no damn filter. I've been in here conducting myself. Anytime I'm around Afro, I be trying to conduct myself, in a real professional, formal manner. But y'all know I get ratchet real fucking quick. And I'm glad Afro spoke on that shit, because that shit right there has been pissing me off all fucking day. It's only been this certain group of people that came in here with an issue. These pseudo intellectual motherfuckers who ain't even read the fucking books that you need to read before you call yourself B1. Motherfuckers ain't never picked up a book by Nearly Fuller Jr. They ain't never picked up a book by Dr. Claude Anderson. Probably just reading it for the first time this year. Ain't never read the works of Dr. John Henry Clark. But these folks acting like they the spokespeople of the black grassroots.
And this is why nobody gains shit from their spaces. This is why they be in spaces talking about coleslaw and shit. Because they don't know how to act productive conversations and have an open dialogue with multiple people's opinion. This is why you see the same 5-ass people speaking in the same damn spaces, because those are the people they agree with, and they only allow people to come in and circle jerk them. Okay, that's not productive to black society. So Immortal and April, they can come up in here and they can say something, but best believe, I swear, and all of their friends, y'all better warn them. Y'all better warn them. I tried, and I've been as patient as I could be. All right, ain't no sneak dissing. I don't need to sneak diss nobody. If I made a space about somebody, I will at them. Since y'all making a space about me, best believe that's gonna be the worst mistake y'all ever made. You and your whole crew.
You know what this shit
There's gonna
reminds
be
me
a
of?
lot of collateral damage.
This shit reminds me of high school. It's this one group of people who probably threw one party, and now all of a sudden everybody looking at them like, oh, they the coolest kids on campus. Meanwhile, people that really is cool, the people that really are the trendsetters, the ones that really is making moves and stuff, they not bothered by it. They gonna keep doing their thing because the so-called popular group, they gonna start infighting with each other, and then they all gonna fall off. Meanwhile, the people that been setting the trends gonna keep on doing them. That's what it's really reminding me of. And then, of course, the sheep ass motherfuckers who they just going where the wind blow. They just following whoever the fuck they think gonna get them some clout. Fuck clout. Not in this shit for clout. If I was in here for clout, I wouldn't be saying half the shit that I say. I get suspended on here because I'm always calling out y'all faves. Y'all need to get some backbone about yourself and stop trying to follow up under these people who don't know what the fuck they talking about. And just to be clear, that's not everybody that be in those spaces. That's not everybody, because I'm actually cool with some of those people who are good people, who are well-read people. But a lot of people over there, just dig into their background. I ain't even gonna put people's business out there. A lot of these people over there got white husbands, white ex-husbands, be on drugs and everything else. But then got the nerve to be sitting here trying to speak like they represent the best of black people.
So yeah, I have a problem with every single person in the specific group. And like I said, I ask people when I have a problem. So I will give names to the people I have an issue with and I've had an issue with. But let's not go on too long because some people haven't spoken yet. Unless you wanted to say something real quick, and then we'll get to Terrell, then Leela. Oh man, I can't see the name. Hold on.
Yeah, Letha. I couldn't pronounce that either.
Okay, let's get to Brother Terrell.
I'm like you, brother. You know, I'm an emotional mind right now, but the difference between me, I don't let my emotions carry me. I weaponize my emotions. I direct my emotions. So with that being said, Terrell, and then Letha, and then Rich, and then Sister Asia Renee.
B1 all day, family. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. This actually my first time being up on one of these Twitter spaces actually speaking. So I definitely appreciate y'all allowing me to voice my opinion right quick. You know, at the end of the day, as far as the title, bro, are black people too emotional? I'm gonna go ahead and say no to that. And the reason why I say no to that is because I feel like all these centuries, all the oppression, all the killings, all the robberies, all the rapes, everything that our people been going through, bro, you know, we aren't emotional enough, is how I feel. I feel like when we are at a point to where we're emotional enough, that's when the Mika Johnsons come out. That's when the Gavin Longs come out. That's when our black people who are foundational black Americans are coming out, taking care of business and pushing back, because it's a lot of pushing towards us every day. And we see it every day that our elders, our children, our youth. I know it's a new video going on of a little 10-year-old black boy that was getting arrested over the bag of chips. You know, shit like that. That's when we need to be emotional to the highest degree. But, you know, I respect everybody's opinion. You know, at the end of the day, y'all, don't forget we all are a black family, and I recognize that not all black folks is pushing this agenda like a lot of us are. But at the end of the day, the whole purpose of this is for us to be on code, for us to represent that black first, and for us to push that line to the fullest and not be cowards and not be scared and feel like we being too emotional about something. We need to be more emotional, y'all. That's how I feel personally, but nothing but love, nothing but respect to the black family all day. Be one.
Be one,
Be
brother.
one, brother.
You can go next, sister. And then can you pronounce your name? I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
Hi, it's Lethy. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Lethy.
How
Hey,
you
yes.
doing?
Real quick, I've been listening for a couple of hours actually, and I've been wanting to speak earlier, but my babies were just not being nice. But real quick, I have to agree with the last gentleman. I don't feel like we're emotional enough. Like I feel like a lot of other races, like the black and brown, it shouldn't be brown. Like it should be like just straight black. Like we have our own issues. And I know I'm about to hurt somebody's feelings with this one, but the LGBTQ, like I feel like they have their own race. They should not have their rainbow flag with our black colors up there. Like we have our own black flag. We do not need to be having other races and other beliefs piggyback off of our struggle. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like we're not gatekeeping enough. Like that emotional, we're not emotional enough to gatekeep. Like white people coming into our culture with the fraternities, the sororities, they're still in our dances, they're saying nigga. Like, no, like you're not allowed to do any of that. Like, I feel like it needs to go back to where we're like segregated. Like, this is black only. Like, back up. No, you don't belong here. And then just to conclude my point, the only part I feel like we're too emotional was the presidency. A gentleman did speak earlier about it, and I disagree with him 100%. Like, people just disregarded all the facts about Trump, and then they just thought about Biden. And now he's in office, and he ain't doing shit for us. So, I just want to say that, and I just also want to thank you for this space and allowing me to voice my opinion. Black first, always.
Black first, sister. And I'll never mind. I'm not gonna say this.
Yeah, black person.
I was about to say something, but I'm like, I forgot this is a recorded space. You said your babies. Is the baby is your baby father there? Like, are you
My husband, he's
husband?
deployed, so it's me and the
Oh,
four
okay,
babies.
okay, all right. Thank you for that. All right.
Well, shout out to the black family. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Salute to the black family.
And yes, he's black.
Side note, Afro Elite. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. Scammy Sosa can really get off the stage because he DM'd me talking about I need to read Thomas Sowell, and that's the Coon's favorite author. So we can go
I'm
ahead and
not
get
a
him up out of
coon,
here.
brother.
You
I'm
okay?
not a coon.
I
Why?
literally, that's crazy because a couple days ago I just got into it with a suspected white supremacist about Thomas Sowell. He was repeating Thomas Sowell. So for you to get up here and you talk about we need to read Thomas Sowell, no, you need to read Neely Fuller Jr. and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Okay.
If
And
you don't
Dr.
stop requesting, nigga, I'm just gonna remove you from the space altogether. You're not welcome to speak up here no more, bro. You ain't even on topic no more, bro. So with that being said, I'm gonna deny you one more time. And if you request again after that, bro, I'm just gonna remove you from the space altogether because we're not about to keep letting y'all come in here with this disruptive ass energy. So with that being said, I apologize. I think it was on Sister Asia Renee and then on Brother Rich.
Okay. It's two names as one, so it's just Aisha and Renee, and you just say it together. Aisha Renee.
Oh, I apologize.
It's okay. No, I'm so not tripping off of a stupid name that my mom gave me that I actually do love. So, but anyways, I just want to say, oh yeah, I totally got help. What's going on right with me right now? I actually have multiple sclerosis, and one of the symptoms is being overly emotional. I've been listening to a lot of Black Spaces for the last couple of months, and I've been learning a lot. Like I said, I didn't grow up with Black people. I didn't even grow up with my people. I grew up just with my dad and my mom. They were in the military, so and everybody around me was Caucasian. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to like say like this. as Black people, we are so intelligent. We are so smart. I'm going to add this and then I'm just going to drop back down. I went to school and I went from being in the most smartest class, because I started school when I was 4 in 1979, right? To being in the class for mentally disabled kids, which, like I said, like when I think about some of the things that were done to me, it makes me really emotional and cry. So that's why sometimes I get like emotional when I'm listening to you guys talk or whatever, right? But I never did a lick of homework, not a single freaking thing. And I've been sick my entire life. I was told literally I would be dead before I was 18. Like I said, I'm 47 and I'm still here, and I'm still going to be here for a long, long time. But I took a GED when I was 18, and my dad, when he got the scores, said that I was in the top 5 percentile of everyone graduating from high school in the United States of America. The problem is I live in California and we're dumb as hell down here because our school system sucks. It really, even for the white kids, it really, really super sucks. So he couldn't understand how I could be in the top 5 percentile in every subject, but every grade that came home was an F, 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 F. And recently we had a conversation because we're working on our relationship today. We had a conversation about that. And basically I just said, I went over the trauma, I went over the confidence issue, I went over what happened in school. He didn't know about any of those things. And I said, but the thing is that I'm actually way smarter than you and way smarter than you think I am, because I absorb everything around me. Even right now, I can hear you talking to someone outside and I will remember that conversation for months to come. I said, so that is why I was in the top 5 percentile, because I was listening in class. I just didn't want to do any of that stupid homework because these kids were horrible people. So if that's how I was as a kid, you can just imagine how you are and how everybody in the spaces, your children are that will be born into this world. As Black people, we are descendant of the actual real builders of this world. We have in our DNA the ability to do anything. So with that being said, I do not believe that we are emotional people. I believe we are traumatized people, and it comes across as emotion because a lot of us need to work on some of those traumas so that we can get to the other side, other side of that emotion, those emotional pains. So, anyways, I am in the process of getting my degree in, clinical psychology. I do mental health work, even though I'm going to be probably crying until the space is over. And then I'm going to go to another space and listen and cry some more, because I spend mostly every day crying in these spaces, because I realize that my mind and how judgmental I was my mistake. And I feel really bad. I'm
Absolutely,
making my
absolutely, sister.
Well,
changes in
sister,
my life so that I can do better, to
sister,
help in the
All right,
future.
all right, all
Okay.
right.
sister.
So I have to say,
I
you guys
send
have a good
positive.
day.
I send
Okay,
positive
thank you,
vibes your
Annie.
way because MS is no joke. And also, as somebody who used to work in the mental health field as a behavioral specialist before I got into social work, I will say those of us that work in that field, all of us need therapy. So, with that being said, sister, thank you for your input.
And I wish her the best. Okay, we do have to understand that some of our people do need grace. Some of our people do have serious problems due to the childhood that they lived. Okay, and I absolutely hope our sister mends the relationship with her father and gets better in her life and her situation. But let's continue. I think Rich was next, and then FBA Antonio.
So I want to add on to exactly what Afro Elite was just saying. Like last night, actually, I think we did a Twitter space, and the last thing I said, the closing words I said was, "Get your life together." And I said that to everybody in the room. And I always say that whenever we're almost done with a Twitter space. And the reason I say that is because just because you have B1 in your bio, you have FBA in your bio, you have Indian, whatever in your bio, that does not fix your problems. That does not fix your personal problems. So if you were dusty before you were introduced to the new black media, after you were introduced to them, you're still a dusty person. So there's work that needs to be done with not only just, I'm not just talking about everybody else in it, but also me also. We all have work that we need to do. Some of these dudes, these dudes that come in here, they're talking that coon talk, he's over with. But a lot of us who say we are B1 and we got that in our bio, there's work to do. Just because you got B1 in your bio, that does not mean your life is made and everything is set and you don't have nothing to work on. Because if you were dusty before you were introduced to this crowd, you're just gonna be a dusty B1 person. If you were intelligent, if you were smart in school, if you did everything you needed to do, then that's exactly what you're gonna be with that B1 next to your name. If you have your finances together, you got your life together, you speak well, you dress well, you're not out here, smoking, drinking, doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff, that's who you're going to be with B1 next to your name. But if you're that dusty person before you was B1, you're going to be that dusty person after. I'll land there.
Well said, brother Rich. Well said, brother Rich. And I'm getting various DMs from dusty motherfuckers right now. And for the record, y'all, I am not mixed. I don't. This nigga calling me mulatto. I am not fucking mixed. Both my parents, but anywho, Afro, did you have something to say? Because if not, I was gonna let FBA Antonio speak, and then NFT Monster.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off of what our brother Rich was saying. A lot of us do have issues that we need to fix in our life, okay? Whether that's financial, emotional, psychological. Most of our problems can be fixed financially. Once we get our finances together, then everything's going to start to fix itself or become easier to fix. But, talking on Twitter, saying B1 on Twitter, talking about black empowerment, we have to do more than talk. I said this in a space last night. Black empowerment isn't just about what you put on Twitter or Instagram. Okay, it's about your thoughts, your speech, and your actions. You have to live it. Okay, it has to become your life. Black empowerment needs to become your life every day, every single day. What can you do to become a better person? And with that being said, we can continue with the hands. So let's go to FBA Antonio.
All right, now, hey, I'm only coming back in to chime in. I'm not being disagreeable to the ones that do think, I'm sorry, that don't think that black people are emotional enough. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to submit a different perspective, which is when it comes down to myself personally, the way that I answered this question in a nutshell was um, I don't regard myself as being too emotional. I think that may be an issue. I can have the same reaction as somebody internally, but act it out in a different way methodically. So when I hear emotional, I don't ever want to be in a so for instance, I got my CPL, most of us do. If I'm in a situation that requires me to be on defense, I'm gonna lack emotion in that case. Okay. I might have an aggressive suspected white supremacist trying to do something to me. I'm gonna I'm gonna not use emotion and hop straight into logic, and then the same result will be the same. So if someone kills off emotion, they may be distracted in a way, or when I say kill, in self-defense. But listen, I don't have to hate the roach to kill it. A hate is an emotion. I know I don't want the roach in my house though, so I'm gonna smack it and then get rid of it. I don't got no roaches, by the way. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why when we say it's not a right or wrong answer necessarily, until we start digging off into different subjects within the topic, then we can really, unpack it when we get there. But I just wanted to say that. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, you made a really good point. And I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, Afro. But you made a really good point when you brought up, your CPL and stuff. First and foremost, I'm in Georgia, so we don't need them no more. So walk up on me if you want to. Second of all, yeah, man. Again, we said this many times throughout this room. I don't having emotions is not a problem. It's when you let your emotions get the better of you or cloud your judgment. That's when it becomes an issue. The same way as how being super apathetic, which means lack of emotions, how that can be an issue as well. I think at least I'm gonna speak for myself. What I believe is we need to learn how to direct our emotions that can be so they can. I'm sorry. so that they can be used in a productive manner. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to be, what I'm saying? Every emotion that we have, God Himself has felt at some point. If you do believe in that, because hell, even what they say in the Bible, even our God is a jealous God, whatever they say. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a Christian, but you know what I'm saying? So with that being said, every emotion that we got, you know what I'm saying, was put in us for a reason. They were put in us so we could survive. You know what I'm saying? But I think the best way to move is when we use those emotions to direct our actions in a productive manner. When we get so emotional to the point where we just acting out and, you know what I'm saying, and just lashing out and just doing stupid shit, for lack of a better term, that's when it becomes an issue. So that's just my 2 cents, though.
Okay. And to piggyback off them, let's say you all had a gun. The way a gun works is that you pull the trigger and that ignites a small explosion in the gun, which sends the bullet flying through the barrel. The barrel, in this instance, let's say the bullet is our emotions and the barrel is the thing that contains and aims our emotion. If you don't have a barrel to the gun, when the gunpowder goes off, the bullet will fly in any direction. It won't be aimed at all. The gun will be useless at that point without the barrel to the gun. That's what we're saying. I think that the theme of the space is disciplining ourselves, and I don't really want to say barreling our emotions, aiming our emotions properly. There's nothing wrong with with the gun analogy. There's nothing wrong with the gun necessarily, but if it doesn't have a barrel, then you won't be able to aim it anywhere. Then the gun won't be. It will be useless. Okay, it will be an unproductive and very potentially dangerous device to use. So the way you use it in a productive way, the way you use it in a way that's going to help you, is you put that barrel there. And that's what we're saying in this space. Having emotions is not a bad thing. In fact, it's a very good thing. That's where our passion comes from. We are very passionate people. But if we do not filter, if we do not put a barrel, or if we do not put some type of aiming mechanism with our emotions, it's going to go all over the place. And too often that happens. And then next thing you know, our conversations are unproductive, our spaces are unproductive, and the gun in that analogy would be unproductive. But I think you said NFT was next, Nino. Okay, let's go to NFT.
Yeah, my bad. I was reading something. My bad.
NFT, if you wanted to say something, you can unmute yourself. Okay, well, let's go to Rich then. I guess NFT might be busy or something.
Having your life together and being B1 goes hand in hand. In white society, the ones who practice white supremacy the most got the most money. They got their life together. They live in big mansions. They got a lot of money in the bank. They own a lot of businesses. They live in the best neighborhoods. And they're the ones that practice white supremacy the most. So this is why I keep saying this over and over again. Being B1 and having your life together goes hand in hand. And I know you're like, okay, what does that have to do with emotions? Having your life together is part of having your emotions together. Because if you don't have your emotions together, your life will never be together. So this is why Jason Black says the 4 dimensions of a man is having your finances together, being physically fit, being emotionally together, and the last one was uh being intellectually put, being the smartest man in the room. Those are the 4 dimensions of a man. And when you add those 4 dimensions together and you mix it in with being B1 and having a B1 ideology and being about black empowerment, now we're talking. But to think that you're going to be B1 and be dusty and help the group and help us, you're not helping us by being B1 and dusty. Because all you're going to do is regurgitate our talking points and then go be dusty. Go start problems. Go be too emotional. Go be disrespectful in these Twitter spaces. That's all you're gonna do. In white society, the ones that practice white supremacy the most are the ones that live in the best neighborhoods. Beverly Hills, Bel Air, all those exclusive Buckhead in New York, Dumbo. In matter of fact, in New York, in the city, there's a section by Central Park called Billionaires Row. Jeff Bezos and all of them live there. Those are the most sophisticated white people on earth. They practice white supremacy the most. So if you want to be B1, if you want to be FBA, if you want to be on code, if you want to be conscious, if you want to have your life together, all those tie back to the same thing: having your life together and being B1. You can't be B1 and not be striving to get your life together, because you're no help to the group.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I'm not even gonna piggyback off of that. I think, you can't improve on perfection. And I feel like that what he said, I mean, exactly. That's all I got to say.
Question, Afro. Who do you think this person with a blank profile named Big Scambino is trying to get on stage? Who could that possibly be?
I don't see that person.
Oh yeah, they're in the request box right now. Somebody named Big Scambino. It couldn't possibly be Scammy Sosa, would it?
I would hope not. Man, you'd be a desperate person if
Right,
that
but
was the case.
because he acting like, I mean, if that is Scammy Sosa, he be acting like a thirsty hoe. I hope a grown man's not acting like a thirsty hoe. So I'm gonna call this person on stage just to see.
I
But
can't believe I don't see it. That's crazy.
surely it's not a grown man acting like a thirsty hoe. But we'll see.
While you call him on stage, I just want to read his paperwork. He's one of those type of dudes where he's probably from the hood,
Yeah,
and he start.
what's going on?
Oh, go.
Can I speak?
Yeah, when it's your turn. Now hold on. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, he's one of those dudes where he's from the hood, and he probably picked up a little bit of jail babble. Somebody passed him a book or two, and now he's mixing his dustiness with the books that he's read by those coons, and that's what you get. You get that. That's the product you get from a dusty dude that picks up a few books, and you get jail babble, and you get just coon talking points.
Yeah,
And
I called them gangster coons. That's what I called them.
yeah, that's exactly what they are. They're a little bit of conscious. They have a little bit of consciousness, and then they mix that with the dustiness that they grew up in, and you get that. Yep.
I wouldn't even call it consciousness. I called it. They got a little bit of street awareness and mixing it with coonism. that's what that is. But anyway, I ain't gonna hold y'all up. Brother Terrell wanted to speak. Brother Terrell, you ready?
Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all letting me back in right quick. The brother Afro Elite, man, that analogy that you used, man, it was perfect. It was right on point, because when I speak on us not being emotional enough, of course I don't mean you see something and you get mad, and because you mad, you just go do something reckless. You have to channel your emotions always, and that's in everyday life. We have to channel our emotions, but when we know that we've been going through this, and we've been going through this same struggle every day, absolutely, we have a reason to be upset. The first time that I ever been in a jail cell, I was 8 years old. I was 8 years old out here in Arizona. They ain't no joke. They try to get us as early as possible. 8 years old for a school fight with a white boy. 8-year-old child gets stripped out by this grown ass man, put in handcuffs, put in shackles, put on detention clothes. That's something to be upset. But because I'm upset and I'm emotional about that situation, now I'm trying to properly channel that emotion and make a difference, so don't no other black 8-year-old have to go through that. So I just wanted to give you props on that analogy, brother, and let you know that was perfect, and that's exactly what I meant as far as the brother FBA Antonio. Was that his name?
Yeah.
I agree. I do agree with the brother. I do agree with it, but I think at the end of the day, we are all, everybody that's recently speaking, are pretty much on the same page. You can't allow your emotions to lead you, but it's okay to be emotional and know how to properly channel your emotions. That's all I wanted to say, y'all. Be one.
Be one to you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Afro, did you have something you want to say? If not, Big Scambino is
Yeah, I
next.
want to hear what Big Scambino has to say. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah. All I wanted to say is, um, it's nothing wrong with being emotional. Um, you can let your emotions show. Sorry, I'm eating crabs right now, but you can let your emotions show. Um, don't allow people to dictate your narrative. Um, Black people aren't a monolith. You don't have to agree with Tyreek Nasheed. You don't have to agree with Candace
Scammy
Owens.
Sosa, Scammy Sosa, Scammy
You don't
Sosa,
have to
Scammy
agree with
Sosa,
anyone. You can
Scammy Sosa,
follow your own
Scammy
narrative.
Sosa. Hold on, Scammy Sosa. Did you really just log into a fake page so you can come on here and say the same bullshit we wasn't trying to hear the first time around? Did you really just do that as a grown man?
Who said I'm
Nigga,
grown?
nigga eating crab legs like a little biatch.
Sound like he over there sucking dick, my half my family from Louisiana, but we don't sound like that eating no crab legs.
Listen, bro. I just want the people to see that the people y'all listen to, y'all follow.
Yeah, my patience for bullshit is at a minimum. I ain't even got time to entertain that right now. If you gonna troll, at least be interested. Interesting. I'll entertain an interesting troll. Nigga,
The
you
ni-
got this nigga say he had multiple baby mamas. I don't know if y'all heard that when the first time he spoke on his real profile. He said baby mothers. Multiple. Nigga, you got more important things you need to be focusing on other than trying to troll in here with folks having a productive conversation, my nigga.
that
And
that
I mean,
dude that dude is laying on his belly eating crab legs. Really, dude?
This dude, and he better be glad I was replying to a DM. This dude is laying on his stomach with his shirt off. He got his feet dangling in the air. His anklets are clanking each other. He's sitting up there sucking on crab legs, dipping it in butter. So I just have to say, dude, sir.
he sound like the type of nigga that'll dip it in ranch. He a weird nigga like that. This nigga dipping his crab legs in ranch, bro. And then he probably chewing on the damn shell.
This man had to calm down. He went in the bathroom. He grabbed his candles. He got candles lit all over the bedroom. He got his lavender scent oils around the house. Okay, this man is in a bonnet and a bathrobe, laying on the bed. And right before he finished his season of Grey's Anatomy, he wanted to say something before we left. We can create our own narratives.
If he just did that to us, imagine what his 7 baby mamas are going through.
Shit, they probably having fun with his ass. They probably pegging the shit out of him. Because remember, he's non-binary. Remember that.
A non
Okay.
a non-binary bed book. But go ahead, Afro.
Okay. I'm just, you know, that's interesting. Okay. All right. Look, for the people who disagree, you can kind of tell the caliber of people who have a problem with this space. There's only been a few people, we've had this space for hours. There's only been a handful of people who've made issue with this space, and all of these people have crazy emotional issues. Okay? I need you, big scammy. I need you to go talk to your man Immortal and see if I don't know. He just gave me Mr. Immortal vibes over there.
He giving me Tommy Sotomayor vibes. That's what it sounds like to me.
It's a shame that big scammy is acting more feminine than April was. Now that's a shame there.
They probably got
But
they probably got a relationship like D Wade and his boyfriend. I mean not D. I mean, D Wade's son. He was born male but transitioned to a female, and got with a white boy who was born a female that transitioned to a male. So they on some real kinky, real kinky role play type shit.
Okay.
Well, he just changed his Ica's picture, so I think he's into men because he just changed his picture to another man.
Oh, really? Okay. Hey, all right then. Let's continue. I think MFT. You can go ahead. Hold on before you go. I see you requesting, Big Scammy. I see you requesting. I know it's late, but this is not one of those programs. This is not the talk to men late at night space. Okay, I need you to go over there and in them damn other spaces. Okay, with Mr. Immortal in them. Go over there. Okay, that's not how we get down over here. He came over, he was like, man, these brothers' voices deep. Let me get something to suck on and talk to him.
That nigga got on the mic sucking, like, bro. What they call it, mukbank or whatever, mukbank or whatever, them little YouTube channels they be sucking on shit on the mic. That's what that shit sounded like, bro. Start you up a YouTube channel, my dog. It's some people that's into that shit.
Ooh, okay. MFT, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment when the brother was kind of naming out authors and different scholars, and I didn't really, particularly with John Henrik Clarke, I didn't see how that's relevant to being too emotional, but I can see it with Dr. Cress Welsing, but also was thinking another author is like a Amos Wilson would make a little bit more sense because he specialized in what's going on psychologically in the Black community, but again he also offered lots of solutions. So I just think it's kind of disingenuous when you be saying stuff like that. I don't know who you were referring that to, but it's a lot of people that have spent time reading, and we have perspective and.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's late, and my patience for the bullshit is really low. Dude, if you gonna
Okay, you
sit
gonna
here and be
cut me
trying,
off? That's cool.
yes, nigga, I am, because you saying shit that ain't even what I said. I was listing authors who people claim to be B1 who they haven't read. It had nothing to do with authors that talked about emotions.
Okay, well, I didn't know
So now
that's
you
what
just
you were
went
coming
you
from,
went
but
on a
I
whole
just like it
you
coming
went
from,
on a
but I
whole
just like I said,
tangent.
I thought it
You
was
went
a
on a
mute point.
whole
Either
tangent.
way, I thought it was a mute point. That's
You just first of all, it's a moot point, and you just got muted. So you went on a whole tangent about something that wasn't even said.
I didn't go on the tangent. I just responded to the authors you threw out.
Yeah, on a topic that I didn't even say. I referred to those authors for people that claim to be B1, but they haven't even read those authors. You seen him told, I don't know what those authors had to do with being emotional. Yeah, I didn't list those authors on the topic of being emotional. So do you admit that you were wrong? Yes or no?
If that's what that
yes
kind of
or
answer
no?
you're
Yes or
looking
no?
for, then did I mean,
Okay,
So
I can
that's a
tell this nigga
straw
dates
man
white
argument
girls.
you used.
I can tell he dates white girls or has in the past, because niggas like that, they use that type of logic right there. Only girls entertaining that
nah,
are
don't gaslight me like that, bro.
Have you ever dated a white
You
girl?
don't know me.
Or now,
You
have you
don't
ever
know me.
dated a white girl?
You don't know me, and then
Oh, that's a
you don't
yes.
know. I mean,
Okay. I'm telling y'all, we had this conversation earlier. We're not about to be entertaining these niggas for too long when they get on that disruptive ass energy, bro. I apologize, Afro, if you felt like I probably should have let him speak, but I just can't do it.
No, and that's what I was saying. Straw man arguments. Okay, he's trying to rebuttal something that was not said. The authors that you gave wasn't, first off, in response to him. The offers that you gave was in response to somebody else who claims to be B1 and claims to be an intellectual, but don't know the facts and don't know the history about being on code. If they don't know that, then how can they claim that they're B1? How can they claim that they have information to teach people? And he came off trying to tell you, well, I believe, and I don't even know what he was trying to imply. Did he dare to imply that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing was emotional, was too emotional? I hope to God he didn't try to imply that. But he was, so he came up with crazy straw man arguments, and then when you tried to clarify that's not what you said, he was going back and forth with you. So he just doesn't like you. and he's being
Well,
unproductive,
he
and
needs
that's
to
not what
stand.
we're gonna have.
He needs to stand in line. It's a long line of motherfuckers that don't like me. So, with that
Eh,
being said, go ahead, Rich. I'm sorry.
Instead of him being a man and apologizing and saying, you know what, I was wrong and you were right, let's move on. He decided to be sassy and catch his little hissy fit and make it seem like he was never wrong. And this is the type of, and this is why I'm pretty sure that one of the reasons why Afro Elite actually made this Twitter space and titled it that, are black people too emotional? Because we got these, look how much examples we just received just off this Twitter space alone. You would think that, okay, since this the title has to do with emotions, let me not come in here being emotional and being sassy and being a bedbug or bedwench or a hood rat. Let me conduct or pretend like I know how to conduct myself. You seen, since I would say 9 o'clock, people have done the opposite of what they should have been doing. At least come in here pretending like you're not too emotional. At least come in here pretending like you have some intelligence. And as you can see, after 9 o'clock, things just went left.
The coons coming
And
out
then,
tonight.
did
You know
you
what that
notice?
reminds me? I'm
Did
sorry.
you
Go ahead.
notice too that everything really went smooth? I mean, we had that white girl try to throw the conversation off, but everything was going smooth for hours until a couple people came in. Then a whole bunch of their disorderly groupies jumped in the conversation, and we've been kind of battling people since they came in here. But I'm not gonna keep this space ongoing like too long. I mean, we started this space at 6 o'clock. So if anybody hasn't gotten a chance to speak yet, I'm gonna give you guys a chance to request and speak, uh, to voice your opinion of, are black people too emotional, to answer that question in your own words.
Really,
But we
really
can,
quick.
yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was gonna say really quickly, Afro. Do you think we should just have an open floor forum for the remainder of the time, for however long? I guess I don't know how long you plan on keeping it open, but because I feel like people got stuff to say. Because I'm looking at these tweets, but I don't think it has to pertain to the topic.
Oh yeah, most definitely. See, listen, I don't do the whole sneak dissing. I'm gonna say something that loosely applies to you, but I'm not gonna say anything because I hope everybody notices except you. If you guys notice, the people who've been following me for years, when I have an issue with somebody, whether that person is a bigger person than me, as far as notoriety, or smaller than me, I will directly post that and post their at to make sure they know that I'm referencing them, to make sure they see it. I do not sneak this. I do not condone that. So if anybody has a problem with me, if anybody has something that they like to say, you can feel free to come up here and say it. I won't mute you. I won't bully you. I'll let you come up here and say it. So anybody has a problem, because I'm getting a whole lot of evidence that um people are making spaces, really. They're making entire spaces off of me, and this isn't the first time. And I'm warning everybody now, you guys really need to check your friends. I see some people in here. Y'all need to check y'all buddies, because when I go after people, there's going to be collateral damage. Because a lot of this off code stuff has been going on for far too long. So if you have something you want to say, agree or disagree, and I ain't just opening the floor for people who disagree. But if you want to disagree, come up like an adult and do so. But if I have to get off this space and I have to come at you, it's going to be very ugly. But we have a new speaker here, so you can go ahead and speak your piece, brother.
Before she go, I just want to say something real quick. Any missile that you send at Afro Elite, just send one at me too, because you're talking to me. You send a missile at Nino, you're talking to me also. So just be clear. If you're gonna send a missile, send it to all of us.
No, that's big facts. That's big facts. But go ahead, Queen.
Hello.
I'm not sending no shots at the host or co-host. Are you rich? It's just that when certain people get into these spaces, they are used to being very combative and argumentative when they cannot talk. You was hosting this room and it was very structured, and they're not used to that. Cause I've been in the other spaces that they go in and they just used to being loud, belligerent, hyena bitches. I'm just call it what it is. And they couldn't, bite their tongue and wait their turn. So they created a space. And I don't know what they were talking about because I was up in here. But yeah, they so used to they click up instead of checking one another when they're wrong. And that's another thing I don't like with the black community, the FBA community, might I say. There a lot of them are followers, a lot of them are not leaders. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your input, sister.
Yep. I know what they're saying. I got people sending me receipts right now, currently as we speak. I know exactly what's being said. And that's fine. That's fine. They can make their little circle jerking spaces. That's okay.
Shit, one of their people that they treat like the damn Down syndrome pit of the families in the room right now. And matter of fact, last room I was in, I heard they talk about that nigga was African and got deported or some shit. But he in the room right now.
It's
So
okay.
if you want to come up and speak, sir, you can with your mush mouth.
If you disagree, you can feel free, because I've had people who come in here and they disagree. There's people who I've disagreed with, but I was respectful, with their disagreement. I was respectful. You can disagree with me. I'm not the code. If you disagree with me, you're off code. That's not how I work. Okay, that's not how any black person should work. But if you come here, if you say black people are too emotional, that's fine. If you say black people aren't too emotional, that's fine too. If you say a little bit of both, that's okay. But if you have something else you want to say, because I see you saying it outside this space, you can feel free to say it in front of all these people.
Like I said, y'all know, anybody that know me know I ain't afraid to send shots out. And my thing is, I don't really send shots out on nobody on no personal shit. I keep personal shit personal. But when you start saying or doing things that basically is putting the rest of us in a bad position as a people, that's when I got a problem. And some of the things I've been hearing and seeing from those folks is putting us in a bad position. They are now about to have the shit they saying are having FBA people being labeled as a damn hate group and everything else. These dumbass motherfuckers. Someone saying if you're not FBA, you're not black. Like, what kind of dumb ass shit is that? Now you look stupid as hell, because now you discredited the history that we as a race have accomplished worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Why are you restricting us to just over here in the States? Like, and then, like I said, and then they be talking all that stupid, hella reckless shit about non-FBA people. And again, I'm not stupid. I call out non-FBA people all the fucking time, but I also big up the ones who are non-FBA that are on code, that do hold us down. You know what I'm saying? And these people are just on some, basically, if you're not FBA, then you the enemy type shit. Like, y'all niggas so damn stupid and short-sighted and emotional. And that's the type shit that I gotta call out.
Well,
But like I
when
said,
when a I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
no, you good. Go ahead.
When a group is being ran by a whole bunch of women, what do you expect? And no disrespect to the women, but to the ladies in here, but when groups are not ran by women well, women know this. That's just the truth. Women know this. Women do not like to lead. They like to be sat. They like to sit in the Rolls Royce, in the back of the Rolls Royce, and get chauffeured. Men lead. So when you got a group that's being led by a whole bunch of women, and then you got these sassy niggas following, what you get is the mama, sugar bear, these little code names that they call people. Dude, I'm not here to be friends with anybody. I'm here to punish white supremacy. I'm here to dismantle white supremacy and go home. That's all I'm here to do. I'm not here to get into this Jerry Springer match, this Maury match. We're not here for that. So that's all I want to say. That other side, it's a whole bunch of women running that, and a whole bunch of beta males following. Sorry.
No.
You made a good ass point, Rich. And I'm just gonna make this point really quickly, Afro. Like basically, you can see the difference between and again, anybody that know me know I love my black women. I had the utmost respect for black women, but not all black women are deserving of my respect. Same thing when that applies to anybody, black women or black men. But one thing I can say is households that are without a father are typically chaotic. They typically raise children that are undisciplined and have emotion control issues. And then that's evident in these spaces that these people are creating. There's no men in there leading those spaces, hence why it sounds like a damn VH1 reality show in that motherfucker. Versus in this room, you have men in here leading. It's organized. You know what I'm saying? We are respectful. You could see the difference. And again, that is not saying women are not capable of leading, but I feel like it shouldn't be the woman's responsibility to lead. The woman should be able to be catered to if she's deserving of it, of course. I mean, add that caveat in there. It should be the man's position to lead. And you can see the difference in these rooms between on code men leading and just ratchet ass hood rats. But go ahead, Alfred.
Ratchet ass hood rats with beta males in speaking, but they're not saying anything, letting the women be ghetto as hell, go off. This bitch did this hoe did this, blah, 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 going off the whole time for hours, bringing up personal business. Okay. I was in a space yesterday and I had, if you guys don't know Eric was saying, I've been in spaces where they say, if you're not a foundational black American, then you're not black. Excuse my French, but that stupid shit is new. Okay? People coming up here making brand new dumb shit saying that that's the code. That is not the code. That's not how we're going to work. That's not how we're going to roll. And they act like they represent something. They're the reason they're fueling the fire as to why FBA is called a hate group. Because they don't, first off, they don't know how to speak. Most of them are mush mouths. Okay. Most of the men are silent because they're simps and they be sliding to these women in the DMs all the damn time. They be hitting on these women in the low. So that's why they don't want to disagree and allow these damn ghetto ass swirling ex-swirler women to get up here and to say whatever they want to say. But we're not going to have that. We're going to bring order back to these spaces now. Okay? Because instead of being productive, spaces that are being made are actually becoming very dangerous to black society. And it's giving me COINTEL vibes, actually.
Big facts.
And I
Big
suspect
facts.
some of these people who just made profiles a couple months ago, I suspect some of them have very COINTEL energy. Some of these new people, people who are in this space right now, you guys have been following me for years. You guys have been seeing me for years do what I've done. Okay. I've been on here doing stuff for years. Nino's been on here doing stuff for years. Everybody in here has known each other for the longest time. But you got a whole bunch of new niggas, and that's exactly what they are, make spaces 2 months ago and think that they get to dictate what the code is. And what the code is based off of, you pretty much got to worship me because of a hashtag I have in my bio. Go ahead.
My bad, I was muted. Yeah, these motherfuckers. Again, y'all, it's 1 o'clock in the morning over here on the East Coast, so I ain't got time to be trying to be proper no more. Man, these motherfuckers talking about some. Oh, B1 means Black American first. B1 is FBA first. That's what B1 means. Bitch, when the fuck did Professor Black Truth or Jason Black ever say that? In fact, when was the last time y'all have ever tuned into one of his broadcasts? Because those are the people that coined that term. Because every time that Jason Black or Professor Black Truth are on YouTube, y'all motherfuckers holding the space. So I know you're not listening to what the fuck he's saying. Because you're too busy talking about weed and playing church organs and shit on Twitter spaces while he's doing his broadcast.
Who bringing the coleslaw? Who bringing the fried chicken?
Oh, yeah. And by the way, if you're a man in here and you would love to be led by women, there's a group called Black Lives Matter that is led by three women, and you can subscribe to them and donate to their organization. You're never gonna get it back, but go ahead and donate there if you want to be led by women. And like I said, that's no disrespect to any sister in here or any sister worldwide, but we all know women do not like to lead. So, but if you want to be led by women, go ahead, follow Black Lives Matter and the founders. And you can also follow Tamika Mallory. She'll lead you to a Cadillac commercial. That's all.
Man, and again, like I said, anybody that know me, I'm not on the gender war shit, man. I am not on the gender war shit. I just feel like we do have each, the universe is all about balance. Like the brother was talking about the protons, neutrons, and electrons. I know he got, a little carried away with it, but ultimately, I understand what he was saying. It's all about balance. There's certain roles that a man play that a woman cannot fulfill. There's certain roles that a woman plays that a man cannot fulfill. And I feel like it is not the woman's responsibility to lead. Now, I think if it boils down to it and all the men are taken out, then yeah, absolutely, she's going to have to step forward. But as long as there's breath in my body, I can't let no woman lead me. And therefore, it shouldn't be her responsibility to lead me because that means I'm a sorry ass nigga. So with that being said, I see somebody got their hand raised. I don't know if you had something you want to say, Afro?
Yeah, I will say this. You guys have came after the wrong person. You guys really did. Okay, because I've been watching certain people for a long time, and I could have ended certain people a long time ago, but I've been graceful enough to allow you guys. And when I say you guys know exactly who I'm referring to. I've been nice enough to allow them to exist in the same realm that we exist in. But no more, okay? It's going to be a cleaning of house. It's going to be a big cleaning of house. So let's go to the hands.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with the cleaning of the house because some of these spaces that I've been in with some of these people, one example I'll just say is there was one guy in there, they were talking, B1 stuff. Now this man looks like a white man as far as I'm concerned, and plus he said he was a white man but he had a black father. They sat there and tried to tell this man that he's a black man after he just classified himself as a white man out his own mouth. And that's all I gotta say. B1.
B1, brother. B1. So like I said, this is an open forum at this point. I don't know. Do we need to change the title? Who got beef? Is that because I know when titles like that are put up there, then folks come flocking in. So with that being said, this is an open forum. Speak your mind. We are not against people disagreeing, but just know if you're gonna come in here and disagree, you better have something to back up your disagreement, and you're not gonna be coming in here talking reckless. Again, it's time to clean house. And like the Afro said, I'm getting a real COINTEL pro vibe from a lot of these people running around calling themselves B1. But again, don't even listen to the motherfuckers who coined the term. Y'all niggas calling yourself B1, but every time Jason Black going live, y'all niggas holding the space talking about bullshit.
Do you know how often in many different spaces on my YouTube channel, how we quote Professor Black Truth, how we quote Tariq, how we quote the Black Authority? We quote them all the time. I don't see some of these people, and I don't have an issue with every single person, but I don't see some of these people. The people who've had an issue with me in this space, they don't be quoting them. They don't be in their spaces. They don't be sharing their spaces, sharing their tweets, or anywhere. Okay? I would want to have, damn. You know what? I got some Black Air Force energy on tonight. I got some Black Air Force energy on. So if anybody has a problem, you need to pull up. Anybody has a problem, you can pull up. And then we can air this out on this recorded space.
Ooh.
Anybody has anything to say, you can pull
See,
up.
this is my type of speed now, boy. Y'all know I like the ratchet shit. Oh, man, this is my speed now. Like I said, Afro, you might need to change the title of the room. You know what I'm saying?
I'm doing that right
the title
now.
of the room might be a little too productive. Anything productive, it's like a water to oil. You know what I'm saying? They repel each other. So maybe you need to change the name of the room and bring them in. Because like I said, anybody who got beef need to come in here and say what they got to say. Address it now on this recorded space. Because that's another thing I noticed about those people. They don't like to be recorded because people start pulling receipts on their ass. I stand on my square. You ain't never going to hear me contradicting myself. If I ever change my mind on something or somebody, I'll be the first one to admit it. You can record me all day long. You can screenshot my tweets all day long because I'm going to stand on mine. So anybody that got something to say, come up, speak your mind now. Don't be trying to come up here later. Or be talking about it later.
Yeah, I don't.
Go ahead, and then we'll get to teams.
Nah, he could go. Go ahead.
All right. Teams, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, blessings to the room, to the whole entire room, especially since it's late at night on my end. But yeah, I really appreciate what the host and co-host and everybody is talking about, and they brought up something that was very, very interesting that I've noted. Shout out to Rich, I remember you from last night. I have a huge issue. Why is it since February when all of this reparations talk started? All of a sudden now, we have people randomly pop up talking about, I think it was in March, that they're Indians. My grandma was an Indian. My grandma was a Choctaw. My grandma is a Sambo. Whatever. What is the, and then I remember if somebody asked a very specific question, says the FBA, okay, that's nice, but why don't you take up residency with the 12 tribes to make claims for certain whatever it is that they want? Why would you want to jump on the FBA bandwagon or the reparations bandwagon to incorporate you wanting to get reparations for something the Native Americans kicked your ancestors out of? But then that's not enough. Okay, you think, okay, everything will be cool, we're done, let's just stop, move on. Now all of a sudden, now you got people just talking randomly crazy now. Yeah, man, if my mama stop me from getting reparations, I'll kill her and her white husband. I swear to God, I'm ready to die for this. I'll kill this and that. Hey, yo, my guy, it's not, what the hell's going on? And I'm going to end it by saying, somebody said something about B1. They had it right. Because I was in a space one time and I got cursed out by this particular woman or female that is of the LGBT community and said, you know what, you're not black B1 because B1 stands for Black First and Black First stands for being a Black American. And I was very quiet because I was shocked because I've had this account before the whole hullabaloo started. Even though you'll notice I'm an artist, but originally it was B1 for Black First. And I was always posting a lot of stuff before Biden came in office that were things that affect Black folks, whatever, anything that affects Black people as a whole. And now I'm just lost for words. Can somebody break this down for me? I hope I wasn't all over the place. I just have a headache trying to explain that shit.
Really quickly, brother. I'll say, if some things you said that I agree with, some things I just need to correct you on. And I mean that from a place of respect. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to think I'm trying to say you my enemy and no bullshit like that. Now, as far as the Native thing go, I actually held a space on Sunday addressing that exact topic. The
I
title
didn't
of my
know.
space
Sorry.
was. It didn't record for whatever reason, and I hate that it didn't because it was a great space. But basically, when it comes down to that Native lineage, you know what I'm saying? I myself have Native lineage. I can trace my Native lineage. I have pictures of my great-great-grandmother on my page. I knew my great-great-grandmother. She died when I was 12.
Right.
She was 90. She was 99 years old when she died. So with that being said, a lot of us are in fact of Native lineage. But I feel you when people are running around trying to identify themselves as Indian now. I feel you on it because that's like, no, if you are a foundational Black American, that goes without saying. That title alone is referring to not only our Native lineage, but also to our enslaved African lineage as well. So I feel you on the point that I don't know why niggas running around here trying to call themselves Indian now. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you on that, but I do want to just make it clear that a lot of us do, in fact, do have Native lineage. So I just want to make that point very clear. Now, about the B1 thing, when motherfuckers talking about B1 means Black American first, that is some folks trying to co-opt a term created by men that they don't even listen to. Black B1 was coined by Jason Black, aka the Black Authority, who runs the Black Channel. He has made various documentaries. You know what I'm saying? He works very closely along with a man who goes by the name of Professor Black Truth. They coined that term B1.
The B1 general, yeah.
Right. When they made the term B1, they never specified Black first meant Black American first. And this is coming from a true to the soil Black American. I have no lineage elsewhere that I can trace. I'm true to the soil Black American, and I'm saying this. B1 does not mean Black American first. It means Black first. Everyone classified as Black under the system of white supremacy, that's who it's referring to. So with that being said, that includes people that are foundational Black Americans, and it also includes people that are not. So if you are Black first, you are Black first. It ain't got nothing to do with you being FBA or non-FBA. So with people saying that shit right there, I take umbrage with that. I have a big problem with them taking that term and then trying to remix it to mean something that they want it to mean. Again,
Right.
it's created by somebody that they don't even listen to.
I understand. Well, all
So
I
with that
want to
being
say
said,
is,
go ahead, my bad.
all I wanted to say was I did not come in here to create a confusion, but I wanted to have clarity. And I've said in many spaces, I am not FBA. I'm not anti-FBA. I'm pro you having what is yours, what is for your family. I let it be known I am Jamaican American, plain and simple. I didn't come here to try and create no confusion. But when I be sitting there chilling in certain spaces, I'd be like, wow, okay. You know, and everybody is entitled to express themselves how they want to, be emotional, but there are often times where the information can get very diluted and confusing. But thank you for clarifying, and I'll allow my plane here. B1.
Black first, brother.
Black first, brother. So again, with that being said, I'm gonna make this very clear. Black first, the term coined by Professor Black Truth and Jason Black. That means Black first. That includes everybody that's classified as Black under the system of white supremacy. Anybody saying that it means you have to be FBA to be B1, you are lying. Not only are you lying, you are acting as an agent of misinformation, because Jason Black himself has never specified that. And if I'm wrong, somebody come up here and prove me wrong.
Did he specify that it was for all melanated groups?
Yeah, because every time he does
No, I mean, no. Did he like verbatim? I'm saying like verbatim.
Jason Black, every
No,
time
did he verbatim say that? No, I'm talking about verbatim.
We're not gonna play these games, brother.
I'm not playing no games. I'm asking you. I want you to state the shit he said verbatim. Don't say how you feel. Did he say that verbatim?
On his broadcast, when he had a non-FBA man get off the phone, talk about how he rides for Black people, and he got off the phone, that man said Black first, and Jason Black said to him, Black first, brother. He didn't say,
Jason Black has said that for years, actually.
Right,
that Black first applies to all Black people.
But you wouldn't know that because every time Jason Black going live, people be having spaces talking about bullshit. So don't sit here and try to play these word games. Well, did he say
who?
specifically?
Who is
so
people?
Did he say specifically?
I'm saying who is people? Because I'm trying to see. Y'all keep saying who is people? Who is man? Hey, put an address on the shit. Who is people? That's what I'm trying to see. Because I didn't came here. I'm trying to see who is people. Y'all talking about unproductive spaces. I'm trying to see who y'all talking about.
That it applies to, brother. That's the address.
Because I'm saying, no, put an address on it. Because when we calling somebody out, we gonna put an address on the shit.
That's the address, brother.
Put an
do it
address
apply
on
to do it apply to secure the tribe? That's what I want to know. Do it go to that address? That's what I want to know.
At all.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question real quick. Booby, is Immortal a part of Secure the Tribe?
And hold on, before we even move on past that, like I said, I stand on mine, and I'm not gonna put it on Secure the Tribe, because what y'all gonna do is to take the few people that it does apply to, that does use that hashtag, y'all gonna sit here and try to be like, oh, he's talking about all of us. No, it doesn't apply to all y'all, because everybody don't be on that bullshit that uses that hashtag. I'm cool with a lot of people that uses that hashtag. So it doesn't apply to all of Secure the Tribe, but it does apply to those that says that bullshit. So if it applies to you, speak up.
It sounded like Hit Dogs Holler. I have some issue with people in that too, and then there's some people in there who make a lot of sense, who I have no problem with, who I've been cool with the entire time.
Honestly, we really don't give a fuck how people feel, because we about delineation. You get what I'm saying? If niggas they feel like that's off code.
Hold on. Let's let them speak.
No, that was really by accident.
So if niggas feel like niggas is divisive or unproductive because we heavy on the delineation, we heavy on calling niggas out and saying they out code, it is what it is. I mean, we really don't give a fuck. That's what we stand on. You get what I'm saying? And we have a lot of productivity in our spaces. So I don't know. Y'all don't be in our shit. So I don't know whatever y'all got the perception of, whoever telling y'all or whatever, y'all don't be in our shit like that. We have a lot of productive spaces. Like,
Who is we? Because I never said you, Booby. You're getting up here and you're being defensive, and nobody said you by name at all.
It was funny. The funny part is, I ain't never, when I was addressing and saying the things I was saying, I wasn't even thinking about this man. That's the funny part. Like you said, it sound like Hit Dogs Hollering. Who does it apply to? To those that be saying that bullshit, that B1 means Black American first, because that's not what it means by the people that coined the term. If that's how you feel, then by all means, create your own term then. Stop trying to take what's already out there and remix it to mean something that you want it to mean. That's like agent of misinformation type shit. Jason Black ain't that when he created that term, that ain't what he meant for it to mean. So with that being said, who it applies to the people that says that bullshit. Because like I said, there's a lot of people that uses that hashtag, that be in those spaces that I'm cool with, that I do respect. But there's a lot of people in there that just on some hood rat, clout chasing, dick riding shit, elder worshiping shit.
Yeah, look, hey man, say if listen, you ain't gotta say my name individually. I don't give a fuck about that. If you say anything about Secure the Tribe, you talking about me. You talking about.
See, and again, we on that bullshit where you trying to hide behind the group so you can have for backup and say, oh, they beefing with all of us. No, it's not beefing with all y'all. That's what them feminists be doing. When you criticize a feminist, what's the first thing they do? Oh, they talking about all women. If you hate women, just say that. No, bitch, I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about all women. And that's the same type of tactic that you on right now. So if you're talking about Secure the Tribe, no, we talking about specific people that the shit we saying applies to, because everybody that uses that hashtag does not do that shit. Everybody that be in that space does not be on that shit. Now, if you do say that shit and you do be on that shit, that's who it applies to. So stop trying to make it seem like, oh, it's just us against everybody that uses that hashtag, everybody that be in that space. I don't talk to everybody that be in that space. I don't talk to everybody that do that hashtag. In fact, the people that I do follow or follows me that uses it, they good people. They don't be on that bullshit. So again, if that's what you own, then own it. Don't try to hide behind the Secure the Tribe. Own it as a man or a woman, and if that's what you own. Don't try to sit here and hide behind the game. Because that's, like I said, that's that feminist bullshit.
Bro, you been rambling, bro. Ain't nobody hiding behind shit, boy. Like, ain't nobody hiding behind nothing. Like, niggas know what I stand on. Delineation, anti-immigration. You off code, we call it out. Ain't nothing to hide about. That's what Secure the Tribe is. We securing the Black American people as a whole. We delineate. If you
Let
got
me
a
ask
problem
you a
with it,
question.
own
Okay,
it.
okay.
Listen,
Hold
if
on,
you got a
hold on.
problem with it,
Let
own
me
it.
ask
Don't
Booby a
give a fuck.
question.
I've been on delineation for the last 5 years, my nigga.
We have too. We have too. And what? So what?
Hold on, hold on,
So
hold
what you
on.
talking about?
So what you
Nino.
saying that
So
like it
what
doesn't
you talking
apply
about?
over
We've
here
been on the
then?
same shit.
I told you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about for y'all niggas
Hey,
taking
we
the
on
drug and
delineation.
remixing it.
All right,
We on
hold on. Let me ask Booby a question. Booby, what is Secure the Tribe? Just real quick, and then I have a follow-up question.
What you mean? What is Secure the Tribe, bro? It's simple, bro. It's about FBA. It's about ADOS. It's about freedmen. It's about the Aboriginal Black Americans securing our tribe in Black America, bro. It's like I
Okay.
don't. What else? Y'all? I'm
Okay,
not
let
getting
me
this
ask you
shit,
the
bro.
follow-up question. I knew you were gonna say that. And let me ask you the
That's
follow-up
what it
question.
is, though. You talking about?
Okay, let me ask you a follow-up question. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Let me ask you the follow-up question. Are people in Secure the Tribe above criticism?
No. We call out everybody.
Okay.
Literally
No.
everybody.
Okay, no. Are people who are are in Secure the Tribe with that in their bios, hashtag Secure the Tribe in their bios, who are in that space in the Secure the Tribe, are they individually above criticism?
Nobody's above getting called
Okay.
out. Nobody's
Okay.
above getting critiqued.
Okay, exactly. So what we have though is that when we try to critique somebody who is a part of Secure the Tribe, the whole tribe pulls up and say, well, if you're critiquing him, that means you're attacking the concept of Secure the Tribe. So that's off code. And that's been going on for a while now. So now it's become a thing where Secure the Tribe, we say it's not above criticism, but anytime somebody criticizes us, then you're not attacking the individual. I gave specific names, and you came up here saying that we're attacking Secure the Tribe. Nobody mentioned Secure the Tribe before you
Hold on,
got here.
Afro, wait, real quick, Afro Elite. I didn't hear you mention no name. That's why I came up here. I said put an address on it because I didn't hear no name. That's why I came up
Okay,
here.
I
So I'm like,
said
what spaces are
immortal.
y'all talking about? That's what I'm
Okay, I
saying. Don't
said
just say people
immortal.
off code. Say who the people y'all talking about. If you say it's some people in Secure the Tribe off code, say that shit. Don't just be man. No, that's some female shit. The co-host, put an address on it. Call these motherfuckers out. Name.
Let me call them out then. Everybody who's walking around here saying that B1 stands for Black American First. That's who I'm talking about. Like I said, and then so my next question is Secure the Tribe a group? Is it an organization? Because I'm FBA to the fullest. I'm FBA to the soul on both sides of my family. Am I part of Secure the Tribe? What is secure the tribe? That's what I want to know. Because if I'm FBA and what you're saying, then that sounds like I should be secure the tribe, right?
Bro,
And
did you
real
just
quick,
hear what I said, bro? This shit is about Black Americans as a whole. When we did the trending space, listen, hold on. When we did that trending space, wait, hold on, Rich guy.
Real quick, because you said put a name on it and put an address on it. We did that already. When they were in here, we called them out. April was in here, we called her out. Immortal is right here, we called them out. So the address, the invoice was already sent.
Okay, real quick. When we did that trending space, bro, niggas shouted out everybody. ADOS, Freedmen, Aboriginal Black American. It didn't matter. It's about Black Americans, bro. So if you SBA, yeah, you secure the tribe. That's what it is. It's about us in North America, bro. It's common sense. We've been saying that shit since this shit took off. So I don't understand why niggas, you know what I mean? I really don't understand what's the problem. You get what I'm saying? I understand y'all got individual shit, but hey, take that shit up in a back channel or
Okay,
something. You
okay.
don't make no whole.
Let me tell you how you contradicted yourself. Because if you said secure the tribe and you just said this is being recorded, secure the tribe is not a group. It's not a group. So why, when we had an issue with Immortal individually, you pulled up and said, if you have a problem with secure the tribe, you have a problem with me too? If it's not a group and it applies to everybody in here, because for the most part, everybody in here is a foundational Black American, why, when we try to criticize somebody from the group, when we try to clean house, relegate, why do you come up here and you're being defensive as if Secure the Tribe is a group? You can't have it both ways.
Again, when I didn't hear nothing about Immortal or April. This is the first time I'm hearing that. So if I would have heard that, then that'd be different. But I didn't hear you say nothing about Immortal or April. You get what I'm saying? I heard you guys talking about spaces and saying spaces are unproductive and people be tripping. So I came up here like, hey, what spaces y'all talking about? You get what I'm saying? Now I'm just finding out specific people who y'all have a problem with. That okay, shit, that ain't got. It is what it is. I know Immortal know how to handle himself, and he's well enough to speak to his shit and how he feels. So is April. But again, Secure the Tribe is about Black Americans, about securing us over here in North America, bro. That shit is that simple. Nothing more, nothing else. I mean, it's that simple. And the time and time again, we showed that. Trying to include everybody. If you're a freedman, cool. You ADOS, cool. FBA, this is about secure the tribe. If you about it, are you about securing Black America? That's it, bro. So I don't, you know what I mean? And yes, we heavy on delineation. You get
So
what I'm saying?
let me make
Wait,
it
and
clear
real
about
quick,
what I have a problem with.
Freedmen people called us, oh, y'all niggas the warrior group. So, and not a group, but they saying that we have that warrior spirit. We can't help that, hey, we heavy on secure the tribe. I mean, meaning delineation and shit and anti-immigration. Because we heavy on that shit, meaning we go enforce that shit. We stand on that shit. You get what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of people call us divisive and shit, but it is what it is. You can't be nice trying to delineate and try to and do self-preservation for your group. There's no nice way to do that. You get
All
what
right,
I'm saying?
brother.
So
All right, brother. We got you. So let me make it clear about what I got an issue with. I got an issue with folks who are making us targets by taking and being taking shit that's already in existence and then remixing the terms to mean what they want it to mean. And they like, for instance, talking about if you not FBA, you not Black. Like, what kind of crazy shit is that?
hey, bro, do you
Nigga,
know?
what,
Wait, hold on, wait,
hold on.
on this Black shit, bro. Black is not a race, bro. Don't you know that, right? You know, Black is
Black,
not.
you know, on the census, Black is in fact a race. There's only 5 races to choose from on the census. Black is indeed a legally classified race. That sound like that shit when people be telling us, oh, stop calling yourself Black. Black is a misnomer on that Dane Calloway bullshit. Like, bro, that's that pseudo intellectual bullshit. I can pull up the U.S. Census right now and show you Black is in fact a legally documented race. If you pull up my birth certificate, it say Black. If you pull up my driver's license, it say Black. So yes, Black is in fact a race. The difference, the problem is a lot of these pseudo intellectual people don't know the difference between a race, an ethnicity, and a nationality. My race is Black. My nationality is American. My ethnicity is foundational Black American. And then and another problem is y'all using these different names that all apply to the same group of people and claiming them shits like they sets on the game. Some of them, oh, I'm ADOS, oh, I'm FBA, I'm Freeman. No, nigga, we all the same group of people. Use whatever term that you feel comfortable with, but it's the same group of people. I have problems with Yvette Carnell and fucking Tone Tits. I got problems with them, but still technically I'm ADOS by lineage if they're talking about the descendants of American slavery. I identify as foundational Black American because that's the most airtight term, but technically I'm a freedman too, because that's the same group of people. But when folks start trying to use these different terms and make them sound like they're different groups or organizations and shit, y'all not realize how much of a target you putting on our back by doing so? That's what I got a problem with.
This is what we were saying, and I haven't seen you, Booby, host a space like that. I haven't seen you host a space. That's why I didn't at you. But the thing is that if you study all of our ancestors, all of our leaders, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. John Henrik Clark, Dr. Claude Anderson, Neely Fuller Jr., all of that, even modern times, TBA, Tariq, Professor Black Truth, when they refer to black, they refer to black people, melanated people, as a race. They don't say black means FBA. They always specify the difference between black and FBA. It becomes very problematic when you say FBA people are the only black people. That's some new shit. Okay, we've never operated like that. That is some brand new shit from some brand new people who have not studied, who don't know what they're talking about, and now they're putting a target on our back. But let's continue. Let's get to the hand.
And really quickly before we unmute, and I want to make it very clear. Check my resume. Anybody that know me know I be on the immigrants' necks. I'm big on delineation my damn self. So don't come in here saying stuff like that as if it don't apply to over here. We big on delineation too, hence why we specify we FBA. And again, FBA, ADOS, Freedmen, it's all the same group of people. Use whatever term that you feel comfortable with, but like I said, but it all applies to the same group of people. Stop trying to rep these different names like they different sets on the block, man. Like I said, that's why these people over here starting petitions now to call us a damn hate group.
Bro, can I get 30 seconds before we get to the hands? Real quick. 30 seconds. Look.
30 seconds.
Yeah, black is not a race, but I was saying it's a social construct that was placed on a certain group of people, which is us. I understand that black is our ethnicity. You get what I'm saying? It's on my great-great-grandparents' birth certificate, death certificate, census. It says Negro/black. So I'm not secure the tribe. We stand on blackness. You get what I'm saying? We understand our indigenous Indian roots, but we stand on blackness. So we ain't on that black is dead shit. So that's what I'm saying. I know you don't be in our shit, and I know y'all really not talking to the people who really be in our shit, because they would have told y'all that. And again, nobody, Nigerians, Caribbeans, none of them identified as black. Stop this bullshit. None of them ever identified as black until damn near 5-10 years ago. If we want to just keep it a book. They can't go back to the 18, 20, 30 census on looking up, doing genealogy, finding black on their ancestor shit, bro. It's not happening. They can't do that. We are the only people that can do that, because we are the only people that was classified as black on paper. Not just black culture, because that's our shit too, but on paper, we are the only people that's classified as black, and that's a fact. So we know what the fuck we talking about. Jamaicans,
No, you don't.
Caribbeans,
No,
Africans
you
are
don't.
not black. They never been black. Stop this bullshit. Y'all on some new shit. Y'all
No,
know they
you
ain't
on
never
some
been
new
30
shit.
identified as
seconds,
black
30
ever.
seconds is up.
Okay.
30
You're
seconds.
see,
Really quickly,
Booby,
Afro.
I didn't have an issue with you. I didn't have an issue with you, but you coming in here, okay?
Really quickly, Afro. Again, and I made a tweet about this earlier. The difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality be whooping y'all niggas' asses. Nigga talking about well, black is my ethnicity. No, black is your race. There's black people that come here from Nigeria. There's black people that come here from Jamaica. There's black people that come here from fucking Kenya. But their ethnicity is, oh, I'm Nigerian American, I'm Jamaican American, I'm a Haitian American. That's their ethnicity. There's a difference between race, nationality, and ethnicity, and it will behoove all of you to learn the difference between the three. And then you talking about some the folks don't classify themselves as black. Man, my grandmama birth certificate don't even say black on it. It said Negro. They use different terms for us. Every 100 years they use a different term for us, but it's still referring to the same group of people. Again, I'm with the delineation. I'm with that shit. Hence why I say that we specify, we go by Freedmen or fucking foundational Black American, because Freedmen is what we recognize as on legislation. But to sit here and say somebody that ain't FBA ain't black, man, that's crazy talk. So what's our shared race then? Not ethnicity, not nationality, because those are different. Those are people are of different nationality. They're of different ethnicity. What's our shared race then? What is me and Idris Elba? Me and Idris Elba got something in common what is it then? If he not black but I am, then what we got in common then? What do you call it? And like I said, that's more of a rhetorical question. Like I said, I want y'all to listen to learn the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. I get the concept behind what y'all trying to say because yeah, you're right. Those folks don't identify as black in their home nations. They identify by tribe. But under the system of white supremacy, guess what? Them niggas is black. And that's just something to think about, man. And I'm my bad, Afro. I know I kind of bogarted the mic, but go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was to say, I do understand the concept of where you guys are coming from. I understand that. I really do. It needs to be polished up, though. Okay? The ideology, the term, I get why you guys are saying what you're saying. Okay? You guys weren't black before. Now that there's some benefits for being called black, now you're black. I understand that. And I agree, actually. But to not to have an ideology or a term be as vague as if you're not a foundational black American, then you're not black. Black is not a race, it's an ethnicity, is not polished, is not clear. Okay. And it frankly doesn't make a lot of sense, and it goes against all of the master teachers that we've had so far. Now let's get to Immortal, because you were the person who was directed when we were calling people out. Because you had a lot to say outside the space.
I got a lot to say inside the space.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll say the same thing I've been saying. And thank you for clearing up the last question for me, because I was wondering, did you have a problem with the hashtag and things, that the progress that was being made under it? So no, you said, no, I don't got no problem with that. You say you just individuals, and you named me as one. And you promised me, you warned me. You didn't promise me anything. I was looking for a promise. You warned me. So I'm here front and center to receive my vetting and critiquing for standing on the fact that nobody on planet Earth, ethnicity, not in the last 500 years, no, their ethnicity was not black. The white supremacy. Wait, are you gonna let me talk, or y'all been talking? Can I talk? I'm the one you got a problem with. So let me tell you what you got a problem with. Let me show you let me illustrate to the people what.
Brother, please learn the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. Y'all keep conflating race and ethnicity. And until that's cleared up, we're going to have to keep stopping the conversation to clear up what is being said.
And before we go there, why I called you out is because when the title of the space was "Are Black People Too Emotional?" you had a lot of stuff to say. Okay, the whole concept of black not being a race, that's not why I had called you out. That's not why I had said your name. So now you're bringing up a subject that you weren't a part of. But you can go ahead. I'm gonna let you go completely uninterrupted, and you can say what you have to say.
Right, but before we do that, and I agree, we should give him a chance to have the flow so he can speak, because he is the one being addressed. I got a problem too, because I had a space name, should Black Americans acknowledge Native ancestry, and he gonna sit here and go quote tweet my space talking about some this to even ask this question is so off code. And that's another thing I got a problem with. Y'all changing up what the fuck on code and off code mean. Again, a term coined by Jason Black and Professor Black Truth, who y'all obviously don't listen to, because nigga, it's a topic of a room. You don't even know where I stand on the subject. Because if you would have joined the space like I asked you to, because I didn't come at you solidly, I said, brother, why don't you come in and join and listen? It's just the title of the room so we can have a dialogue about it. You would know that I was the main one in there talking about we should acknowledge our Native ancestry, which would separate us from immigrants coming over here. But for you to sit here and say, oh, to even ask that question is off code, like, bro, what? You just throwing words together at this point. But you got to let you have the flow, brother, uninterrupted.
Yeah, fam. I only need about a couple of minutes. And honest God, man, at this point, I really don't get like op vibes from y'all. I get misguided Pan-African vibes from you. But let's go back to the original thing, which was the question. Let me see if I can, because I want to read it off. I don't want to misquote it at all. Let me see if I can pull it up from memory. Words to the effect of, are Black people too emotional? That's an insult question to be asked. If someone asks you, are black people too lazy? That's an insult. You knew the answer to the question when you asked it, but the question itself is an insult. It's my job. One of my jobs is to bring us out of this self-loathing that that's been programmed into our brain computers. And I cannot do that if you keep on reprogramming us with these same white supremacist talking points. Are black people too emotional? Are we too angry? Do we spend our money too? No, we're not too any emotional than anyone else in our situation. Anybody in our situation would be as emotional as we are. So, and you already answered the question when you asked us, no, we ain't emotional. Well, if you know that, what the fuck are you asking it for? Because you want to bring us into that vibration where we're thinking about ourselves. There's young people listening to you, people in their teens, people in their early 20s, people in their 30s. I'm an old nigga.
We know. We
Now,
can tell.
I'm sick of this vibration that I got from other old niggas in my generation. Man, I loathe that shit. Stand up, be a man. Stop whining. Stop caring about what the fuck other people think about you. They don't give a fuck about it. Target on our backs. They already got one. It's on there. You didn't know that?
So, brother,
Stop worrying about what the people think about you, man. That's all I'm saying. And in questions like that, white supremacists have been asking.
Hold on, let's let him go off.
No, because I want to address point by point, because when people start listening out a whole bunch of points, things get lost in translation. So let's address with his concerns point by point. That's what I'm suggesting. So before he moves on to the next point, I want to address what he just said. Immortal, again, we're gonna let you finish out your thought, brother. I just want to address it before we move on to something else, because I want to make sure everything gets aired out. I don't want nothing getting lost, if that's all right with you, brother.
That's fine. I appreciate it. You can slow me down whenever you like, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you have. I'm not really against you, but I'm gonna stand on what it is, and I'm gonna try to stick to this particular point that we on. White supremacists have been asking us questions like that for the last 500 years. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That question leads nowhere. It leads to nothing. Okay, how could you put that? How can we use our emotions to further our cause? That's the question you want to know. All problems are solved through the process of questions and answers, but are you asking the right questions? And what kind of questions is that?
So before we,
how can you use your emotions? How can you use your emotions to further your cause? In the state that they are right now.
Brother, before we move on from that, let's address it. The whole point of naming the room there is so there can be an open dialogue of people to come in without us leading the question. There's a thing called a leading question. When you're asking a question, but you're trying to direct people's thought process in a certain direction. The question is left open-ended so people can come from all angles and say how they feel. And then us as the host and co-host, we then can express how we feel about it and in what direction we feel we should go. If you would have listened to the conversation, you would have known that me and Afro were both saying that we don't feel like black people are totally too emotional. In fact, we was talking about exactly what you just said, how we should use our emotions to direct them in a productive manner. That's the whole point of the space, so we can have an open dialogue, brother. But instead of coming in and listening to what we had to say, you just was going ham on the title the same way you did about my space.
Do you understand?
The same way you did about my space title, should Black Americans acknowledge Native ancestry? You talking about some, this is just, to even ask this question is so off code. Brother, you ain't even come in the room to come listen. And brother, I know you ain't got no problem with me, brother, because I've been on this app over 10 years and you have followed me on every account I've made over these years. I've been on the various names, but you have followed me for years on this account. In fact, every time I make a new account, there's a certain handful of people whose names I know by heart, and y'all are the first people I go follow when I make a new account, and you being one of them, dude. So I know you ain't got no problem with me. We agree on more things than we ever disagree on. So with that being said, I just wish you would have asked, hey, why did y'all name the room that? Instead of just throwing accusations, talking about some of this off code to even ask that question. Again, I felt like Black Americans should absolutely acknowledge our Native ancestry. But again, I'm not trying to lead I'm not about to ask a leading question, because I want people who feels differently to come in and speak their mind. And when they speak their mind, I'm gonna come in and point out the fallacies and what they have to say. But again, I'm about to unmute you, brother, so you can finish your thought.
Well, I can kind of understand that, fam. I can kind of understand that, fam, in a research, because I do got a research type of mind. And that's the kind of thing that I would do for research, bait in some the ops and then listen to them talk and then stuff like that. So I'm trying to reach to get with you, but and I never said anything about what was said in the spaces. So notice that. But what I am saying is that you can inspire things in people. The questions you ask in the last space in this one inspires insecurity. That's what it inspires. No matter what you say in that fucking space, no matter how it turns out, when the motherfucker that passes it by, the young teenager that passes it by and reads it and don't come in the room is inspired with insecurity.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question then. So if we titled the space, "Is feminism good for black people?" Are people inspired to be feminists based off the title of the space?
And really quickly, after all the two quick things, I wanted to just also add to the point of that's like saying you was offended by the title of a book, but you never opened the book to read what the contents of it, the contents of it. So how you mad at a book that you ain't even read, but you just mad at the title? You have to read the book to understand what's being said. But anyway, after all, I also want to point out that Sister JL said she has to go, and she said she want to speak because she was
Yeah,
addressed.
it's getting very late. Let's
All
let
right.
JL go.
Immortal, hang on, Immortal. We want to hear what you got to say, brother. But the sister said she got to go and she got to say something. So just hold tight.
Yes, so I came up here specifically because I was addressed once again, Seer of Saturn. You know, somebody sent me your little tweet about, oh, look who's here every time there's talking shit about the tribe. First of all, this space is recorded, so you guys can actually go see in real time who is already in this space. A lot of times I'm literally just in other spaces doing my own thing. My name is still mentioned. Seer of Saturn, you want to sit there and say that I'm at the middle of every discourse when I have been distanced myself for certain reasons. The only problem that I had, which actually Booby and Sunny cleared up, if you go look at my space, they gave me credit for starting Secure the Tribe with them. They won't say that in every space, but you know how that goes. We have recordings. Now, Seer of Saturn, you know how many people have recordings of you going in one room talking about somebody you're cool with, and then in the next talking about that person? You're low-hanging fruit that will fall on its own. The only reason I don't expose you is because you are a walking, like, everybody knows. And to be honest, you are COINTELPRO. If you ever wonder why your lies don't make people turn against me and slander me, baby, is because I've been on this shit for years. Some of us in these communities know each other in person, baby. We've been on this education, this information for a long time. We see you in spaces reading like you on a third grade reading level, baby. Your tweets don't get any traction because you don't talk about shit. Honey, lay off me. You're mad. You're a little feminine. I don't know what you got going on, but you're gonna stop coming at me as a woman, because I know you give me COINTELPRO vibes, and a lot of people have said that about you. Who is this man? Anybody recognize his face? This new ass person. Do you know how long I've been in this shit, honey? Stop talking about me. Keep my name out your motherfucking mouth, or we will drop the recordings on you. Yeah, it's funny until it's not. Keep my name out your mouth. Thank you very much.
I'll say this before we go on. JL was in this space almost from the beginning when this was talking about black people being too emotional. Before
And
we
it's
ever mentioned
recorded, so you can see
anything
the
about
lies that
Secure
people
the
want to
Tribe
tell.
or
It's recorded.
anybody in there,
Yeah, you can
she
see the
was in
lies that
here.
people want to fucking tell. This grown ass man, and to be honest, y'all, he's the one that's always around when there's some discord amongst his tribe. He is the one, and to be honest, he pours gasoline on the fire. Once there's almost a resolve, he's the one. Oh, didn't she do this to you? Yeah, that's COINTELPRO, baby, and there's a lot of eyes on you. You can only slander somebody that's been on this shit for longer than you for so long. A lot of people in this room know me. They don't know you. Your face is new. Leave my name out your mouth. If you want people to see how fake you are, we can go there. I'm not into exposing people because I know you expose your fucking self. Next. Feminine ass, weak ass men, but you won't ever say nothing to my face. Fuck you.
Hey, I just want to say that hate group shit, that shit was started when that motherfucking space trended #1. So that ain't got shit to do with what's going on now. They been put that shit on us. As soon as that space started, they was conjuring up saying niggas was hate groups and shit. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, man.
And I don't,
And
and I
then
agree.
y'all understand
And
white
that's
supremacy.
true.
Wait,
And
but
that's
I'm saying
true. You're
Afro
right.
Elite,
You're
look,
right.
you understand white supremacy, bro. We're talking about delineation, all of us. Of course, we're gonna get the hate group talk. Come on, bro.
You know,
Like, come on now.
see, you're very close, Booby. Listen, you're close, okay. But the thing is, and I'm not saying that Secure the Tribe is the reason they made it. They've been saying we're a hate group since FBA became a term that we started using before Twitter Spaces was a thing that we were using.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I am saying certain things that are said in certain spaces where people use Secure the Tribe. Certain things that are said gives them fuel to say it is a hate group. I was
I'm
just in
saying,
the space.
listen,
I
dude,
was just
Sharik
in the space yesterday, and somebody was saying, well, I'm being in spaces and these people in spaces, they're saying that if you're not Black American, then you're not Black, and they're bashing people who are not Black Americans. I've been in these spaces and I've seen certain things to be all like, yeah, you guys kind of do sound like somewhat of extremist. Okay, there's a way to relegate and to bring order to a conversation, and then there's an extreme way of doing it. And when certain people, I'm not even saying you specifically, Booby, when certain people say off the wall wild shit in spaces and they say I represent FBA, then that gives the people who can nitpick what certain people say is like, well, you see, she said it, and if she says she represents FBA, that means FBA is a hate group.
So really quickly before we let Booby respond to that, I just want to Afro hit the nail on the head, bro. Y'all got some extremists within your group, or I ain't even gonna say a group. See, let me not say that. I don't want to call it a group. There's some extremists that use that hashtag that needs to go checked. Now, granted, I didn't create that hashtag, and I've been suspended off Twitter for a minute now. I really just got back on, so that hashtag have already taken off by the time I got back on here. So I don't feel like it's my position to go in there and be trying to dictate shit. But there's a lot of people in that use that hashtag, for lack of a better term, that's just dumb as fuck. You can tell they ain't never read no book by none of the Grandmaster scholars like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, like Neely Fuller Jr. And yet they're the ones that's being that's always got that hashtag in everything they say. And I feel like you, as somebody who I could be wrong, but I credit you as one of the people who created that hashtag. I feel like that's your job and your responsibility to check those folks. Just like when there's folks in here talking about they FBA or got the hashtag on all in their profile and they saying dumbass shit, you know what I'm saying? Or talking hella reckless, you know what I'm saying? I check them niggas on that shit. Because at the end of the day, they going to point out the shit that they say to reflect on the rest of us. And again, when it comes down to delineation, I'm all for that shit, bro. Go down my timeline. I be going in on non-FBA folks that's on that bullshit. But the difference between me and everybody else is I also big up the non-FBA folks who are holding us down, that do call out the other people of their group. And right now, there's a lot of people that use that hashtag. They're just on a fucking jihad right now. And it's not backed up by any evidence or any facts. It's just strictly, fuck everybody. If you're not one of us, fuck you, type shit. And that's not how we need to move as a group. Again, if anybody else that's not part of our tribe, quote unquote, that is operating against us, by all means, man, scalp their ass. And I mean that figuratively for the damn alphabet people listening.
And before he goes, I just want to say, before you go, I just want to say, I think it's very silly that a few people have a problem with us asking a question. If we ask a question and you got a problem with it, then go to your Twitter space and create your own space and ask your own questions. How you have a problem with somebody asking the question? We didn't say black people are too emotional
I have a problem with all white supremacist propaganda. I'm gonna call it out every time, no matter who does it.
So do you know what Neely Fuller Jr. says about asking questions? Neely Fuller Jr. says that the only way to get to the solution is to ask questions. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, if you read her books or watch her lectures, she always prefaces a lot of them with titles which are questions. And they're not leading questions either. They're open-ended questions, the same way that this room is titled.
That's exactly why I know that some questions lead somewhere and some questions are a fucking dead end.
Lawyers
you know what? Before you go, Rich, I just want to point out, look at the way people are behaving, okay? Look at the way people are behaving. Did Rich come at Immortal like that? Did Rich go off on Immortal? The second Rich was saying something, Immortal completely got emotional and went off. And this is exactly the problem that we're having. These old ass niggas. You can go, Rich.
Lawyers ask questions. Prosecutors ask questions. Scientists ask questions. Who are you to tell me not to ask questions? When your child does something, you ask them a question. Did you take that out the drawer? Or did you move that? Or when you lose something, when you lose your keys in your house, you ask your wife or your husband or whatever, you ask them, where's the keys? Did you see my keys? So the fact that you're telling us not to ask questions, that is silly. And that's why Jason Black always says, you gotta watch these old niggas.
If having a completely open-ended question leads to a direction, especially if the co-host and the host have been unbiased, okay, if we've allowed people to come in and we've allowed people to give their different points of view from different angles, and you still feel like just the question in and of itself is leading, then you're a dumb nigga, okay? Now, let's get to the hands real quick because we have some brothers. So let's get to Shaw, and then we'll go to Beatzilla.
Good conversations, y'all. I'm glad I'm hearing some of this information in here. Again, but I have said before in rooms with this type of conversation that I was excited about this new awareness. And I'm an old ass nigga, but I'm not a confused old ass nigga. There's a difference. There's confused young niggas and not confused young niggas. Confused old niggas and not confused old niggas. So this is what I wanted to say. Like about 40 years ago, 34 years ago in class, they asked us to look up the definition between nation, race, and what's the other? Nationality. Ethnicity. Okay, so here it is. This is for race. A group of people sharing the same culture, history, language, etc. An ethnic group. That's race. Ethnicity. The fact or state of belonging to a social group that has a common national or cultural tradition. Sounds very similar. Nation. A large body of people united by common descent, history, culture, or language, inhabiting a particular. All of those are very, very similar. You know what's interesting though is that when we looked those up, the definitions were different. Like they were much like different because it said language was it said a place where the people with that had its own language and culture had its own language and culture. In this definition now, definition can vary a bit from each other, but basically those definitions are pretty much the same. They have the same stuff in them. Have you noticed that? So by definition, we were saying this whole black thing. Like, well, where is black? Black is not a fucking place. This is what confused us in the fucking 80s. We had, like, well, it's got to have African in it because at that time, that's where we was at. We was African American, and we knew we had Native American. Some of us was more stronger, were more clear about it, but it wasn't at the forefront. And then we might have had a little white in us or something. Maybe we did or didn't. So we knew that those three things were in there. So we're focused on the African part. So we said African American, and boom. Now fast forward, then four years later, Jesse Jackson comes up with a statement. Really, he didn't name us; he just made it official. Now we're in a situation where, you are the young people. You are where I was 30 years ago. And what I learned from the master teachers is that every new generation brings some new different thing to the revolution, to our growth. And so I see that in you guys. I see that, you guys have something to say, you have a voice, and this is what's happening right now. Now, here's the thing that is important, that the old generation that's not confused, but is clear, is supposed to pass on to the young generation the information that you can get not only in books. Some of the shit that I can give you or other people can give you is not going to just be books.
30 seconds, brother, because it's late.
All right. So, in closing, I'll say this: that I think you guys are you're going to evolve in this conversation since you're not a group. You're going to evolve this situation. There's always
positive and negative side. So the positive or the other side of you that only exists because of you is the other group that may be calling themselves Pan-Africanists. And it's not really even them, really, because Pan-Africanists is really us. That's my group. So any younger folks that's calling themselves Pan-Africanists is really, in a way, they exist because of you, and you don't exist because of them necessarily, but it both goes hand in hand. And what needs to happen is that the positive and negative needs to come together. They complement each other, and I
Okay,
see that
brother.
happen.
Okay. Because we got some people who haven't spoken yet at all. So, in like 10 seconds, can you land?
No, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
All right, cool. Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
How
What's
you
good,
feeling,
bro?
brother?
Interesting conversation. I know the title changed, but I wanted to go back to the initial question. For me, when I saw the initial title, see, for me, when people ask questions, everybody else is going to have a different answer, and there's nothing in asking, because when Afro Elite is asking a question in a space, that question is posed to black folk. So when I hear the white supremacist talking point when black people are talking to black people, I'm really confused on how that's getting interjected. Because I would want to know, hey, Afro, what was your reasoning behind that question? That's just, that's just where I'm coming from with it. So I didn't see any problem with it. I don't see any problem with it. I don't think it's white supremacist talking points to ask a question to your people if we are too emotional, especially when we're getting so emotional responses. So that's all I really got to say, y'all. So thanks for having me up here, man. Y'all have a blessed night. Peace.
Hey, salute
Thank
to
you.
you,
I feel
B-Zilla.
like some of the responses that we get based off of the title shows how ingenious the name of the title was. Okay. I named the space for a reason, and I got exactly what I was looking for. Well, I actually wasn't looking for it, but perfect examples popped up into the space. But let me ask a question. And this is to Immortal, all right? So we can move forward in the conversation. If somebody makes a space asking, is feminism good for black people? Or if somebody makes a space asking, is immigration good for black people? If somebody makes a space with those titles, those open-ended titles in the space, should black men lead the black household? Any open-ended space, is that leading? Is that off code just by the title? The title was a white supremacist talking point.
And before you answer that question, I also just want to give you something else to think about, brother. That's like when somebody say, let's say they're going around talking about black people are violent, black people are violent, black people are violent, and I name a space, are black people violent? And the whole purpose of my space is to basically prove those people wrong. Like that's it, are we wrong for asking that question to meet that goal? Because that was the purpose of asking the question about us being too emotional. We were not saying black people were too emotional. Again, if you would have came and listened to the space, brother, you would have seen we was the main ones talking about, nah, we not too emotional. If anything, we have righteous indignation. Everything that we've been through, if we are emotional, then we have a right to be that, given all the shit we've been through as a people. And that's why I say, even with, like I said, with the other space, you had a problem with me asking about should black Americans acknowledge our native ancestry, brother. When you talk about something to even ask that question is off code, I invited you into the space because I wanted you to hear what you had to say. Because frankly, there was a lot of people.
Nino, I think he just wants you to stop talking because this is the second time you asked the question and he had a problem with it. So basically, he just don't want you to say anything. Just be quiet. That's what it seems like.
I mean, but listen, I want to give that brother a benefit of the doubt, man. Because look, again, I'm not gonna act brand new on that man. Like I said, I've been following that man for years, and he's been following me for years. So that's why I was trying to figure out, like, where's all this energy coming from? Now, maybe he probably don't recognize I am who I am because I get suspended all the damn time, so I changed my name and picture. But like I said, that man has followed me for years. I followed him for years. And that's why I invited him in the space. I didn't come at him sideways like, nah, nigga, you stupid as fuck. Like, I ain't gonna come at him like that. I straight up said, hey, brother, why don't you come in and join and explain? You know what I'm saying? But he didn't do that. And again, the whole purpose of asking the question was really to combat the narrative that we are too emotional, to combat the people that say we shouldn't address our native ancestry. But again, that was the whole purpose of us titling that room, so we could draw those people out. If we would have asked the leading question to talking about or name the room something along the lines of black people are not too emotional, you know what I'm saying? The people who disagree with that probably wouldn't have joined the room, and we probably wouldn't be able to call them out on that shit. So that's why I said that's just something I just wanted you to think about, brother. And I know I rambled a little bit, so go ahead.
I mean, man, I'm coming from a place where a lot of these people in this room are into media and they're into understanding things. A first year person who goes to school for marketing understands the use of words and how you title anything, how you advertise anything. I understand many things, neuro-linguistic programming, many things. And, you know, it's funny style. To me, it's funny style to even question what I should acknowledge. Don't even put that in the universe, period. Of course, I'm going to acknowledge any ancestry that I get. What kind of question is that? So the only reason you would ask a question like that, now you've given your reason why you said it. Now I'm telling you my mind. The only reason you would ask a question like that is to inspire insecurity. The white supremacists are expert at using words. They expert in inspiring insecurity in the people. I have been actively in these spaces working against that voice of despair that always comes up whenever we get forward motion. We got somebody coming in talking about, well, what's wrong with us? Well, what's wrong with us? And then every time we look at what's wrong with us, we find out ain't shit wrong with us. So if you calling me an old nigga, but I ain't the old type of nigga that you talking about. You heard me? I'm a timeless ass nigga. That's the kind of old nigga I am. And I'll come back again if you fuck this up. I'll come back again.
Okay. Let me answer the question. Hold on. This is just me and him one-on-one right now. So, are you saying that all open-ended questions are by default leading?
Stop asking me goofy ass questions when I talk. See, I'm serious. You think I'm emotional. I'm
You
serious.
gotta watch
No, I
these
think you are a
old
dumb,
niggas.
old ass, stupid fucking nigga, and you don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's what I think. You the only nigga who came in. This space has been productive the whole time. Your emotional, old, unproductive ass came up in here, requested to speak seconds into the conversation. Don't know shit that's happened. Don't know shit that anybody has fucking said in the conversation. See, I'm getting emotional. Now, you said black people can't get too emotional, right? Remember you said that? So answer the question. Are black people, and I'm sorry, y'all pulling the Chicago out of me, are black people, are all open-ended questions leading?
I'm not talking about all questions. I'm talking about the questions that you ask.
Okay.
And
Now we can go forward with that. We can go forward with that. So if I ask the question, is immigration beneficial to black people? Is that a leading question that's unproductive? Is that an unproductive space to title the space that way?
That's a very constructive question because you're dealing with.
Okay. Next question. So if I asked, is feminism good for the black community? Is that a bad way to title a space?
No.
Okay. I have another question. Okay. So is asking, do black people get too distracted? Is that a bad title of a space?
Not if you're a white supremacist.
So as a black person, I can't ask, do black people get too distracted?
You can do anything you want and you can expect the consequences of whatever you do.
Okay. All right.
Hold on, really quick before you ask your next question, Afro, brother. I'm gonna be straight up with you, bro. You keep talking about it's inspiring insecurity. It's inspiring your insecurity, brother. You are the one that's insecure. You're projecting.
It's inspiring the insecurity that I've had to live around.
brother, you are expired. I mean, you are the insecure person, brother, because you came in and saw that title and automatically got triggered. I don't know what kind of trauma you went through where that question just triggered that emotional response out of you, brother. But stop trying to project your insecurity on the other people, brother. That was an open-ended question so we can have a productive conversation. And if you actually would have listened, you would have listened and heard that you actually agreed with what we were saying. But again, you the type nigga that see the title of a book and then just get offended, and then you won't even open up the book to read the contents of it and be going on the jihad against the damn book, not knowing that the book is saying everything that you agree with.
His relatives never told him don't judge a book by its cover. That's the problem.
Let me let people know this. For people in the audience who hasn't spoken. Okay. When you have the reason why you have open-ended questions is because, like Nito was saying, you don't want to lead the audience to believe that, yeah, it's a question, but the host, the co-host, everybody in the question agrees on one point of view, and if you come in with a different point of view, you will be the outcast of the conversation. So that is why you ask completely open-ended questions, not to give away your position or your perspective of the question. Most questions that are asked, the host has an answer for the question. I didn't say change my mind, black people are too emotional. I'm not defending black people being too emotional, but when you ask that question, and if people were not being so emotional and was to stay in for at least 10 minutes to see, I asked that question, a very open-ended question, and we've had dozens of answers coming from different angles. That wouldn't have happened if I asked a leading question: black people are not too emotional, or why do they say black people are too emotional? See, that's the difference between people who can see ahead and know how to progress the community and people who get too emotional and just want to be in spaces, and I'm just want to be in spaces and everybody in the space is agreeing with you. Okay. Now, when we ask an open-ended question, we can get people who disagree, and then we can have an open dialogue to move the needle forward. This is why old ass niggas don't move the needle forward, because they don't think that way.
And for the record, brother, that's called Socratic questioning. It's named after the Greek philosopher Socrates. And guess where he got that whole idea from? He got that from Kemet, aka Africa. He went over to Africa, learned how they got to the root of problems, how they found out how they exposed their ops, quote unquote, and took that shit back to Greece. And you know what Greece did? They killed that man because they said he was corrupting the youth. And all he did was ask questions. So for you to sit here and say that we sound like white supremacists, but even though we're using the old Kemetic strategy, that's crazy talk, man.
You just said the white supremacists use the old Kemetic strategy too.
They learned it from us, my nigga. And
You
we're
just
taking it back.
they know it.
And we're taking it back, nigga. That's what you don't understand, bro. Frankly, I think what it is now, after everything's been explained and when Afro and I's point of view has been explained, bro, you realize you're wrong. You realize you're wrong. You know you're wrong. Everybody in here listening know you wrong. And there's nothing you can say to change that. But I know old niggas, and I know that y'all egos are bigger than your intelligence. So I don't expect you to admit it. But just know we all in see that you're wrong, and you know it too.
I don't have to
I'm
announce.
ready to move on. I'm ready to move on past him.
Okay, the
It's
people
very
going.
telling how he came at you on the timeline versus how he's coming here. That's
They
all.
know what it is.
Yeah,
You
everybody, like I said, and I've been saying this in multiple spaces. When I'm in a space, people got a lot to say after the space or on the timeline. Now on here, you don't got the same energy. Okay, listen. Let me humble myself. Okay, this is a teaching moment. Okay, let me not go off. I know I was going off before. This is a teaching moment. And the thing is that when we try to have this space has been productive, people have learned things in this space because people were able to come in this space from different points of view, from different angles, and that has increased people's knowledge, increased people's understanding of the subject. Okay, when you title a space in a leading way, you only attract people who agree with the leading question. Did you know that? I don't think you did. So if you only attract people with the leading question, you can't move the needle forward because everybody in the space already agrees. The only way to move the needle forward is to ask open-ended questions which attract multiple different people from multiple different perspectives, and then we can have a respectful dialogue, and then the needle can be moved forward. But let's get to the hands. I believe Mr. Engaging, you were next.
I think it was FBA Antonio. Sorry, Engaging, but
Oh yeah,
FBA
my fault, my
Antonio
fault.
was waiting.
I'm just chopping at the
Okay,
bits, guys. I'm just chopping at the bits.
yo, yeah, yeah. I just wanted to chime in and say, there's a quote by an author. His name is called Robert Anton Wilson. His quote is, "Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover will prove." Open-ended questions, man, it's not a problem. You can narrate and dialogue. I mean, you can dialogue, and then you'll have a narrate from the host or co-host that will direct you to the proper answer to that question. You know what I'm saying? And the second point that I wanted to make is anybody here that followed Tariq Nasheed 2 months ago when Joe Rogan got exposed for being a racist, even though most of us already knew he was a suspected one or a confirmed one. He had a broadcast titled "Should Joe Rogan Get a Pass?" That's an open-ended question, man. That's going to allow people to come in there if they got an opinion that's different from probably what's suspected is going to be the answer to that, so it can become a teachable moment. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing wrong with asking the question, and everybody then quoted this 100 times already. Neely Fuller Jr. You know what I'm saying? What Neely Fuller Jr. said? Uh, what that brother say? Somebody help me out with that. It's getting late, bro. So y'all, I'm gonna end with that. I know y'all
Dr.
already
Francis
know it.
Press Wilson.
No, that's Neely Fuller Jr. He said all problems are solved through the process of questions and answers. You know what I'm saying? So you can't get mad at the question, brother. The question is that it exists is a thought. Somebody was thinking it. It got to be put out there. Somebody got to respond to it. The proper response is going to be given. That's what the co-host and the host is for, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Young niggas giving old niggas game. What a time to be alive.
Don't be too
Hey,
confident, my young brother.
hey, now real quick, I just want to speak to this extremist shit because y'all did mention that before. Y'all got back to Immortal, real quick, because I'm pretty sure y'all probably, well, people would probably consider me one, but I don't know how, because shit, we not going around attacking nobody, advocating for violence, but that's another thing. But look, y'all know the code is the leader of, because I know y'all follow Tariq and all that. No one's above the code. You get what I'm saying? The code is the leader. So just with that being said, that don't mean we will agree with everybody. You get what I'm saying? Tariq and Boyce, I know he don't agree shit. MLK and Martin, I mean, yeah, MLK and fucking Malcolm X didn't agree like that. So shit, we got to understand that we all not gonna agree. So, you know what I'm saying? We got to just leave that there. But again, I'm just really want to get to the black shit. Look, bro, y'all know this. You get what I'm saying? There's no black community in Africa. There's no black community in the Caribbean, Central America, South America. Until Caribbeans or Africans can come back over here or whatever, show documentation that they have black on their fucking great grandparents' birth certificates or death certificates, or if they can find black on the census, like we can going back to the 1700s, then okay, I would be like, yeah, y'all black. But until then, they're not black, bro. Culturally or on paper. So that's what y'all need to understand. We're not just talking out our ass. We know what the fuck we talking about very like clearly. Because this shit is on paper, documentation. We going back tracing our lineage and it's black on there. Immigrants
Okay,
can't do that.
okay.
Immigrants
Since we're
cannot do
talking
that.
about
But I'm saying
Boo, since
immigrants
we're
can't do
talking
that.
about
So I'm saying, wait, I'm saying immigrants can't do that, bro. That's a historical fact. We're
since
not
we're
just talking out our
talking
ass.
okay, since we're talking about that, you understand on the census, black is a race. Okay, I think it's what white, black, Asian or Asian and specific Pacific
Asian,
Islander
Asian Pacific Islander, yeah.
and what Native American.
Hispanic.
If I'm missing one, right?
Hispanic.
Hispanic. Well,
No,
Hispanic's
no,
not
no,
a
no,
race.
no, no, no.
Hispanic's not a
Hispanic is
race.
not a race. Hispanic is
Okay,
not a
yeah.
race. It's an ethnicity,
You
which
have
goes back to the point.
these now. This is on the census. When they come over here, when they migrate over here, they are considered black on the census. So for you to say they don't have documentation because their great ancestors were not classified as black, you have ancestors of ours who are not classified as black. We're referring to
But if you're
black
going
as
back to
being a race.
but listen,
And
if you're going back to a certain time period for reparations and eligibility, you have to have black on your shit. Listen, fuck the census.
Okay.
Brother, do you not realize that we have to pick these terms out and then just, sift through them? The same reason why we ain't no longer using African American, because couldn't you use that same argument for the term African American? If you're not FBA, you're not African American. Couldn't you use that same argument for that? Because if that's the case, then why are you not claiming African American? Because you know that African American applies to more than just foundational Black Americans. So when y'all running around here talking about these people ain't black and they on their license, it says black, and you sound crazy as hell. And then really quickly, I'm sorry, I know I cut you off, Afro, but really quickly, Booby, again, brother, like I said, dog, my beef ain't with you, but my thing is somebody who, and again, I could be wrong, but I feel like you are probably one of the people that coined the term secure the tribe. I feel like it's your responsibility to check the people spreading misinformation, because it is now we are catching strays because of that. And I'm gonna let Afro pick it up. I don't know if he's gonna let Booby speak or you had something else to say, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Booby finish his thought.
Yeah, real quick. And look, okay, y'all, listen, fuck the census, bro. Like I said, I can go to my great grandparents' birth certificate. It says black on there. Immigrants can't do that shit, bro. We were the only people reclassified as black. That's a historical fact.
You say your great grandparents, brother. It
Yes,
say
I can go back.
Negro.
Yes, I
No,
done
I'm
did my
saying it say
genealogy, bro. I'm talking
saying
about 1830. Listen, 1830 type shit. Early 1700 type shit, bro. You get what I'm
brother.
saying? Late 1700
I knew
type
my
shit.
great grandmother. She was born in 1903. She died in 2003, right a month before her 100th birthday. I'm literally one generation removed from slavery myself. Her parents were slaves. I'm telling you, brother. Her birth certificate said Negro.
Bro, listen, bro. Listen, my great, yes, same shit. It said black/Negro. That shit is synonymous, bro. You know that, right? Because we were the only people reclassified as black throughout history. They don't have that shit over there in Africa and the Caribbean, bro. They, of course, when they come over here to America, they classified as black because of the social construct over here. But at the end of the day, they still, bro, y'all can't go back far on paperwork saying that y'all was reclassified as that, and that's what we're saying because it's about lineage, right? If we're doing lineage, that's what it's about, and we can go back on paperwork where it says black, Negro. Immigrants can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
If that's the case, brother, then why don't y'all reclaim African American then?
Listen, but come on, bro. Listen,
that's a simple question. Why don't y'all reclaim African American, brother? It's
because
the
we're
same
not
concept.
Listen, bro, we're not Africans.
Brother,
We were the only people. We were the only people classified as African American, though. So why did we stop using that term?
That was the worst mistake ever because we're not African at all.
But the thing is that if we're the only people classified as African American, why does it? If nobody else, the reason why we dropped that is because that can apply to other people.
Right, bro. And I know y'all. Listen, y'all done heard plenty of our greatest celebrities, from Smokey Robinson to Michael Jackson. They like, we not African, we're Black Americans, bro. That shit. Listen, wait. I'm saying, listen, wait, real quick. We've been pushing back against the African American term, bro. Y'all know this shit. This ain't nothing new. We've been pushing back against that.
Hold on. So with that being said, brother, and I hate to keep cutting you off because I know you got a lot to say, brother, and I want you to continue. But when you just said Smokey Robinson himself said, "I'm Black American." If Black was synonymous with being Black American, why did he add the American part? He just didn't say I'm black because black just mean Black Americans, right? It just means foundational Black Americans, right? But he specified Black American for a reason. Because there's other people who are black, but they not American or American descent. And you know this. So when y'all walking around here talking about something, if you B1 means Black American only, well, brother, that's not what the people who coined the term said it means. So therefore, y'all need to create something else, dog. And that's just point blank period. Y'all can't be taking terms created by damn Jason Black, Professor Black Troop, and then be trying to remix it for your own, to remix it to mean what you want it to mean. And that's the problem I got with you guys doing that.
Well, okay, here's my thing. Here's my suggestion to it. If we want clarification, and then we got to get to the hands. If we want clarification, Jason Black has two programs, one on Saturday and one on Sunday, where he opens up his phone lines and allow anybody to come in. Anybody who has an opinion feeling like B1 means Black America first and Black does not apply to anybody who's not an FBA, you can call Jason and say, Jason, B1 means Black America first. And then we'll see what Jason has to say about it, because he is the one who came up with the term. So if you have an issue with the term and the logic of the term, you should go to Jason directly about that. And then we can hear what Jason has to say. But let's move on to the hands. Oh, let me
No,
unmute.
real quick, I want to make clear, we don't use B1. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't, secure the trial, we not stamping B1 on our shit like that, bro. So I don't know where y'all get that from. We don't. And that's cool. Listen, Jason is not our, nobody's the leader of nothing. We don't, Jason is not our leader. Tariq is not our leader. The code is the leader. So, like I said, we
Y'all
don't
all
agree with
froze
everything
with
they
that.
say.
Y'all not making any sense. Do you understand? Let me break something down logically to y'all. Do you understand if we say we are Black and we're the only people who are Black because at a certain point in time we were classified as Black? Do you understand how that can mess up our reparations? Do y'all have no hindsight whatsoever? Because at a certain point in time we were not considered Black. At a certain point in time we were not classified as Black. So we only get reparations up until we were classified as Black. What about the people who are not classified as Black? You understand? It's about the lineage thing. If you try to say, okay, it's about the term Black, that's some new nigga shit. And it don't make any sense, because Black on the census is a race and has been a race. For a new nigga to come up here and say Black is not a race, it's an ethnicity because we were the only people classified as that, that's not the way the world works. That is not the way the world works. And you won't get anything done by saying the white race exists, the Asian race exists, the Native American race exists, but black is not a race, it's an ethnicity. That doesn't make no sense.
And really quickly, y'all keep taking terms and phrases coined by Jason Black, Tariq Nasheed, and Professor Black Troop, and y'all keep remixing it to mean what y'all wanted to mean. You keep saying the code is not the leader. That came from Tariq. So, and my thing is, what is the code then? Because there is a right or wrong answer to this, Booby. And I want you to answer this, brother. What is the code? It's only 2 words.
So you saying Tariq coined the term, the code is the leader. He started that shit. He didn't start that shit.
I said that, right? Coined. Do you know I said coined,
No,
right?
he didn't coin it. He didn't coin it.
You know I said he coined that term, meaning he popularized it. Just like Jesse Jackson didn't create the term African American, but he popularized it, aka coined it. So again, but that's neither here nor there. Y'all keep saying that the code is the leader, right? What is the code? Because there is a right or wrong answer to this, and the code is only 2 words. So what is the code? Because I'm starting to suspect that maybe y'all have a different code than us.
Again, bro. We don't all listen. What y'all don't want to hear, y'all call everybody Black. We don't do that. So y'all code is totally different than ours. We understand history and what happened. You get what I'm saying? If y'all want to fight,
brother, I asked you a simple question. What is the code? Because y'all running around here using the same terms, and apparently they don't have the same meaning. Because you just said that yourself. Apparently they have a different meaning. So when y'all was saying those terms and you was garnering the support of the B1 family, but now you remixing it to mean something else. That's that Yvette Carnell shit. Yvette Carnell did that same thing. We was all down for the ADOS movement. We was, oh yeah, that's a great idea, because they did bring the attention back to reparations. I don't fuck with Yvette, but I give her credit for that. But then she remixed it to mean, oh, ADOS is an organization. We got chapters and everything else. Like, whoa. I didn't sign up for none of that. I thought we were just talking about lineage, but now you're turning this into an organization. Y'all doing the same type of co-opting that Yvette Carnell did by using terms that everybody who is part of the B1, B1 brigade or whatever, B1 community, we thought y'all was on the same wave with us because y'all using our terms. But now you talking about, it means something else. So I'm going to ask you again, brother, what is the code? It's only 2 words, brother, and it is a right or wrong answer to this question. Because, again, you might have a different code than us.
Bro, obviously I do, bro. Y'all on some, we all Black, everybody that come over here Black, we ain't on the same shit, bro. So it ain't even no point of having this conversation. We on 2 different codes.
So with that being said, then, brother, the code over here is Black empowerment. That's the code. When we talk about the code, oh, that's off code or that's on code, or you know what I'm saying? The code is black empowerment. So if y'all don't agree with that, then y'all need to stop using our verbiage because you muddying up the waters. That's some real. I ain't even gonna say the word, but that y'all co-opting our language, bro. Y'all need to find something else to say. Or if you're gonna keep using that
And
term,
another thing too,
specify what your code is.
you can't say Secure the Tribe is not a group. You can't say that anymore, Booby. You can't say that if you say Secure the Tribe has a different ideology from FBA. And the people who use Secure the Tribe have this ideology. By definition, that makes Secure the Tribe a group. By literal definition.
And again, when we say the code is black empowerment, we're not talking about just black Americans. We're talking about the global black family, empowering everybody on the planet.
Y'all gonna actually fuck up the reparations,
man,
with all that shit. And that's what I said earlier. They on these new niggas created a damn Twitter account 3 months ago. Ain't read Dr. Claude Anderson, ain't read Neely Phillip Jr., ain't read Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, using their terms to falsely represent us. I'm not saying you are, Booby, but I'm saying people in your group, and you are doing a very piss poor job in regulating that group. And based off of what you're saying now, I feel like you agree with too many of what they've been saying. Okay, black is not a race. Where in the hell did that ever come from?
Somebody's ass or the side of their neck. One of them. I haven't decided yet.
Because when you do that, when you introduce black is not a race, then they can say, okay, well, we'll give reparations to black people. And then they'll be all like, well, what makes you blacker than the other person? Because at a certain point in time, they weren't considered black. At a certain point in time, you weren't considered black. So what is black? You open that door. And y'all don't have enough hindsight to see it because you guys don't want to be led by anybody. You have an issue with certain people. You don't, oh, you're not the leader. You're not the leader. The code is the leader, but you guys have your own brand new code.
When men hang with men, they get checked. When men hang with women, they get unchecked.
But with that being said, we want you to stay on stage, brother, because we did address you. But let's get to these hands real quick, and we're gonna let you finish your thought, brother. And again, I don't want nobody to sit here and think that, oh, we beefing with nobody or we trying to make enemies with nobody, because that's not the case. We over here just trying to get some clarification. Now, granted, if your code is different than mine and you still using our verbiage, then we're gonna have a problem, because now you're conflating our intentions with your own, which ain't the same. We ain't on the same page, if that's the case. And then we are going to have a problem. But right now, this is just men just clearing the air right now. So with that being said, Booby, we're going to keep you on stage, brother, because I know you got a lot you still have to say. But let's get to these hands, though. Afro, it's on you.
Mr. Engaging, you had your hand up for a minute.
Yeah, thank you guys. I wanted to comment on that part, but I really want to touch back on what the older black man was saying. It seemed like the issue is coming across that they're not thinking critically about the situation. I have nothing wrong with the question that was being posed. I felt it was very, very constructive. I'll give my age for more transparency. I'm 35. So when I'm hearing this guy, when I hear young black men thinking critically, and I see an older man stepping in and kind of diminishing that, I find that very problematic, especially in our community. We have an issue of thinking critically, and that's just a universal problem with amongst human beings in general. But specifically, I'm looking at Black American people, and that is a major issue that we have. The other thing I wanted to touch upon is this code conversation. Professor Black Truth did mention that African people do need to establish an African code. So there is a difference in the B1, and they said that the African people do need to create what they call an African A1 philosophy. So I do agree with that. I'm a big fan of Professor Black Truth, and I'm an avid fan of him, and I've been listening to him for over 10 plus years, since my college days. So I'm telling you that there is a delineation between African and Black. Professor Black Truth mentioned it during the about Pan-African, when he specifically talked about Pan-Africanism instead. I can understand when Booby says that Black is a lineage. I view Black as a lineage. And I do get offended when I do see other people through diaspora use the color black because they don't come over here identifying as black. They come over there identifying as their tribe. I think that the census did use that to undermine Black American people so that they can take our numbers down by adding Black with Latinos and everything else. And they do that to undermine our numbers, respectively. That's the reason why people actually disaggregate data and to basically separate Native Black American or foundational Black American freedmen, people who went through chattel slavery, all those different variations. Those are the things to delineate ourselves from people who are Native Black, respectively. I don't have any hostility towards Native Black until they basically disrespect reparations. That's when I have a direct issue with them, or they're out there calling Black people in general bullet bags when they get shot down by police. That's when I might get aggravated with other people through the diaspora. Other than that, I try to be very tolerant because of white supremacy. So those are the two things I just wanted to bring up and make you guys aware of respectfully, because I think that this is a much needed conversation to have. And there's nothing wrong with thinking critically. The only time it becomes counterproductive when you're not producing anything. So I'm just going to leave it like that and keep it short and sweet. And thank you for bringing this up, guys.
So with that being said, brother, real quick, why don't y'all reclaim African American then? Why don't you go around saying if you're not African American, you're blah 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 American. Your family
Because
from Nigeria.
I'm going to answer that question. African American is basically a made up term, and that term basically was like used to put everybody. It was put everybody into a big tent because
No,
we're thinking that.
No, it didn't.
And we were.
I'm from the time when we changed it. I'm from that time. Let me tell you what it meant.
They after the civil rights, and that Immigration Act in '65. That's when we got flooded and we got terms of African American. Bro, all that shit was a setup.
You weren't
right on time. I fuck with you.
Hold on, brothers. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people talking. I know. Booby said he had something to say. Mr. Engagement had something to say, and Shaw had something to say. So again, that question was directed to Mr. Engaging. Why don't you reclaim African American? Why don't you go around telling people if you don't have lineage dating back to the killing fields of the American South, you are not African American? Why don't y'all say that? Because you see it why we claim it Foundation of Black American. Because if black just meant those of us who has lineage going back to the killing fields of the American South, then why even create all these other groups, all these other terms like ADOS? Why create FBA? You know what I'm saying? Why don't you just call yourself black? Why don't you reclaim African American? Because we know when that term was created, who it was specifying. Oh, is it because y'all know that term now applies to people that consist of more than just those of us with American slavery lineage? Is that why? Yeah, you know that's why. And as far as the code situation, when you talking about Professor Black Truth never stated that there needs to be a totally different code other than Black empowerment. He was saying basically Africa themselves need to get their shit together. The end goal is still the same globally, Black empowerment. And again, I'm with Booby on this shit. Listen, I'm all for prioritizing our people because again, when we fix our shit at home, everybody else in the world benefits. So I'm all for that. But let's not remix the meanings of these terms. And but really quickly, that question was directed to a Mr. Engaging, but Shaw, go ahead.
I actually wanted to address that since Brother Shaw intervened. I allowed everybody else to rock respectfully.
I answered the question for you, Mr. Engaging. Let Shaw go ahead and respond. We're gonna do a round around these hands, and we're gonna come back to you. Because again, Booby still got stuff he got to say too, but we got to get to these hands first. There's a lot of
and I
people.
got some questions and some comments I need to make too.
So go ahead.
So let's get to the hands and let's be quick with it. Let's not be long-winded.
Okay, so this identity, question is coming up because of reparations. It's like we are altering or clarifying or re-examining our definition because of reparations. That's a big part of what this conversation is about. If there were no reparations, we wouldn't be having these conversations. Probably, yes. So I'm saying it's about money. That should not affect our fucking who we are. So when we said we were African American, we were specifically talking about us Black folks born in this country that have been in this country. It didn't include Caribbeans or Africans. That's what African American meant when we were saying, we have to come up with a name that is got our history, got our ethnicity and our culture, and then the place where we're born. And I have African in me. That's some bullshit to say I don't have no. You don't. Maybe you don't, Booby. Maybe you don't, but I do, and I know other people that do have African DNA in them and African culture. My mother's from Louisiana, and it's all up in the culture. It's all up in
What?
people.
All right,
So,
man. Look, all right, bro.
so,
All right, so
so now, and I'm gonna finish on this note. Is that's not even a question. I mean, that's easily, found out. You can find that out. So I got Native, I got a little French, I got African in my DNA, and the culture of those things are all in my people, including the French. The French culture, they speak French. They, some of the food is a mix of African. So it's all those are different, kind of mixes of depending on what it is. So that's simple. That's it, y'all. That's it. It's simple.
I thought when you're hyphenated that you're an immigrant. So therefore, I don't want to have African American respectfully. It shows that you immigrated over here. My ancestors didn't immigrate over here. They were brought in chains and they freaking worked the fields. So like that's the reason why I put a delineation when it comes to Black, African American, and all that other stuff, respectfully.
And respectfully, brother, I'm telling you, when they came up, they coined the term African American, they was talking about a specific lineage of people. So again, why don't you reclaim that? The same way that y'all trying to reclaim Black. But we all know the answer is because those two terms have been remixed to the point where they include other groups of people. Hence why we are going back to the term freedmen that specifically talks about one group of people. Hence why we're using the term foundational Black American, which is just a remix of Dr. Claude Anderson's Native Black American. But hence why we're using that term, because it's no wiggle room. When y'all start trying to talk about Black, it's talking about one specific group of people, but y'all are fucking up the bag by doing so, because that term has already been corrupted to include people that's not of our lineage. The same way with African American. Listen, y'all gonna have to cope. Them terms are dead. Those terms have been tainted. There's no taking it back. Now, listen, I agree with you. I know the historical reference, but the historical context in which those terms were coined and placed upon us. I understand that. But unfortunately, those terms they don't have the same meaning anymore. There's no taking it back. African American is dead. Black is dead. That's not talking about one specific lineage anymore. It was at one point, but not anymore. And that's just a reality that we're gonna have to come to as a people. Now, if you want to talk about our specific lineage, that's why that's why you got people using the term ADOS, which I feel like is a crazy term within itself, because I know a white boy who got a damn Black slave descendant. Ancestor. Hell, Johnny Depp is ADOS. He got a damn American slave ancestor. So that's why I disagree with the term ADOS. But we talking about our specific lineage. That's why you hear people using freedmen now, because there's no wiggle room with that now. Foundational Black American, there's no wiggle room. When you trying to talk about Black and African American, bro, you allowing wiggle room for other people to sneak in and try to get in on our bag. Like I said, we're going to have to just cope with that, family. It ain't ours no more. So, but anyway, Afro, you can go ahead and take back over.
Yeah. Before we go, real quick, we'll go with B-Man, then Jason. And I really want to hear what you brothers have to say, because you guys have not spoken yet. Booby, let me ask you a question real quick. Tariq, in his YouTube videos, he specifies issues that Black people go through, and then he says afterwards, he almost always follows it up with, especially FBA, which separates Black from FBA. Tariq does not go by Black not being a race. When he says Black people, it says Black people, and then he specifies FBA as well to kind of separate the two. So the ideology, I'm not sure where the ideology came from that Black was not a race at all. Black was just an ethnicity. But I want you to know, do you know that that's the way Tariq refers to FBA? Otherwise, there would be no term, and there would be no reason for saying FBA if we could just say Black. but we say black, we say FBA because we can't just say black. So so I'm asking Boovie, do you know he does that? I don't know if you know he does that.
Nah, yeah, I know he does that. He do, yeah, I know that. But
Okay.
like I said, but I don't agree with him on that. You get what I'm saying? I get why he do it because America and the system, the social construct that was set up. But because listen, this is the reason why I just listen. I fuck with FBA. I fuck with the designation and how he made it strategic for a certain group of people. But I just don't. To me personally, we never had to go. Hey, we never had to explain our blackness. Meaning, hey man, my ancestors go back to such and such such. This is the type of black I am. We never had to do that until now. So
Okay.
that lets
All
you
right.
that I'm saying that lets you know that we was the only people who was called black and only identified as that. You get what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All
So
right. I
that's
get
what I'm
what you're
saying.
saying. Now I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But the thing is that if we could just say black, we wouldn't have to say FBA because we're the
Afro elite,
only
Afro.
black.
That's why we gatekeeping, bro. So that means we just giving
Bro,
black
hold on,
culture
hold
away,
on,
right?
hold on.
So
I'm
wait,
saying
hold on,
so.
listen. So we
Hold on,
just
hold
giving
on, hold
black
on, hold
culture
on,
away?
hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm saying so you're saying that we don't need to use the term FBA. We can just say
I
black.
never said that, bro. I
I'm
said, listen,
now
I
I'm
said I
asking. I'm
fuck with
not.
the
I'm not.
term.
I'm not saying you're saying something. I'm asking because with the logic of FBA is black and we're the only people who are black, then we don't have to use distinctive terms like FBA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but listen, you're right. But the reason why we saying, I mean, listen, the people that's being secure the tribe that come in our space, they still use FBA because they fuck with it. They know what it means, what it's really behind, because it's pointing out a specific group of people. But at the same time, we're saying, look, bro, we're not just gonna give black away. That means we giving our whole identity away, our whole culture, everything. We're not doing that. That's why we securing the tribe. We gatekeeping all that shit.
brother,
All that shit is
brother,
ours.
brother.
Everything. That's what we
Brother,
Okay,
on, bro.
okay,
bro,
okay, okay. I just
really
had
quick.
a couple questions for him, and then we can move on to the hands because I got like what 5 hands up. But Nino, you can go ahead real quick, and then we'll go to B Man and Jason.
I just again, I just said this. I'm gonna say it again, brother. Unfortunately, those terms don't mean what they meant no more, brother. It's no taking it back, bro.
Oh,
I,
so
I,
wait, real quick. So the cisgender shit, we accepting the cisgender shit? Like the man is not a man no more. White supremacy said, nigga, no, you're not a man. You could be a woman right now. So we just going along with everything, right? That's what we doing?
cisgender mean? What does cisgender mean?
Well, but you know what I'm talking about, the transgender bullshit, all that
No,
bullshit. Because
no,
they saying
I'm
man
asking.
is a
I'm
woman
asking
now
you.
and woman is a man. So we just going along with that? Because
I'm
it all of a
asking
sudden
you
got changed and it got switched up. So we just going along with shit now?
again.
I'm asking.
I'm asking you. What does cisgender mean? You use that as an
No,
example.
bro,
So I'm
you know
asking you,
about this LGBT shit, bro. I'm asking, are we going along with this social programming they trying to do? Are we going along with it?
brother. You
Man,
use that as an
it's a yes or
example,
no question, bro. Are we going?
bro. You use that as an example. So I'm asking you, what does it mean? I can't answer the question if I don't know what it means. So if you can't answer me, tell me what it means and rephrase the question so I can answer it appropriately, brother.
Are we going along with this social programming of this sexual identity shit? Because you know they saying we were assigned penises at birth. Women were assigned vaginas at birth. That's what they telling us now. We was assigned this shit. Are we going along with that now? That's what I'm trying to see.
I mean, I can still understand what you're asking, bro.
All
Because
right, bro, you
again,
got it, bro. Listen, we not going to. We don't give a fuck what they saying about immigrants are black now. We don't give a fuck about that. You bitches are not black. Y'all never been black. Y'all don't identify back home. If there's no black community in the Africa or the Caribbean, it's just a fact, bro. You
okay,
get what I'm
Okay, let
saying?
me ask. But
so
the
no,
thing
real quick,
is
real
that
quick.
we are not the ones who determined that. That's the problem that we're having. We're not the ones who started calling ourselves black. Black is not what we started calling ourselves. That is white supremacy. They're the ones who classified these are black people. White supremacy, the white supremacy that runs the globe, the same ones that classify us as black, has classified them as black. It's not our term to gatekeep. FBA is our term to gatekeep. Black is something that they have said all melanated people are black. So I mean, you're talking about the paperwork. My great ancestor was black. Okay, the one right after that one was not considered black. So I mean, where is the cutting point of okay, you were considered black 500 years ago, or my ancestors were considered black 500 years ago. So therefore, we're black. But then 550 years ago, we were not considered black.
You can use
Should
the
we get
same logic.
tripped up on the semantics?
You can use the same logic for Negro as well, because I guarantee you, your grandma paperwork probably said she was Negro when she was born. And Negro was a word that they used worldwide. So again, unfortunately, bro, those are terms that we don't control. We don't control those terms. Those terms don't mean what they once did. Hence why we are making a power move and delineating ourselves with a specific term that there can't nobody else wiggle in on. Black is gone, bro. People who ain't part of who are not descendants of American slavery and they look like us and they come over here, guess what? They black now. Unfortunately, they African American now. Unfortunately, those terms don't mean what they once did. But you know what we can do? We can still say that we foundational Black American though. It ain't no wiggle room on that. And if y'all gonna sit here and be talking about all this stuff about we reclaiming the term, then y'all need to start checking niggas on the street.
Take it offline. Start checking people offline and start telling them that they not black then. Walk up to all these black immigrants on offline and tell them they not black. Tell Kodak Black he ain't black then. Hell, that nigga name is Kodak Black. Start there. Go on the street and start checking people.
Let's get to the hands because we got people requesting too many people to even let anybody else on. Let's get to the hands. First off, shout out to everybody who been in here. Damn, it's almost 2:00 in the morning where I'm from. Shout out to everybody, all my family up in here. B-Man, you can go.
Yeah, just wanted to jump in. I got into the space late, but I've been in here for a minute just listening to y'all. And, actually, everybody who's spoken says something. I mean, you guys all really got valid points with a lot of shit. What I'm always reverting back to and what I'm always reminded as is when Neely Fuller Jr. is talking about how important words are, interpretations of meanings, and coming up with definitions on what it is. That's really, I mean, there's going to be a cause, an effect and a cause. It's going to be constructive or non-constructive. And this is just really what it's all boiling down to. I mean, shit. Y'all came at Immortal like he's an old nigga and he was still at a valid point. I mean, we can't just really dismiss that fully with what it is. Mr. Engagement said something just a bit ago, and I think he mentioned Professor Black Truth. Well, even Jason Black, he had the Pan-Africanism, both of them in with the New Black Media. This is about a year or two ago. You can look it up, but it was Pan-Africanism is a two-way street. That was his broadcast. So,
and that was what I was referring to, B-Man. Thank you for bringing it up.
I mean, so it was already there throughout all of us that it's like, hey, we've been doing this for such and such long. This is right here in what we're doing. Another thing on like what Booby's talking about in terms of the lineage, man, this stuff done blew my mind as much as the stuff that I done learned digging up in my stuff. So, that's that gatekeeping and calling stuff out. I see it. The other thing, Afro, hold on, we did get to a point, and this is why words are so important. It was about maybe an hour or so ago. What was stated was you had asked an open-ended question, and what I'm reading here on this question of this title that I jumped into at about 9:00, it says, "Are Black people too emotional?" Man, I've been in sales for about 20, 25 years. That's not an open-ended question. That gives somebody the ability to say yes and or no.
Then that's the definition of an open-ended question.
No. That's closed. That's closed-ended question. Open-ended questions, they cannot answer with yes or no. And that's what I've been doing in sales. That by definition, when you say "are" and you give that ability to just have somebody say yes or no, my answer to your question right here, are Black people too emotional? No.
You understand though, you only have a limited amount of characters you can title a space.
I do understand that, but that's why words are so important, y'all.
Hold on, brother. I hear what you're saying.
That's not an open-ended question. Go to Google.
Listen, that's not a leading question neither. That's just a question. So really, we're playing semantics over nothing.
We're playing semantics, but words are that much important. You know, that's what Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. is talking about.
Listen,
every single Tuesday on this damn broadcast.
Yeah, but
listen.
you're not saying we didn't just say words. We asked a question. You just keep saying words, words, words. No, this is a question. So we're not making statements here. We're asking questions.
Yep, exactly. So, well, okay. So what it was just said just a second ago, it was like I asked an open-ended question. Well, I'm letting everybody in the room know if a question leads with R, go to Google. That's a closed-ended question. I just answered the question with no.
It's not a leading question neither, which is the entire point that we were not going to title the room something that will give you the answer in which we believe. So, okay.
Correct.
So,
Yep.
so with
Nope.
that being,
Nope.
so
I
with
totally
that being
understand.
said, so with that being said, we're playing semantics over nothing. Okay, cool. It's not an open-ended question, but nor is it a leading question in which was being requested we change it to.
Yeah, I don't know what was said prior to and all that. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen to the recording that's recorded. But I just wanted everybody in the room to know, as we are all learning with new things, that's actually a closing question. Nobody has said it.
Was it an
Some brothers just raised-
unproductive? Hold on. Was it an unproductive question? That's the point. Was it an unproductive question?
Absolutely not. I got a whole lot of takeaways from here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's the point. The point was it wasn't a leading question only to attract a certain group of people who thought a certain way. You know, I can only title these spaces a certain title. They only allow you to have a certain amount of characters to title a space. So I have to ask a question like that. I have to ask the question. The best way to ask the question is not to ask a leading question. And that's what he's saying. He's saying questions like these lead to people believing certain things.
And let's be clear, none of us
When
are
we say an
Pan-Africans.
open question, we mean the question is for everybody to answer in different answers. This was it's more than a yes or no
Yep.
question.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah. And me coming from a sales component, I want to ask those open-ended questions, and I don't want somebody. I want them to talk, not say yes or no, so I can get that sale.
Okay, brother. I mean, listen, we hear what you said, and you may be right about the specifics.
That's a fact,
You might
Jack.
listen, brother. The point is, you're being contrarian. That changes nothing about the meat of what we were saying. The point is, we had to ask a question that didn't lead people to believe a certain way. They had to come in here and project what they believe onto the question being asked. That was the entire goal of the question being asked, and that was what was achieved by asking it. And also, I keep hearing you're the second person to bring up Pan-Africanism, and I don't understand why it was brought up. But I'm making it very clear on record: we are not Pan-Africanists.
So, yep, and I didn't mention that point either. So, what folks had assumed, and they had said something to you, and they had mentioned it like they said it seemed like you were Pan-Africanist. No, you were saying that you were B1 and spelling out what B1 is and what the code is. And you're right, it is Black empowerment. That's what the code is.
And you know how I empower people classified as Black, and also going back to Neely Fuller Jr. There's a reason why he says that people classified as Black because it applies to more than just those of us of American slave lineage.
A lot of people, if they're on Neely Fuller's, or if they've even read his book, he's talking
they have it.
More than
they have it, and that's one thing. That's one thing I have an issue with a lot of people that I've been specifying is that they haven't read these books, and it's evident. And it's evident in the things that they say.
You did mention that. Yep. You did
so with that being said, the goal is Black empowerment for all people classified as Black globally. In order for us to empower others outside my lineage, I have to get my lineage together first. So let's be very clear. I prioritize my lineage first, but I don't give a fuck about nobody that's not of my lineage.
But when they was talking about Black is beautiful and Black art, that was shit. That was for American Negroes. That ain't had shit to do with Africa or the Caribbean. Come on with this Black empowerment. All that shit was about us over here. Come on now.
And listen, brother. You trying to gatekeep a term when the gate been bust open and everybody already inside. Now you trying to kick people out. Well, good luck with that. Now, while you doing that, I just went ahead and created my own gate. And it's all, you know what I'm saying? So while you over there trying to basically clean
it's
the
not
beach
just a
of
term.
dirt.
It's not just a term. It's the whole culture behind that. But that's
Listen,
another
brother.
story.
And
It's
like
I said,
brother, good luck with trying to
That's what we doing.
claim
That's what
that
FBA doing
term.
too. Trying to gatekeep our whole.
That's not okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. secure the tribe. You know, if y'all have y'all ideology, y'all think y'all way, that's fine. But so this is clear for everybody in here. Secure the tribe. You do not represent FBA. And we got people in Secure the Tribe acting as if they represent what the ideology collectively of what FBA is. The collective ideology of FBA is black empowerment and black first. If Secure the Tribe does not believe that, then you guys need to make that abundantly clear that you guys are your own separate group who have your own separate code. You still might be FBA because we can't take that away from you, but don't act like you represent the collective because the collective does not agree with not being black first. And with that being said, we'll go to Jason.
Right, and let me try to listen real quick. The tribe, you right, and it's respect. Listen, Secure the Tribe is about Black Americans first, Black people first. Simple.
All right,
So y'all
okay.
about everybody
Glad
else
we made
cool.
that clear. Glad we made that clear earlier in the space. We were talking about discipline. Jason, you can go. Booby, I want you to stay up here. I'm not trying to come at you, but you know what I'm saying? We got people who haven't spoken yet.
All right. So thank y'all for letting me speak. I have a lot to say, but I know we have a time limit, so I'm trying to pick and choose what I say. But basically, the first thing I want to say is, I've been around for a minute under different accounts. And B1, before there was a Black American lineage focus, it was pretty much about all Black people. But, it was primarily us Black Americans doing the work like we have been all along. B1 consisted of mostly Black Americans, even though there were a few immigrants here and there that was rocking with us. But then, of course, when Yvette came up with the lineage focus, we all jumped on board because a lot of us agreed. So basically, a lot of people who were B1 became FBA. But so that's just some of the background of that. Even though, they're not the same thing, and B1 is just Black. Like, that was clear, that was understood. Like the other guys were saying, it's kind of some new shit where all of a sudden we're acting like Black hasn't been erased, regardless of what all the legal and technical and history. To me, that's a bunch of semantics. Let's just boil it down to the fact we know on real life, not just Twitter. We know in real we've been by Black and what we've been meaning by gays. Like, don't nobody have to sit here and do all this extra, basically Moorish shit where we got to look at all the legal definitions of Black and all of it. Look, we know what we've been calling each other. We know what the white supremacists have been calling us. We know history. The white supremacists called the South Africans, they called them Kafirs. That was their version of the N-word. But when they weren't using a slur, they called them Black. It's the white people and the Black people. They use this all over the globe. Like, we notice in the white supremacists, like, that's another thing people keep mentioning. The scholars don't have a focus on Black immigrants. They don't. They talk about the system of white supremacy, but some of the inflammatory things that people are saying that can get us classified as a hate group is that people are equating immigrants with white supremacists. Like, this is the type of shit that we're hearing from, yes, Secure the Tribe people. And also Mel, I had it out with him personally right after that space because he was saying he put FBA on the map when FBA had been around for 2 years before he ever had that space. And all he did was say a lot of the ideologies that we've been saying. So those are the kind of things where people get stuff conflated. A lot of the hashtags have Secure the Tribe and FBA in the title, like almost the majority of them do. I don't mind. Like I said, all of us, we jumped on board. We were B1, but we saw the logic in focusing on lineage for reparations, and we jumped on board because we had been fighting for reparations before then. Tariq and Jason Black and then was calling out Bernie for not supporting reparations in 2016, before 2 or 3 years before ADOS was ever a thing. So we had been on the reparations boat, but when we saw what Yvette was doing, we all agreed. But then, like the other brother was saying, she switched it up, and it was supposed to be a lineage, and it was only, and then it became an organization that she runs, and that everyone who calls himself ADOS has to be accountable to. And that's when we kind of just jumped ship and went with FBA. But yeah, Black is our race. That's why people are coming up with new terms when are not even new terms, but using old terms and trying to focus on
reclaiming them.
Reclaiming them reclaiming them where we already came up with terms because of the fact that we all knew black applied to more than just black Americans, whether or not it originated with us. Again, that's all semantics to me. That's irrelevant. We know on the streets what we called each other and what we meant. We called each other black. That's one of the ways that we defend ourselves when Africans say that we always attack them, before the movement. Like, no, we didn't. We called y'all black. We classified y'all as black. The only people we call African booty scratcher was kids. Like, we all know that we classify them as black, especially when they're here in America, because we understand the global system of white supremacy. And that's another thing. I rarely hear this security tribe. I rarely hear them mentioning white supremacy. It's just like they literally have 8 and 9 and 10-hour spaces just talking about immigrants all day, every day. And it's like, it's fine. Look, I get it. If an immigrant comes at me, clap back. And I've said this in immigrant spaces. But when we hyper focus on just disrespecting people and shitting on people, and we just come up with more and more ways because we're talking about the same shit over and over. So all we can do is come up with more and more inflammatory shit to say. And that's when we lead to, we just gonna take everything back from immigrants. We just gonna take everything away. And it's like it's fine to call out these coons and as we call them tethers, but we have to understand that the greater threat is the system of white supremacy. There is no system of African supremacy. The last thing I want to say is a lot of us will say misnomer shit like, the Africans enslaved us and all of this. Yes, there was some of that, but it was not the same. Even Tariq in Hidden Colors 3 talked about Oludai Equiano. If you have Hidden Colors 3 or have seen it, and he talked about, because the white supremacists will use us using that talking point because we're so focused on hating on Africans that we're going to say that they enslaved us. They're going to try to make us go get reparations from them because we're basically blaming them. We're saying they started it and they just stole. The white people just bought what they already started. So then we're going to have to go get reparations from them. And I'm not saying that we can't at some point, but that's the kind of the trick bags that can be used against us. He talked about how Oludai Equiano, who was a slave of Africans and a slave of Europeans, talked about the drastic difference between the two types of slavery and brutality. So let's not do that. It was the same thing. It was not. So, and again, like I said, I got so much to say, but we have to keep the focus on the system being white supremacy. So, that's it.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Somebody else hasn't spoken yet.
Can I respond?
Hold on. No. Hold on. We got to get order because some people haven't responded yet. We got new people in the room. I'm gonna let the co-host go ahead, and if the co-hosts don't have anything they want to add, we'll go to Tommy.
And
Man.
but go ahead. Go ahead, Nino.
No.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna make it real brief. I think Jason just hit a lot of the talking points that needed to be said or reiterated. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I understand the historical context between African American and black. But my thing is, again, for the umpteenth time, them terms don't mean what they meant no more. And right now, imagine you got a gate, right? That gate being black and African American. That gate got bust down, and now you just got flooded with a whole bunch of people. And now you talking about something, well, I'm about to reclaim it. So now you really just trying to push people out that ain't moving. But then even if the ones that do move, you still got millions and millions and millions of people already inside this gate. And some people you can't even account for. You don't even know where they went once they got inside the gate. That's a losing battle. Meanwhile, I'm like, you know what? Y'all can have that gate. I'm going over here. I'm making another gate. It's called Foundation of Black American. And now I got somebody standing guard at it. So while you too busy over there trying to push people out that gate, which is a never-ending battle, I'm got a gate over here now that can't nobody get in without my permission. And I'm able to focus on the real goal, which is dismantling white supremacy. So I just want y'all to think about it like that. Go ahead, Rich.
And with that being said, family, stay away from people that's in your personal life that never want to follow anybody. They always want to make up their own rules. They always want to make up their own terms. They don't believe in following. That goes for men and women. They never want to follow anybody. They're too good. They got too much pride, too much ego to sit back, relax, and watch somebody else lead. That's dangerous. You're supposed to be able to follow people. Jason Black has people he followed. He followed Dr. Claude Anderson. He followed John Henry Clark. Tariq Nasheed, same thing. Afro Elite, Rich, Nino. We follow Jason Black. you're never too good to follow and let somebody else lead. As a man, you're a leader yourself. You're a leader of your own household, but you should be able to listen and follow other people. This thing where you want to create everything on your own, you want to be a rebel against everything. In what society do they do that? In white society, there's hundreds of different leaders, and they all follow somebody. There's always somebody behind, and there's always somebody in front. And that's all I have to say. I think I don't know who's next, but Afro, you got this.
Yeah, Tommy was next.
All right, peace. I got a couple of things I want to say. I really want to address what Rich just said about in no other community do they do that. Brother Tariq Nasheed has already articulated you can't point to the leader in white society because there is not one. The code of white supremacy is what leads them, and that's the reason why white supremacy has endured not for a few decades, but literally for damn near half of a millennium.
So
That's
you,
one thing.
so you're agreeing with me?
No, I'm not agreeing with you.
Well, that's the
At
same.
all.
That's the same thing I just said.
No,
wait,
sir.
wait,
That's not what you just said, Rich. What you
yes.
just said. No, it's not.
I know what I just said. I'm gonna repeat what I just said.
Can I speak? Can I speak though?
I got you.
Somebody's got like muffling going on. I think that's you, Tommy. I don't know if you're moving, but you got some muffling going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna say exactly what I just said. I said in every other community, there's people who follow and then there's people who lead. You should be able to do both. You can't just be that person that just ignores everybody and ignores everything, and you're the leader and you don't follow anybody. That's how you learn. If you're not listening to other people, how are you learning? You just everything you say is what goes.
Well, sir, when we say that the code is the leader, the is a definite article. Now, the code has to have people that articulate it. So I definitely agree with you on that. Because how else would you know what the code is other than people to articulate it? But I want to make a couple of points. I keep hearing people, say things like "black is dead." That position comes from the Black Law Dictionary that was written by a white man. I keep hearing people.
I'm gonna stop you right there, brother, and I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna make it very clear what I meant when I said black is dead. I'm not one of them people telling some black is a misnomer on that Dane Calloway bullshit. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that term no longer means what it meant originally. That's what I meant by that. Meaning, when black was created, it was talking about a specific lineage of people. That's no longer the case. Same with African American. That's what I was saying. So I just wanted to make that very clear so you can understand what I meant. So that way we ain't got to cover something that was not said. Go ahead, brother, and finish, Tommy.
It's not about covering something that wasn't said because when it was being said, I wasn't able to respond, so I have to be able to get my shit off. You feel me? But respectfully, like Booby has said, and like other people have articulated, maybe not just in this space, black is more so a culture. There's a lot of history behind it, and you're right. We didn't start calling ourselves black, but you know what other terms we didn't call ourselves? We didn't come up with freedmen. It's a lot of shit that we did not come up with that was branded on us. But what our culture is as foundational Black Americans and what makes us so great is we take nothing and make it into something. And that's the reason why we're the envy of the entire planet. So at this point, whatever you want to call yourself, I personally don't give a fuck. It's about reparations. It's about getting a bag that is owed to us. So when we sit up in these damn spaces and we start coming at people because they want to gatekeep black and all this other stuff, that's time wasting mechanisms. I'm gonna go ahead and get off, but I want to say something else. I don't know if it was Afro Elite or if it was you, Nino, who said that Secure the Tribe is gonna fuck up the reparations. Let us explain something. Let's be very, very clear about something. None of us have the power to fuck up something that, to, in all honesty, our open enemy doesn't want to give us any damn way. So that was some bullshit. That was a very, very off code comment, which I don't think needed even.
See,
hold on. Let me address that because I'm the one who said that. And first off, I didn't say Secure the Tribe is gonna fuck up reparations. That's not what I said. Okay. I said you twisting the words and twisting the ideology, saying that black. Let me explain this to the slow people in the room. Okay. And I'm not calling anybody directly slow, but some people just ain't getting it. I don't know why, but they're not getting it. Let me explain this. The reason why we're making such progress in reparations is because we're distinguishing ourselves from other black people. And we're saying that it deserves to be, reparations needs to go to a lineage based, not just a racial based thing. When you say, you know what, black only means us, then you allow them to reclassify reparations. Instead of saying FBA reparations, it's black reparations. And when you say black reparations, you create a wiggle room for other groups of people to come in. Let me point out a flaw in the logic of saying we're the only group who are black. Back during the days of slavery, right? You had people at one point in time, slavery, from what they say, transatlantic slavery started in 1619. People were not classified as black in 1619, 1619 to 1865. So if one person was classified as colored or a Negro on the census, and then their child or their descendants were classified as black, is their ancestry not black because they were not classified as black? Because throughout our history, throughout our FBA history, we've been reclassified multiple times. We don't give ourselves these classifications. FBA is the only classification we've given ourselves. And for you to try to go back and reclaim a classification that we didn't give ourselves, and a classification that white supremacy has already throughout decades applied to all other black people in the world, is a waste of time and won't get anywhere. I'm not saying everybody in Secure the Tribe is going to fuck it up. I believe that there are quite a few people. I ain't gonna say quite a few. Is not that many people in
It's a
Secure the Tribe,
handful.
to
It's a
my knowledge.
handful of good people
But
in there.
yeah, it's a handful of people who are trying their damnedest for us to get reparations. This isn't no attack on Secure the Tribe. See, that's that bullshit that y'all be doing. Where if you criticize an ideology or a talking point from some person, then it's you attacking Secure the Tribe, and that's off code. That's that shit that got to stop.
And frankly, we got two different codes. So, you saying something that's off code means nothing to me if we don't share the same code. Booby himself said we have two different codes. So, if I'm off your code, then so be it. My code is Black Empowerment, global Black Empowerment, and that consists of me getting my home right first, getting my lineage right first. Let's make that very clear. I'm not no Pan-African. But at the end of the day, if we don't share the same code, you talking about something being off code don't mean a goddamn thing to me. Let's make that very clear.
And I wanna address two things too. I keep hearing people saying the code is the leader. The code is the leader. Very true. But who is the code written by? Who comes up with the code? Human beings. So for you to say, oh, you're not supposed to follow any man or any woman. Yes, you are. That's how humans interact. That's how humans make things. This is how technology is made. This is how science is came about. Because it's made from humans. You think the code is made from animals or some shit? So the code is always getting rewritten. The code is always getting modified, because that's how white supremacy works. White supremacy doesn't stay in one section and just live off one code book. No, they always improving the code, and the code is improved by other men and women. And I also want to address this sassy nigga, Immortal Melanin. This is why we was talking about. This dude is going on an emotional rant for the last hour, tweeting me, tweeting our brother Nino. Like, dude, stop being emotional, man. And that's all I
That's
had to
that
say.
old nigga shit. He said he was an old nigga, and that's that old nigga unproductive shit. He ain't done nothing productive, ain't said nothing productive. Can anybody come up here and say that they've learned something from Immortal
For the
at all?
last 45 minutes, his tweets has been dedicated to this space. That is sickening. You are a grown ass man, dude. You're probably older than all of us here. You're probably 125 years old. You're probably older than me, Nino, and Afro Elite put together, and you're acting like a child, dude. Come on, man. The last 45 minutes, Your tweets has been dedicated to us. Grow up. I don't think I'm that important.
I'm gonna say something real quick, and I've been trying to refrain from saying this, but I'm gonna just be honest with you, bro. And this is not dedicated. This is not directed at anyone specifically, because I don't know who behind Security Tribe started that shit. That non FBA people aren't black. But that sounds like some straight up COINTELPRO type shit, y'all. That's because anytime black people make progress, there's somebody that comes in there and throws something into the mix that gets us off our square. We was all on the same page about foundation of Black Americans. We was making progress, and like I said, I'll even give Yvette Carnell her credit, because she was big at reigniting the conversation behind reparations and stuff. But just like Yvette, I'm noticing the pivot. I'm noticing the pivot. Same with the Security Tribe folks. Because like I said, when I got back on Twitter, I seen Security Tribe had already taken off or whatever. I like the whole meaning behind it and everything else. Because again, I'm FBA on both sides. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the soil over here. I know my lineage, and to this day, I still can't trace nobody back to a slave ship. So I was all for it. But then when I start hearing all this crazy shit, oh, if you not FBA, you not black. B1 means Black American first. I'm starting to hear shit like that. I can't help but give a side eye, and I'm really curious to know who started that shit. Because like I said, we was all on the same page originally. We was making progress, but now I'm hearing shit like that. And now we having these unproductive ass conversations. So whoever started that shit, I'm gonna have to look into them, because like I said, that sounds like some real COINTELPRO type shit, bro. I'm just gonna be real with you. We was all on the same page.
And once again, I want to reiterate: just because you're B1, just because you have a conscience, just because you're FBA, you're freedman, you're all of the above, that doesn't mean you might not be a dusty nigga or a dusty broad. Because a lot of you dudes and women, y'all come in here and y'all dusty, and y'all got this B1 in y'all title, and y'all think, okay, my life is clean now. No, you're still dusty. The same mentality you had before. You was B1 and Freedman and all of that extra stuff is the same mentality you have now. You was dusty before, you're dusty now, and all you did was add the B1 to your name. That's the only
Dusty
difference.
with a hashtag.
Dusty with a hashtag. That's it. It's just the same thing. You was dusty in the hood, dusty in school, and now you want to be dusty in this crowd right here.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah, we'll let you.
These niggas here, bro. God damn, cause the nigga finished. Y'all niggas having the whole motherfucking.
Nah, because I've been in y'all spaces, and y'all be proud of yourselves on how fast y'all hit the mute button over there.
Now, I swear to God, y'all don't let nobody speak if they disagree with y'all. Booby,
And
please
say I'm
don't go
lying.
there.
Say I'm lying.
Booby, I got so many. There's recordings. Okay, don't go there, Booby. Do not go there, cause y'all don't let nobody say shit if y'all disagree. Okay, so Timmy, you can go ahead.
Nah, you right, cause I'll shut your ass down in a minute, so I ain't much gonna cap. But the only thing I really wanted to go ahead and end with is, let us be very, very clear. I think it was Jason who was talking about, we bang on immigrants. Listen, that space that happened, the viral space, right? We were talking about immigration in general. The only people that singled themselves out were Africans. Now, there have been a lot of spaces in between that time and now where, you know what I'm saying, like, people have addressed that. But a lot of the rooms that we do, you understand what I'm saying? We are talking about shit that actually, you know what I'm saying, that's germane to us as a people. So I don't know where people get this concept that all we do is make spaces about immigrants. That's bullshit. And the last thing, I know people had their hand up and stuff like that. I want to be respectful. The last thing I want to say is this: agreeing to disagree is one thing, but when people start saying stuff and not putting a name on it, that's very, very suspect behavior to me. Like, we all grown here. I don't think nobody in this room is a gangster where we could put hits out on anybody. If you feel like somebody is gonna fuck up a reparations claim or somebody doing some off code shit, put a name on it and give that person an opportunity.
Okay, we did that. We did that all night. We did that all night.
Okay,
You doing that? Okay, I don't know. You got a lot of issues going on with your mic, but we've been doing that. We've called out specific names. We
Specific
not
names
scared
and
of nobody.
specific issues. I specify specific issues that I've had a problem with. And like I said, I don't have a damn Rolodex of everybody who violated. but I can tell you what the specific issue is, and y'all know if you have or have not committed those atrocities that I named. So if it doesn't apply to you, let it fly. Because I made it clear from the very jump. There's a lot of good people that use that security
Hey,
trial hashtag. I
I'm
made
about
that
to, I'm about
very
to
clear.
drop down. Hey, I'm about to drop down real quick because I know y'all got people coming up. But I just want to say, listen, it's not the term. Y'all making it about the term. Listen, it's about the whole culture where we trying to preserve. That's for one. And again, we're not saying that we need to use the black term for reparations. I don't want y'all to put. That's not what we don't say that shit. We saying whatever we agree with as a people. That's what we going with. But like I said, it's not just the term itself; it's the whole culture and everything that's around and what our people did, and how they embodied black culture and how they put it on the map and made it so
And you know
influential.
what, Booby?
You
I
get what I'm
fully
saying?
agree
But
with
I'm
you
just
on
saying
that.
we're not trying to make black the legal. You know what I'm saying? The term that we trying to go get reparations under.
Okay,
No, we're not.
okay, I fully agree with you on that. But when and maybe you're not aware, but when people make spaces and they say if you are not a black American, you're not black, and black is not a race, that is wrong. It
But
is
see,
wrong
Afro,
to
we're
say
gonna
black
agree.
is not a
Listen,
race.
respectfully, we're gonna agree to disagree because we not listen. It's just not just a culturally. They not black culturally. It's not even on the paperwork when
Okay,
we go
okay,
back
okay. Let
when
me
we
ask
go
you a
back to their
question.
birth certificates and death certificates on their
Let me ask
ancestors.
you a question,
That's all I'm
because if
saying,
we
bro.
go back far enough, Booby, on our if we go back far enough on our ancestry, black is not on our ancestry. If we go back far
Bro,
enough,
listen, in our spaces, people do genealogy, bro. They see it on there, bro. We not
on
lying. I don't.
bro, we've done genealogy. Okay, I,
Right,
I
but I'm saying
understand
so you
that. So
can't
I'm
listen. How
saying
you gonna
if
tell
we
us that we
go
don't see black on there? You probably
no,
don't see
if we
black on
go back
yours.
far enough before we were reclassified as black, we were reclassified as other things prior to that.
We
Colored,
understand that
Negro,
Afro. Listen,
free.
Afro American, colored. We know that. Why you making it just about the term, bro? It's about the
No, no,
culture.
no.
It's
You're
about the
saying
culture
no,
surrounding
no,
black.
Booby. You're not getting it. You're saying we can go. We are black because we're the only people who are classified as black. I understand about black culture. Like I've said, and I've said this a long time. FBA, we are the standard of blackness. We are the standard. We're the first people think about when they think about blackness. Okay, but to say that blackness is not a race is not true. That's just not true. And to say that, okay, yeah, because it's been documented in our ancestry that we were reclassified as black at a certain point in time, it wasn't. These people documented these, if we're talking about paperwork, on their paperwork now, they're classified as black. On all black people's paperwork, Nigerians are classified as black on their paperwork. Okay. Ghanaians, Ethiopians, Haitians, Jamaicans, they're classified as black on their paperwork. So we can't mix up, we can't throw or sow seeds of confusion with the okay, it's been on my paperwork longer than it's been on your paperwork. That makes no sense. To say black is not a race makes no sense.
That goes back
I,
to what
I
I
get what
said.
you're saying when it comes to the culture thing. I swear I get that. But we're saying, okay, even if you say black means multiple things, that I can accept that. But for you to say it does not mean a race is not true.
Again, that goes back to what I said about the COINTELPRO sounding shit. That sound like some type of agent has infiltrated y'all little group and started sowing seeds of confusion. Just like I'm hearing people talking about some, well, we ain't never, we have zero African ancestry or some shit. Like that's crazy. That sounds just as crazy when people say, oh, we are 100% African and no native ancestry. It's like, why are you people taking this shit to so far extremes?
Bro, black and white are social constructs, bro, that was placed on us in America. It's not a race.
My nigga, everything is a social construct. Every word is made up. Do you not realize that?
Wait, Nino, you guys are going at it the wrong way. The reason why people are sensitive about it is because you had this
How are you
Nigerian guy.
speaking?
Listen, you see how much time we have wasted arguing about the definition of black and what ain't black when we all was on the same page and we already was moving towards reparations. This is the type shit I'm talking about. This is the type ratchet ass shit I'm talking about. This is jailhouse conversations. I done been in the pen a few times. No long term shit, but I've been in there a few times. And this is the same shit that niggas sit around in the courtyard talking about because they ain't got shit else to do.
I've been in there too, brother, and this is exactly how they talk. How you come on somebody else's space telling them we're going about it the wrong way?
Like
The
I
reason
said,
Bro,
why is
y'all niggas
because you have
tripping.
the
It's not that.
Nigerian.
listen, the point being, bro, black don't mean what it meant no more. African American don't mean what it meant no more. That's just a fact. And like I said, that gate has already been bust down. So if you want to go ahead and be trying to, basically sweep the dirt off the beach, then go for it by all means. But meanwhile, while you doing that, I created my own gate that I'm gatekeeping. Y'all are fighting a losing battle by trying to do that shit. That's the shit I'm going to point out to y'all. That's a never-ending battle. You can't sit here. I dare you to go ahead and go to the damn Jamaican part of your town or the Haitian part of your town, or you know what I'm saying, and tell them folks that they ain't black. Go ahead. You're gonna be out there arguing with them folks all damn day, if not attacked. And we know how they pick and choose when they want to identify as black. That doesn't go beyond me. It doesn't go beyond me that there's people in Africa who they don't even have black on any of their paperwork. They have their tribe. That doesn't go beyond me. But in the system of white supremacy, we are all black. So therefore, I'm going to move accordingly. I'm not about to be arguing with other victims of white supremacy all damn day.
Okay. Mr. Engaging, then Beat Zilla, and then we'll reset. And I think Black Buddha.
I just
So
want to
Mr.
respond back.
Engaging.
Yeah, I just want to respond back to Nino and just make something relevant and aware. I think that some of the people like me might be upset at the fact that when other groups use the term black, when you have a candidate that's running to get rid of Black History Month, that's an issue for him. That's dealing with the culture and them erasing a culture in a group. So that's the reason why I post that we need to be mindful that that is very important. That's something that needs to be preserved respectfully. And to say that it's just sand on the beach, I find that disrespectful, man. I think that we should
They
be
cool with it
more.
because they said cheap.
No, nigga. You see, I'm getting. It's almost 4:00 in the morning over here. And I tried, y'all. I've tried, but I'm like, listen, I'm getting tired. I'm talking about the classification of people. These people who have been classified as black by the system of white supremacy. Period. Now, if you want to talk about somebody that's not of our lineage and they over here trying to erase their Black History Month, then by all means, you already know I'm on their neck. Check my timeline. I talk about white supremacy all day, every day on my shit. Check my resume. But sit here and be trying to argue with folks talking about you not black, even though they classified as black by the system, they classified it by the media, they classified it in every way. That's a pointless ass fucking battle. Hence why we are creating our own term to talk about our specific lineage, a term that nobody else can claim. Foundational Black Americans, and we are retroactively applying it to those other groups. To those other times and time periods in America. When I say foundational Black American, I'm talking about people that was classified Negro. When I say foundational Black American, I'm talking about people that was classified as black here in America. Oh, that's descendant of slavery. When I say foundational Black American, I'm talking about people that was classified as colored. It's a retroactive term. And like I said, that's a concept that I think slow motherfuckers just ain't gonna get, and I ain't got time to be trying to change their mind.
As we move on, let me just continue. I mean, y'all got our co-hosts going off. Everybody shout out to our co-hosts, Nino and Rich. Okay. But as we're moving on, let's use a little bit of critical thinking. We never called ourselves black. That was not a term that we gave ourselves. Black was given to us by white supremacy. So the same system that classified us as black has classified other people as black. So how does it make any sense for the system that classified us as black and them as black for us to say, no, we're black and you're not black? They're the ones who classified people as black. They said we're black. They said they're black. It is a waste of time to argue, I'm blacker than you. I'm black, you're not black. Now, like I said, I can make room for the argument that black, just the word black, can mean multiple different things. That can be a conversation in and of itself. But to say you're not black unless you're FBA is not true. That's just not true. To say it's not a race doesn't make any sense. Then what is a race then? Race is a social construct. So is black. What the fuck? All right, let's go to Beatzilla, and then I want to hear our brother Black Bodie go. Or Black Booty.
All right, all right. I just to go back to something about what the that Immortal was doing while he was talking. Something he kept doing. Now, the point I wanted to make when I first made my first point is that you asked a question to the black fam. So this is a question posed to black folks by black folks. This is a black space. Clearly, we are addressing black people's issues. The one thing he kept doing was interjecting white supremacy. And he kept, like, if you guys go back to this recording, just peep how many times he keeps bringing up white supremacy. That's a little COINTELPRO trick, because truth be told, he already know we don't talk for them people to them people. So if a question is posed by anybody of this caliber, it's automatically assumed it's only directed at the black fam, no outsiders. So when I see people doing that, just like the other, the transgender person keeps trying to do the same type of thing, remember, these folks got $30 million to combat new black media, all the black first spaces, and secure the tribe. Remember, y'all ain't gonna be left out. We may have different ideologies, but the target is on all of our backs. So when these people come into these spaces to not have intentional conversations, pay attention to that. Because they coming in there on some COINTELPRO shit for real. And to start making people identify as groups and leaders. So just be mindful and careful, family.
Okay.
That's it.
And I want to say this before we move on. Ever since Immortal brought his dumb ass in here, you know, I've been seeing people make a whole bunch of spaces about me. They just made a space, is a space titled Struggle Spaces. Okay. And in the space called Struggle Spaces, where they're referring to us and closeted Pan-Africanists, they literally have 5 people in the space. There's over 100 people in this space right now. See, this is the problem. When you have people who say anybody who has a smaller profile is a hater, and anybody who has a smaller profile is a clout chaser. No, these are new niggas. I can pull just as many people as they can pull. I can attract just as large of an audience as they can attract, if bigger, because they only got 4 fucking people in that space. So we're not gonna do, oh, if you're a smaller person than me, if you have a smaller following than me, that makes you a hater or that makes you wrong. That's that gaslighting shit that they be doing in there. Oh, you're just a hater. I got more followers than you. No, you don't know what you're talking about. Why nobody interacts with your tweets. This is why nobody talks to y'all. Y'all in the room and there's 4 people all day. The space never rotates because nobody wants to come up and speak because they know how y'all act. All right. But I'm going to address this properly. I'm going to address this properly on another space. We're getting a lot done tonight. Black Booty, you can go ahead.
Before Black Booty go, I just want to say, Black Booty, you have been known as being a troll. So if you're coming in here talking garbage, I'm kicking your ass out very fast.
That was your warning, brother. I don't know your reputation, but shit, Rich knows it, so that's your warning.
You can unmute yourself.
And I don't know what type of grown ass man will call himself Black Booty, but go ahead, brother. We waiting on you.
It's Bodie. Maybe he's away from his thing. Bodie, not Booty. Bodie.
Yeah, I can't see the full name. Okay, Black Bodie. I've been in space with you, so what do you have to say about this?
All right, if you're not ready to speak, I'm sending him back down. He's not ready. Like my patience is thin, y'all. I'm sorry. Remove him.
Yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock where I am. It's 4 o'clock where some of y'all are.
Right.
We have to have a whole nother space from the beginning to address all of this stuff.
I'm gonna
because
be honest
you know, the cat's out of the bag now. So that means things it's about to get real ugly, real fast. So I encourage y'all to follow me if you guys have not, because I'm about to be doing a whole lot of regulating around here. It's about to be a whole lot of cleaning house. People want to steal terms. People want to talk about, oh, Tariq is not the leader. I don't see y'all saying that when he in y'all spaces though. When he brings y'all audience into spaces, it's thank you, brother Tariq. Tariq, oh man, you got this, Tariq. When he's in your spaces, then when Tariq is gone, oh well, I don't agree with Tariq. Well, Tariq's not the leader. Oh, okay. That's not the energy y'all had when Tariq was in the space. Y'all only got that 30K space because of Tariq. That's the only reason y'all get these high numbers. And then when y'all go, y'all talk about, yeah, we don't agree with Tariq. We don't agree with B1.
How you
Oh, all right, okay.
How you don't agree with somebody that's showing you love?
That remind me of another security tribe member where we was talking. We was in the Mason, Tennessee group, and we tried to call her Judge Joe Brown to come join the room. She was talking cash shit about Judge Brown, cash shit, and then somebody said, "Hey, Judge Joe Brown's in the room." Oh, she shut the fuck up real quick.
Oh, it's about to get real on Twitter, y'all. It's about to get real. The cat's out of the bag now, but let's go ahead. Vice, you can go.
I think it's Vince.
Vince. Vince, yeah.
Peace, Afro Elite, and thank you for letting me speak on your space. I can give a perspective from somebody who's from the motherland, from listening to plenty of discussions on Twitter about the term black. And I actually totally understand why some foundational Black Americans hold on to the term black, not as in the black race, but the black culture. Because for me, before I moved out to the motherland, I'm trying to go back now. Because I lived among other Africans, I never saw myself as a black person, but somebody from a particular tribe, and it takes a lot of understanding for people to listen, because especially a lot of people from where I come from, they're not good listeners, unfortunately. But for me, I can see the bigger picture because I've learned so much and knowledge, and it's all thanks to Foundation Black Americans. So I can see why. As for now, a separation definitely needs to happen, because a lot of my African people who are ignorant and lost, they've just they've said some asinine things on these spaces and haven't represented people from the motherland very well, because the thing is, from my perspective, I can see the wannabe white supremacy as likes to paint the entire melanated people with one brush. So that's why I in school, even back in Africa, we were made to believe
30 seconds, brother. It's late.
Okay. All black people from Africa and all the yada yada yada. But for me, anyway, that's all I wanted to say, because we can gain so much from and learn from each other from these spaces. And thank you. And shout out to Bitzilla. Peace.
Thank you, brother. Let me see. Shy, you can go ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick because I've been speaking. But I like the productivity. I like the clarity that you guys are bringing to this conversation and to what's been said in the last few months. You are on track. I don't even have to agree totally with everything, but most of what y'all saying, I'm in agreement with it totally. So keep up the good work. I'm gonna be following you guys, and the group that I'm in with, we're made up of African Americans, Caribbeans, Africans, and we're talking about progressing us as a people. I don't see anything wrong with us delineating in a sense of us focusing on us as African Americans. That's something we should be doing whether there's reparations or not. We should be building ourselves, our communities, us as a people. It has nothing to do with reparations. Reparations is just is extra, and it's needed, and we should get it. But at the same time, it doesn't have to push us into identity, focusing on identity to keep other people out and all of that kind of stuff. But I get it though. I do get it. But I'm just saying, we're working on our stuff. That's should be our thing as a people working. And we also see the connection between us and other Africans all over the world. Black folks, we use Black and African interchangeably. We that's what we do. African American and Black is the same. I could be saying Black, I could say African American. It means the same thing to me, just for the purpose of conversation. But I get that this conversation is about reparations. This identity is about reparations. Be clear. That's a very important point to be clear about. And I'm gonna land on that.
All right, let's go to Jason. Let's go to Jason. And then we can go to I believe it's Michael. I believe that's Miko. Damn, I'm bad with pronouncing names. I'm getting better though, y'all. Jason, you can go ahead.
Okay. So I want to got a couple of things to say, but real fast. Like when people are saying, because I actually had a space about this a couple of weeks ago when someone was saying that there were people misnomering the B1 and what it meant and saying that it's closeted Pan-Africans. And I was explaining what I explained here, how we were kind of like Pan-Africans, but we were just talking about Black people. But yeah, when it became lineage focused, we focused on lineage, but let's not act like that had been a major thing for a long time. It's still fairly new. And there are people who are even newer, but we've been in the total fight against white supremacy for a long time. Because again, a lot of the scholars people are naming, they talk about the system of white supremacy. It's no system of African supremacy. So, I mean, we have to understand where we're drawing the line. We're talking about how Black people have been the ones Black Americans have been the ones primarily leading the fight. Even though we're not the only ones, there's plenty of people in Africa and other places that have fought against the white supremacists. But just generally, and especially currently, we're pretty much the leaders. And we were talking about how it's not really reciprocated by immigrants, including Black immigrants, because at first we were talking about how these non-Black immigrants practice the same anti-Black racism. But then people would say, oh, what about Black immigrants? And we say, let's look at them too. So, yeah, I agree with us calling out people who are undermining us and going against us. But again, a lot of this stuff, it seems it spawns from the fact that people came in without having a foundation in white supremacy. So all they know is Black immigrant, Black immigrant, Black immigrant. And that's all I see. I'm talking about people are gaslighting and playing like, I haven't been in that many security trial spaces, I'll be honest, but it's a coincidence that everyone I'm in, it is talking about Black immigrants. And there is a lot of disrespect and muting people. And it's the same people that get to talk every time. And anybody who dares speak gets interrupted and muted. So, and we saw like even the conversation about are Black people too emotional? Like, and yes, a lot of times we are. That's why we have these type of disrespectful ass spaces all the time, which a lot of us are trying to get away from. And you see, it was the same certain crowd of people that were the ones getting upset and getting offended and taking it personal, because they run hyper emotional spaces. They let the same person talk over and over, scream. And I remember my first space. So people want people to say names. I'll say a name. My first space, even though I already said Mel's name, Check came in the space and I had to kick him out within 5 minutes because all he was doing was getting emotional and over talking and hyper talking people. And I was trying to keep an orderly space and let everyone have their turn. And I let Check have his turn twice. But every time someone else would speak, he just kept over talking them. And I've seen him do that multiple times in other spaces. And it's all this. And then the last thing I want to say is, again, these are the same people who were bringing in a bunch of we're all American Indians, which is a white man's term, even though they were saying, oh, we don't use Native American because that's a white man's term. So is American Indian. And again, we all agree that we have some Native ancestry, but these niggas saying, oh, we're all 100% American Indian, we're not African. But then when they saw that people was picking up on how extreme they were going, a lot of them backpedaled from that and started calling themselves Black again. And now they're doing all this extra extreme shit. So it just seems like it's the same group of people always bringing confusion, always bringing drama, always doing extra shit that we didn't start doing in the first place. Black in this case is, yes, just a term, because we are focusing on reparations right now to fix our home. And then we can maybe better deal with global white supremacy and potentially maybe assist somebody. But we have to fix ourselves in our home first, and all of this extra, we yeah. Sorry, I know I'm going on. Sorry,
No. You were spitting, but I wanted to say this, and here's the problem also, and both my co-hosts said this too, and Jason kind of touched on this. They're moving like extremists. They're going hard body in the paint. And here's the problem with that. This is what separates a grown man from a child. When you're a child, you burn bridges with everyone and with everything. You're supposed to pay your credit card on the first, you burn it. You were supposed to pay this person back, you burn it. You were supposed to come home at 3 o'clock. Your mom told you be home at 3, you burn it. That's what children do. But when you're grown, you learn not to burn bridges. You learn to move carefully. So just because FBAs have issues with non-FBAs, yeah, they do have issues with non-FBAs. But guess what? FBAs could check on a case-by-case basis who's legit and who's not. You don't just burn the whole thing. You don't just burn everybody and just be like, hey, fuck everybody. No. You check everybody from a case-by-case basis, and that's what separates a grown man from a child. Because when you're a child, you burn every single thing. It's not till you're adult, you become an adult, you be like, damn, let me fix these relationships that I broke in the past. And you're like, damn, I broke these relationships so bad that I don't ever want to burn bridges anymore. That's what separates a grown man from a child. Grown men do not burn bridges with everybody, because when you grown, you realize, shit, I need people. I even need my enemies. The people I burned yesterday, the people I burned 2 years ago, damn, I could have called them right now. But guess what? I burned that bridge. And I learned that from Jason Black. I learned that from myself, but I also learned that from Jason Black also. Because when I was a kid, I used to burn bridges with everybody. And then I'm like, damn, bro, why did I burn that bridge? I could have called this person right now. So that's the difference between grown men and children. Children burn bridges with everybody. Grown men build bridges and try not to burn bridges that they don't need to burn.
I'm going to say one thing too. When he says the code is the leader, the code is the leader. No individual is the leader. But how we move on code, there are people who write the code, who teach the code. Okay. Nilly Fuller Jr., he might have said something, and then Dr. Francis Cress Wilson said, I like what you said. Let me add on to that. And then Dr. Claude Anderson said, okay, well, let me address the code from this angle. And then Dr. John Henrik Clark said, let me address the code from this angle. And then you got Dr. King. Okay, let me say this from this angle. Let me say this from this angle. And these things together collectively, all of these master teachers that we have collectively form the code that we abide by. Okay, and this is why we have people like Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, Tariq Nasheed. They add on to what has already been established. They're not saying that they are the leaders. They're saying that, okay, they have set some of the stepping stones. So on top of the stepping stones that they have set, I can add more stepping stones. When you say, you know what, since no individual is the leader, scrap what everybody has said before me, I'm starting off fresh. That makes no sense. We are adding on to what our master teachers have taught us. They're not the leaders, but they have added to the code and the agenda, the Black agenda that we should collectively have. And it is our responsibility to recognize what they've contributed to the ideology and then add on to that, polish that up and add on to it. Don't just scrap what they said and start off fresh. That doesn't make any sense. I believe your name is Michael. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, greetings. My name is Mikhail, actually.
Mikhail, okay, my fault.
Yes, and thank you, sir. I'm currently actually talking to you from Ethiopia, and we've been here for over 4.5 years. And I am a friend of Tariq Nasheed.
Oh, by the way, Mikhail, try to make
yes,
it quick because it's kind of late where we at over here.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up in a little bit.
Absolutely. Well, I think that with regard to purpose, with regard to strategy, with regard to, I would say, lineage. You know, Tariq is definitely on point. We have to keep reinventing ourselves, as you just said. In terms of the Pan-African agenda here, it's not working. But younger brothers like you who still consider yourselves Pan-African can become more of the futurists.
Well, hold on. When did I say I was Pan-African? Okay. I first off, I called out Pan-Africanism way before Twitter Spaces was a thing. I never said that.
Then I stand corrected. But we have an agenda here as well. But I think, you know, at some point we'll get to that. But what you're doing in the US, just stay focused, focus on the purpose, do what you need to do, stay organized, and then we'll take care of business here. Thank you so much. Be well.
Okay, thank you. FBA Antonio, you can go. And then after him, we'll give our closing statements.
Just got one statement to make. You know what I'm saying? I think it was very productive how y'all invited the naysayers in and kind of gave a correction to the ideas that we had here, or that y'all had here. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all for that. But very quickly, very shortly, you know, Nino, he posed that question to the brother earlier, and he asked, what's the code? And there was a lot of fumbling going on, man. He ain't know what the code was, man. The code is Black empowerment. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to, you know, end it right there. But I gotta end it on Neely Fuller Jr. You know what I'm saying? The code is replacing the system of white supremacy with a system of justice and guaranteeing those who are in need of the most help get the most constructive help, which are basically Black people. You know what I'm saying? So be one.
Black first, brother. Okay. Black first. I'm going to start saying that a lot more. That's in my banner. Okay. You go to my bio, you see the words Black first. Shame on people who use terms out of context like that.
And you know what? I'm gonna add on to this. You know what Black first also means? Black first means you could be anywhere in this world and you're Black, and you could push Black first. That's what it means. You could push it. You don't got to be FBA. You don't got to be Freedman. You could be anybody in this world. As long as you're Black, you could push that line. It's yours. It's your opportunity. You got to. It's there. It's there for the taking. You could push that line. You don't got to be some specially made out of a crocodile skin for you to push that line. You don't got to be made in Alabama or wherever the case may be. If you're Black and you believe in Black empowerment, you can push the Black. First of all, a lot of people don't know in here, I'm non-FBA, but you would never know because the way I speak like I'm Black first. But you wouldn't know if I didn't tell you. I'm non-FBA. Everybody, the co-hosts know that already. But I'm Black first, and I push that line.
I see now what the strategy is that's going to be used against us in the next few days. They're going to start trying to portray us as Pan-Africanists, and they're going to say that because we specify that, hey, look, the code is Black empowerment. The goal is to empower Black people globally and all that. And the short bus Negroes who want to be on some repping they set shit are going to run with it. Now, like I said, anybody that know me know I would get on immigrants' necks all day, every day. The off-code ones, by the way. But the same way I stay on their necks, I'm big up in the non-FBA folks who put on for us, like Rich, like our brother Kid Gravity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see, and I think that's maybe just because I've worked with kids my whole entire life. You know what I'm saying? My entire adult life, I work with kids, and me being a kid myself, and I'll even get personal for a minute. I came from an abusive household, and one thing, and when I say abusive, I mean physically, I mean mentally, I mean spiritually. I was abused in every type of way. But one of the things that I always made sure to not pass down onto the children I work with was just as hard as I am in telling them what they're doing wrong, I'm going to be just as loud when they do something right. And I feel like that type of positive reinforcement also applies to adults as well. So when I just because I go in on the non-FBA tether class, I'm also going to big up the non-FBA folks who put in work. You know what I'm saying? But in the same breath, though, the same way I go in on non-FBA coons, I'm gonna go in even harder on the FBA coons. And these folks are on some extremist shit, bro. And it's illogical. It's illogical because if the goal is black empowerment and you going so hard alienating yourself from everybody, I question what your motives are. Like I said, and I posed this question to Booby, and I know he's not in the room anymore, so I don't want to speak on the brother when he's not here to hear himself. But I know some of his people are in here, and they'll go back and tell him. But I specified to Booby, whoever put that bug in your ear about all this, black beef one means black American first, and if you ain't black American, you not black. Whoever put that bug in his ear, they need to find out who that is. Like I said, this is some COINTELPRO shit that was put in the air to slow up the progress we was making. Because I promise you, we was all on the same page for a minute. You know what I'm saying? The non-FBA people who had our back, they was on the same page with us too. The non-FBA people who already was going against us, then they was already where they was at. Ain't nothing changed. But all of a sudden, when everybody who was initially on the same side and moving in the same direction, we was making good progress, all of a sudden, it started being discord from the inside out. That's intentional. Somebody on the inside is causing this discourse. That's causing this distraction. So I listen, I know people throw the word agent around a lot. I know that people throw the word COINTELPRO around a lot, but this shit is real, y'all. And it's gonna be a lot of it's people that who we probably cool with and who probably be talking a real good game, but they sometimes those be the ones working against us behind the scenes. So like I said, I just urge everyone to just be on the lookout, man. When people start moving funny, you need to watch out for that. Because even right now, I see Immortal Melanin, who I even specified, like I was like, bro, I fuck with you, bro. Like every time I make a new Twitter, you one of the first people I follow. But I seen him show his ass this past weekend, leading up till today. Even now, he's still being a little bitch nigga in my mentions and shit, calling me a Pan-Africanist and all types of other shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And as before we go ahead, so I know, and I believe so, but just so I know I'm not wrong, so I know that I'm not outdated with the terms, and it's just me, Nino, and Rich. We just behind everybody in this room who identifies as black first. Everybody in this room who identifies as B1, can you please throw a heart up, or can you please throw a round of applause, just so I know how many people actually identify with being black first? How many people actually identify with being B1? I just want to know. I see a few hands up. Okay, yeah, I see a lot of hands up. Come on. Can we get some hands? Who identifies with being black first? Okay, this is New Black Media History, or not History Month. This is New Black Media Appreciation Month. Okay, and we're giving specific shout outs to the big three: Jason Black, Professor Black Truth, and Tariq Nasheed. They're the ones who coined the terms that we're going off of. So for you to use these terms when they're not around, now you don't have a problem when they're around. When you're in their spaces and you're gaining your audience based off of them, you never state that you have a disagreement with their ideology. Then when they leave, oh, well, Tariq's not the leader, so I'm going to be against what he says. Thank you for all of my B1 family up in here. Thank you for all of my Black First family. And this is how we're going to win. Since they said that they have a different code, okay, we're going to go with the Black Empowerment Code. And whatever code they're going to be on, we're going to make sure that we let everybody know that they do not represent us, because too many people in that group has acted as if they represent FBA and B1. They do not represent us, and they set that themselves in this space. They have a different code, and since they have a different code, I'm damn near willing to say they're ops. Damn near, because their code is putting a target on our back. I'm damn near at that verge. But let's go to brother Jason.
Yeah, so thank y'all for letting me speak one more time. So just real quick, let me say this, me as someone who understands the system of white supremacy. They were, no matter what we did, no matter how nice we were, no matter how sweet and including we were, they were going to try to paint us as a hate group for focusing on our lineage. That's just what the white supremacists do. However, certain people are making it a cakewalk to paint us that way. And it's going to be very hard to get a policy passed that has to have public support if 90% of the population, including a lot of other foundational Black Americans, will be against you. Those of us who understand white supremacy, yes, we've noticed and learned that unfortunately there's a larger percentage of immigrants who are off code because they're afraid of getting deported than there are Black Americans. And also for legality reasons, we have to delineate ourselves. And that's what this is about. People are talking about culture and all that other stuff. This is a legal thing. So for legal purposes, we have to delineate ourselves for the check. Regardless of what people feel about the history and the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Black is unfortunately been applied to everyone because the white supremacists decide. So we made our own terms. That's where ADOS and FBA come from. And we're doing a lot of extra confusion. And again, you know, I don't hear any focus at all on white supremacy. We have plenty of FBA coons. That's how we got Biden in office. Just like there's a few non-FBA riders. Again, that doesn't mean take our focus off lineage, but we just got to be smart about how we move. But that's it. Thank y'all for letting me speak.
Well, thank you. We're gonna give we're gonna wrap things up here. I'm gonna allow our co-host to get their final. Wait, hold on. We have another hand. This will be the last hand. Then we're gonna wrap things up. Zine, you can go ahead.
Peace, everybody. I just want to say, first of all, to a small media outlet there, Beatzilla. I was listening to you all earlier about the different names we've had to go through as a race of people. You know, we started out being niggers. Then we went from there being Negroes, colored. Now we're establishing ourselves as being foundation of Black America. I believe, and I'm going to land it on this, is that we really have to establish ourselves as a lineage and who we are and who our ancestors were, period, when it comes to who built the foundation of this country. That's what I understand foundation means, is the basis of the house. You got to have a good foundation. And our ancestors made sure we have a foundation. I'm going to land on that. It's been Afro Elite. I was introduced to you by Beatzilla. And from what I've heard, you know, you're on it. Rich and everyone in this room, I appreciate where we're going as a people. And I think if we stay on course, we're going to be all right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, my sister. Shout out to Beatzilla. He has a YouTube channel. You guys should go, I believe you click into his profile. It should be in his bio. So y'all go check out our brother Beatzilla's. And since we're talking on the page of YouTube, you guys might as well check my channel out, Afro Elite on YouTube. It's in my bio as well, too. So you guys do that. There's so much I gotta say. We're gonna wrap it's past 3:00, and I got stuff to do tomorrow. And I know these brothers are busy, so we're gonna have another space. Don't worry about it. We're gonna have another space. I hate the fact you can't put none on the jumbotron no more. I don't know why they took that feature off.
Okay,
But
I
let's
thought I
let.
was tripping.
No, yeah, I thought so too. But I'm seeing like I guess that's a thing. The jumbotron there's no jumbotron anymore. Yeah, let's let the co-host get their last words in.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Afro. I know FBA Antonio wanted to speak, and that brother has been spitting the entire time he's been in the room, and I'm kind of curious to hear what he got to say, if he can make it very, very brief, because it's past 4:00 in the morning over here, bro.
All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you for that, Nino. You know, I'll be real quick. I just want to say I think the real issue with that, I think his name was Booby or something like that. See, when we talk about B1, there are some simultaneous agendas that are happening at the same time. You know, I can be Black first, and that's the overall agenda, empowerment for Black people everywhere. That's on code. But specifically to FBA, I can have an alternative agenda working at the same time for our reparations. And I think that's where the disconnect was coming from, where he feel like secure the tribe. Correct me if I'm wrong on the next one, not on this one. But I just wanted to put that out there. And thank y'all, co-hosts, everybody that came up to comment, and all the listeners.
So people know, before I let the co-host speak, I 100% get where Boopy was coming from. I really do. And Boopy's not 100% off. It's just that last thing when you put the icing on the cake, it's that last thing. I'm all like, once he said black is not a race, that like throws everything away. That's the flaw in what he's saying, and that's a major flaw. The whole black is a culture. We're the people who've provided for the culture, who stood for the culture. That's true. I agree with that. It's as if somebody, and I can say a name, but I'm gonna wait to the next space. It's as if somebody has come in and manipulated certain people, and now those people have a twisted agenda and a twisted ideology. I still believe that those people want the betterment for well, I would say all of us, but they want the betterment for FBA. I believe those people want the better reparations. I genuinely do. I believe that some of those people are being manipulated, and I believe that some of those people are COINTELPRO. But I'm gonna save that to the next space. So let's let our co-host go ahead.
Brother Rich, you can go first.
I just want to say, listen, man, I take my pride in my ego and I put it to the side. When Nino had that Twitter space on Sunday and he was talking about lineage, I barely said anything in the whole damn Twitter space. Why? Because first of all, I'm not FBA, so what I look like talking about that? I sit my ass down and I let other people speak that are more informed than me in some cases, and things I'm not supposed to be speaking about, I stay my ass out of. Why? Because I'm a guest. I'm not an FBA. This is FBA business. I'm riding with FBA, but they're the leaders of their destiny, and I'm just a part of it. And the reason I'm a part of it is because I believe in fighting white supremacy. I believe in defeating white supremacy. And as far as I'm concerned, where I'm from, they're not doing that. And that's my only concern. So that's why I'm riding with FBA. So whenever there's a issue comes up and I know I'm not supposed to be talking, I shut my ass up, because that's what real men do. Real men throw their pride and their ego to the side because they have a bigger agenda at hand. When you a man and you can't throw your pride and your ego to the side, you're not gonna get far in life, brother. And that's all I gotta say.
Appreciate that, Brother Rich. Man, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I got so many thoughts about this. I'm probably not gonna go to sleep no time soon. I fucked around and took a nap earlier, thank God. But yeah, man. At the end of the day, man, B1, that means black first. When I say, and I'm speaking for me and the creators they coined that term, that applies to not only my lineage, which are foundational Black Americans that come from the soil here in the States, but it also applies to everybody classified as Black globally. And I don't want people to get so big on this damn click shit. Reminds me of high school click shit, that we lose track of what the mission is. The mission is to dismantle white supremacy. White supremacy is not just here in the United States. White supremacy is a global system. So with that being said, man, again, I got so many thoughts, but I'm gonna keep it real brief. I know y'all trying to get off, but man, just be careful, man, who y'all co-sign and watch people. Because again, I've been watching people for a long time before I said anything. Before I said anything to anybody, I just sit there and watch people, and I just noticed how people was moving, and it just raised some red flags. In fact, it was giving me deja vu, because I've seen this same story play out with ADOS and Yvette Carnell. I've seen this before. And when I tell you, I was a huge supporter of Yvette Carnell. I actually used to donate to her. I used to watch the damn Breaking Brown channel. But when she started moving funny, I've noticed it. And this was before Tariq called her out. I'm not, and that's one thing that I'm known for on this app. I call shit out before the big three does, or the mainstream people does. I know a lot of people kind of wait for the green light from them, but I'm such a student of the code that I don't have to wait on them to call somebody out before I do it, because I know what I'm looking at before they say something. And 9 times out of 10, they come up right behind me and call them out as well. So I know what I'm looking at over there with the Secure the Tribe thing. And it's some agents within that group. Again, that's not all, because again, I know good people, good, educated, well-read, intelligent people that use that hashtag. I just want to issue a warning to them that, hey, you might want to, sit back a little bit and observe what's going on with the people using that hashtag as well. And again, I got a lot more thoughts, but we're gonna say that for another space because we about to dig in. I'm about to get in somebody's ass, no homo. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, and to close off, the Black Panther Party, one of the reasons that it was dismantled is because of COINTELPRO, which is why we use that term, because they allowed too many people to come in there. Okay, most of those people, the people, Mark Clark, who was shot he was shot and murdered the same day Fred Hampton was. Okay, everybody was with it. And then there was one person, William O'Neill, who came in there, infiltrated the party, and started throwing stuff off. And then Mark Clark and our brother Fred Hampton was murdered by the United States government. So when I say we have an issue with certain things, this is not me saying I have an issue with every single person who uses Secure the Tribe. This is not me saying, this is not even me saying I have an issue with the hashtag. This is me saying there are certain people who use that hashtag, just like there are certain people who called themselves Black Panthers, but they were really not Black Panthers. They were working against the Black Panther movement, and they sabotaged it from the inside out. This does not need to even be a conversation. We were on a clear page. FBA, we're a different lineage from other lineages of people. We are the people who deserve reparations. That is common sense. No extra shit needed to be explained. That made sense. And now people coming in, throwing in some stuff, sowing in seeds of confusion in the group. Now we're on here for hours talking about you're Black. Black is not a race. Black is this. Black is in ethnicity. Okay? The people who initiated that in the conversation didn't do anything productive, and they know they wouldn't do anything productive doing that. That's COINTELPRO, and we will address that. We will address that in the next space, but it's past 3 o'clock in the morning where I am. I know you brothers and sisters need to get some sleep, so I will end this by saying Black first to all of my brothers and sisters in here, okay? Black first to every Black person. I wish Black empowerment on all Black people throughout the world. All right. And with that being said, shout out to all the speakers. Shout out to the co-host. Family, you all definitely follow, because there will be more spaces like this to come. You can check me out on YouTube as well. It's been a long ass space, started at 6 o'clock. So I'm not sure when I'm going to put this up here. But best believe I will be putting this up on my YouTube page. So you guys want to check that out when you can. Until then, you all have a good night. Black first, family. Be one.
Be one.
Be one.
Be one.